Call to order the meeting of our Common Council for Tuesday, February 7th, 2023. Clerk?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 11 members present in the chambers. We do have one member who is attending virtually and 12 members voting in civic clerk.
All right. Thank you, Clerk. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Alder Galvin?
Thank you, Your Honor. Tonight I've asked Deacon Bob Hornacek to do the invocation. After spending 2 decades in local television, Bob Hornacek left the media to serve as the Assistant Executive Director of Paul's Pantry, a 100% community-supported nonprofit that is the largest food pantry in the state of Wisconsin. Bob is also a husband and father of 4 sons. He currently serves as deacon at St. Matthew's Catholic Parish.
Thank you, Alder Galvin. Mr. Hornacek, the floor is yours.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for the invitation, Alderman Galvin. I invite those who'd like to bow your heads. Generous and loving God, you are the giver of so many wonderful gifts. The gift of creation, the gift of life, the gift of love, and the gift of this moment. As we acknowledge your divine presence, we ask for your blessing upon all who are gathered here. Please pour your grace and your mercy upon all people of goodwill in this community. As we discuss, deliberate, and to decide tonight, let us remember to listen to the needs of the voices we don't often hear. The poor, the hungry, the vulnerable, and all people who find themselves on the margins of society. Help us to follow the call not to serve ourselves, but to serve you by serving one another, by seeking the common good. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Thank you.
Thank you for those words. Now we're on to approval of the minutes.
So moved.
Alder Scannell makes a motion to approve the minutes from January 17, 2023. That was seconded by Alder Johnson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The minutes are approved. Approval of the agenda.
Your Honor, I approve this agenda. Second.
Motion. I think we've got maybe some potential amendments. First, Alder Galvin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could we take item P? I have been told there's a number of people here to speak on that. We could move P to the front.
Okay, so take up P maybe after J.
Sure.
All right, is there a second for that? Second. Alder Galvin makes a motion to take up report of the Park Committee right after ordinances. That was seconded by Alder Johnson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Alder Hutchison.
I'd like to move section U, report of the Equal Rights Commission, up behind what was just moved.
Okay, so we'll take up U after P.
Yes.
Alder Hutchison makes offers an amendment to take up item U after item P. That was seconded by Alder Johnson. Any comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That amendment is adopted.
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Alder Scannell makes a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Seconded by Alder Eck. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda has been approved as amended. On to the report by the mayor. We've got a full agenda this evening, so I'll keep things brief. A lot of really important items to discuss here, but I did just want to share some comments on that item from the Park Committee, P1, which is related to the flag policy. This is something that was brought before this body in June. It was dispensed with at that time. It is now back before us for a second time. Somebody who actually attended the meeting back in June posed a really good question, which is, why are you all wasting your time with this item? And I just would like to second those comments and reiterate that tonight. This item should be dispensed with and never brought back again, for that reason, but also because it's a sort of obvious encroachment on the responsibilities of the executive. This body has a lot of important authority in terms of setting law and policy for the city and setting the city's budget ultimately. And so that's where I think you should focus your time and attention. Finally, it's just absolutely the wrong direction for this community. Every community in the country that's growing, that's succeeding, that's attracting new residents, that's adding to the vibrancy of their communities, is not taking a tack like this. This represents a really retrograde, backward-looking view of our community, and I just don't have any time or tolerance for it. So if this body ultimately is to adopt the policy as it's been suggested or close to it, I will veto it. So we might as well just dispense with it once more and move on to all the important items that we have before us tonight on the agenda, and the items that this body really needs to dig into and address. And just a note for the audience, if we could just refrain from public demonstrations of support or opposition. We do, like I said, have a long meeting ahead of us, so appreciate the attendance, though. And with that, we're going to move along to announcements. Alder Galvin?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like all of us to take a minute out of respect for the police officer that was killed in Milwaukee today, his family, his police department, and the citizens of Milwaukee. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Galvin. Other announcements from this body? Alder Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nice speech. I have a public service announcement, a PSA started back in the 1940s after World War II. It's come to my attention that citizens, employees, and elected officials are being spied on at City Hall. In a flagrant flaunting of federal and state law and direct defiance of our own city policy, audio recording devices are present at City Hall. City Council nor the public was advised of this spying, and not even simple signage warning of the intrusion was put in place. Nothing. I will be placing the spying situation on an upcoming Parks Committee agenda, and in the meantime request that such devices be disabled. Mr. Mayor, is that agreeable?
No.
All right, so you are saying that you do not want to have the illegal devices disabled?
Just a note for council and for the
No,
public.
I don't need your note.
This is not
This
a-
is my announcement.
This isn't a debatable.
This is my
item.
announcement. I was just asking you a question.
No, you were asking for a debate.
Nope, I was asking you if you would disable them,
Yeah,
and you said
can-
no.
You can
Okay.
proceed with your announcement.
All right. So anyone who approved this blatant disregard for privacy should resign or be severely reprimanded.
Wow.
This is not to be, I've done a lot of research on this, and in other cities, East Providence, I spoke with them, they have this sign up in their clerk's office. And it caused such a kerfuffle that the ACLU got involved and said, hey, even though you have this sign up, you have no right to do that. No right, even with the sign. And when I talked to the head of the ACLU out there, he couldn't even believe we're doing this. Nobody else in the state does this. I talked to the League of Municipalities. They have no opinion on it. They're like, wow, somebody's actually doing that? They couldn't believe it. Talk to Madison and Milwaukee. No, they're not eavesdropping on anybody. They actually have a policy that says if you're going to do any kind of surveillance, it has to go through council so that the council and the entire body, the community, is aware of it. Because we have lawyers who come through here, other elected officials, developers, people who might be out in the hallway right now discussing a strategy for something. They don't know they're being recorded, and that can all be requested through open records. Well, isn't that something? Now, the last year and a half, whatever it is, we'll find out, and however long we store it, whatever you said out there, you didn't even know it, can be brought back. It's disgusting, and you know, Big Brother's listening, and we the people are not amused. Thank you.
All right. Any other announcements? All right, with that, we will move along to appointments.
Motion to approve.
Second. Alder Scannell makes a motion to approve the new appointment. That was seconded by Alder Johnson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That appointment has been confirmed. On to reappointments.
Motion to approve.
Alder Scannell makes a motion to approve the 3 reappointments before the council. That was seconded by Alder Johnson. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Ordinance is second reading for adoption.
Motion to suspend the rules.
Second.
Alder Scannell makes a motion to suspend the rules and take up these items with one roll call vote, seconded by Alder Johnson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The rules are suspended. Motion to adopt, made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Galvin. Any discussion? We will use the board.
Alders Grant and Hutchison, how would you like to be reported?
Okay. Those ordinances are adopted 11-0. With that, we are on to the report of the Park Committee.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Weary. Items here to be handled separately? Alder- Number 1, any others? Hearing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Your wishes on item 1.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Weary. The item was pulled by Alder Galvin. You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's a number of people here, I believe, that would like to speak to this item. If we could, I'd make a motion to open the floor.
Second.
Alder Galvin makes a motion to open the floor. It was seconded by Alder Scannell. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the floor is open. I've got a stack here, so I'll just read through them one by one. But if at the end I haven't mentioned your name and you'd like to speak, just approach the podium, state your name and address, and customarily you have 3 minutes to address our council. So with that, we have Barbara Dorf.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Barbara Dorf. I live at 3375 Pebble Beach Court, Green Bay. This is the 3rd time that I remember this agenda item being brought to council. It was brought back in August. There just wasn't a lot of talk about it at that point. Since June, and following the display of the Pride Progress flag at City Hall. No objections from this council were made when the Packer or MIA POW flags were flown with the national and state flags. The concern about flying a flag designed to support and recognize a marginalized segment of the population, coupled with the many efforts of certain members of this council to eliminate the diversity and inclusion position, may suggest a discriminatory and bigoted attitude toward the LGBTQ+ community. Appearances may be deceiving, and I may be wrong, but I don't believe, given the timing of this proposal, any reasonable person could see it otherwise. This council represents all the people of Green Bay, and it is important that this council clearly signals to all that they are included and welcome. Many LGBTQ+ members of our community who are represented by this flag have been discriminated against. They have experienced violence, depression, elevated risk of suicide, and economic bias in housing and employment. They deserve to know that they are welcome and honored members of our community. The Pride Progress flag was designed to celebrate the diversity of the LGBTQ+ community and call for an increasingly more inclusive society for all. Clearly, a more inclusive Green Bay is good for all of us in many economic and social ways. As a citizen of Green Bay residing in District 1, I'm expressing my views and how I would like to see you vote. Please vote to continue to allow appropriate flags to be displayed along with the city, state, and national flags at the discretion of the mayor. Thank you.
Any questions? Alder Campbell?
There's a question.
Ms. Dorf, I
Alder
know
Camp.
you've been here since the raising of the flag, and you're a strong advocate of it, and you hold, you've held the council seat already. On Pebble Beach Court, may I ask if you support and fly the flag there on your house?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we do.
Okay. All the time?
The American flag, are you talking about?
No.
Point of order, Your Honor, it's totally irrelevant.
I'm asking a question.
It's irrelevant. We got
I'm
an.
getting to it.
Oh, okay.
Do you
I
agree that
apologize.
this is a...
I think you can
do
see
you
from
think
my
this
lapel
ties-
pin that I am flying
I asked
that
about your
flag
house.
and I'm flying this flag.
I asked
The
about your
story is on my jacket.
I'm just asking some question if you support it and fly it at your home.
I don't think that's any of your business.
Okay?
But I would be proud to fly it.
So you don't fly it?
I don't happen to have one, but if I had one, guess what? I
Okay.
certainly would fly it.
That's all, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dorf. Any other questions? All right. On to Natalie Hoffman.
Hi, hello. Okay. So my name is Natalie Hoffman. My address is 1217 Chicago Street. I'm here tonight to speak in opposition of the proposed flag policy, which is no secret that this would consequentially ban the flying of the pride flag. I know I'm not the only one here that's incredibly frustrated that we are spending time debating this issue, which ultimately boils down to denying the existence of the LGBTQ plus population within our community. At the end of the day, no matter our identities, we are all still members of the same Green Bay community. And as a council, it is your job to support your entire community. And that includes standing up for and protecting the most vulnerable members of your community. One second, please. All across the country, LGBTQ plus people are actively being harmed and dying by the hands of governments and civilians that refuse to acknowledge and want to see them eradicated. This is fundamentally inhumane and immoral, and as leaders of our community, you have the power to make the LGBTQ plus folks in our community feel welcomed and safe. So I implore you to think about those people when you are voting on this issue tonight. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony.
Any questions?
Alder Weary?
For coming tonight, everybody's here. Would you be okay if a right to life flag was flown for the unborn?
I don't see how this is relevant to the specific question
Would
of
you
the
be
LGBT
okay with that?
flag.
If the next mayor comes in and says, this is the flag I'm gonna fly? Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Gloria Eastman. And then I have heard we have a few folks on Zoom, so I will go to Zoom next to see if anyone would like to speak.
Hello, my name is Gloria Eastman. My pronouns are they, them, and theirs. I live at 601 Rothy Street, apartment 6. I'm a member of the LGBTQIA population here in Green Bay. Specifically, I am bisexual and trans non-binary. And everything that I just said could put my life at risk because this is streamed to the internet and this is public knowledge now exactly where I live. And there are people that would seek to harm me and to kill me. The current policy that is up for vote was made specifically to ban the pride flag, and that's no secret. I'm opposed to the current policy as it is written. The pride flag is unique because it is an indication that the entity that flies the flag acknowledges the humanity of queer people. And it indicates that we will be treated with basic human decency and respect in whatever building that flag flies in front of. In West Virginia, they are currently seeking to push trans people outside of the city limits. Flying the pride flag here in Green Bay would be an indication that that is not an intention here in Green Bay for our trans and non-binary and queer individuals. The flag here would send that clear message. and we need our flag to fly as an indication that we are safe and valued members of this community, as we have been for many years. I grew up here. I have lived here for the majority of my life, and I don't seek to live anywhere else. Any questions?
Thank you. All right, thanks so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
If there's anyone on Zoom who would like to speak, you can just state your name and address and begin. Can we show them? Yeah, if anyone would like to speak on Zoom, if you could just raise your hand. Okay, doesn't look like we have anyone. On to Representative Shelton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Christina Shelton, 1045 South Webster Avenue. I'd like to start off by thanking the mayor, city alders for being here tonight and giving us another opportunity to strengthen our organizing muscles. And I'd like to thank the members of the LGBTQ plus community and supporters and those in solidarity tonight on this issue. Tonight we are here to talk about our shared Green Bay values and our commitment to common care. And I think it's really that simple. It's about who we are and what the future of this city means to us. And I want to say how proud I am of our community and our commitment to inclusion, especially as we stand up for one another, our marginalized communities, and for our LGBTQ plus members. You know, a few years ago, as I was thinking about tonight and my remarks, I was thinking about an event a few summers ago where at Napoli's Lounge, where the youth call it Naps, if you've never been there before, which is the second longest running gay bar in the state of Wisconsin. And there was this beautiful event, this mural event, and Mayor Gingrich, you were there and we were there with the muralist, and this beautiful piece of art on the east side of Green Bay highlighting two transgender activists who were a part of the Stonewall Uprising. And from that event, Pride Festival every year, support in our schools, recommendations coming from the Housing Commission on how we can support our LGBTQ plus family members, friends, and neighbors. And more recently, I was back at Napoli's Lounge for a drag show. If you've never been to one, you should go. They are very fun. To raise money for Club Q victims who were killed a few months ago in an awful attack on the community. And when I was at that event at Napoli's Lounge with some of my friends that are here tonight, I was really struck by the love of that room, because the people who are a part of the LGBTQ plus community are our friends and our neighbors and our brothers and our sisters and our partners, people that we love in this community. And yet, as I was there, I was really struck by the reason that we were there, which was to raise money for a cause because somebody walked into a gay nightclub and thought it was important enough to them to kill them with guns. So that feeling was not lost on me. And when I was in that bar at that night at that event, I thought, Mayor Gingrich, about that event when the mural was when it was unveiled. Do you remember you went in and you pulled down the paper to the front door of Napoli's Lounge? Do you remember that? And the point of that exercise was that for years, people wouldn't go into the front door. They wouldn't go into the front door of Napoli's. And I'll let you think about why. It's because they were afraid. They were afraid of being targeted and harmed. And when Mayor Gingrich did that, it was a sign that we will no longer use the back door. This community is no longer using the back door. The words you use here tonight and in your communities and in your places of faith and in your homes and in your workplaces and in your small businesses, they matter. They matter to the people in this community. The cues that we use in this community to tell people about who Green Bay is for and who it isn't. It matters. Our actions matter, and our leadership matters, and your leadership matters. And my leadership matters as state representative to the 90th Assembly District. I am not just here as a neighbor and as a supporter and as an ally, but as somebody who fights for this in the state legislature every single day. We have kids committing suicide, taking their own lives because we cannot just simply accept them for who they are. That is all we are asking for. You know, for the November election, my name was on the ballot, and I knocked over 4,000 doors. 4,000 doors in the 90th Assembly District. My team knocked over 15,000 doors in the 90th. And not a single time at those doors did anyone say, you know what I care about the most? It's the pride flag. I find it offensive. And I knocked Republican doors, Democrat doors, independent doors. I knocked every door you can imagine. But you want to know what I heard? I heard people say, I want help in small business. I want an economic development plan so I can find a good job. I want clean water. I want housing. I want transportation and a good walk and bike plan. I want parks and recreation for my kids. And they wanted that for everybody, not just for the select few. So that is what you were elected here to do, friends. I know what it's like to be in elected office. I know the work is hard, but you were elected to be the governing body for the city of Green Bay and to uplift the key issues that you are fighting for every day. And the pride flag is not it. You were elected to do that work, and I implore you to do that, because what is in front of you today in this debate, it is a time suck, it is a waste of our time, and it is violent to the LGBTQ community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions? All right, thank you for your testimony. I don't have any other slips in front of me for people that would like to speak, but as I said, if you would like to at this time, feel free to approach the podium and state your name and address.
So it takes us a little more time to get up here. My name is Eliza Cousin. My pronouns are she and hers. This is Eleanor, and we live at 512 Schwartz Street on the east side. I am a queer person, a bisexual woman. I'm a working mother, and I'm a member and former employee of the Human Rights Campaign, the author of the Municipal Equality Index. I have been described as a reckless DC lobbyist, I think was Alder Weary's description of me the last time I spoke in front of this body. So thank you for having me. I've lived in this community for close to a decade. I want to echo Representative Shelton's words that this is a waste of time. We shouldn't have to be here debating whether or not people who live in this community belong in this community. We live here, so therefore we should be entitled to live here, and we should be entitled to representation without that being called into question every couple of months by the people elected to represent us. We're just trying to live here. I'm actually here primarily to talk about equal housing, because people in this community are suffering. There's an economic crisis. We're on the brink of a recession. Half of the people I know are looking for a job or underemployed or working 2 jobs to pay for childcare, because you're expensive. That's what I would like this body to focus on, not whether or not particular colours can be flown in particular months. Like Representative Shelton said, no one's bringing that up but you. Green Bay is an incredible community. I've lived on 3 continents, and I choose to live here. I choose to raise my child here. It's somewhere where, remarkably, you can still have a blue-collar job and raise a family. That's getting harder, but just appreciate how rare that is, how incredible that is. I tell the people I work with all across the country, that Green Bay is it. It's where it's at. It is thriving. It is growing. There is an energy here. I mean, ask Alder Johnson, right? This community is strengthening in culture and economic activity every single day. And LGBTQ plus people are part of that drive. And it's because of measures like the Municipal Equality Index that we know that we can have a life here. So every instance we have to debate our humanity, debate whether or not we can be represented on our city hall, puts a chink in that. And it slows down the economic thrust of this city. We are here to stand up for equal housing, for economic justice, for mobility, for white-collar jobs and blue-collar jobs. We are here because everyone who lives here should have the opportunity to have decent housing, to celebrate who they are and who they love in June and every other month, to raise a family, and to succeed. And Green Bay is one of those rare jewels in the United States. And I can tell you with certainty, in the world where that is still possible. So I'm asking the members of this body who put up this proposal this evening, please don't ruin it. We have a good thing going here. Please look at Eleanor and tell her that no matter who she grows up to be, her hometown will always be somewhere she belongs. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your testimony. Any questions? All right. Anyone else like to speak to this item?
Hello. My name is Stephanie Guzman, and I reside in 2711 Melchor Drive. I just wanted to come here and remind you all of the three most important words in the Constitution, and that is we the people. We the people are LGBT members. We the people are Latinos. We the people are offering you an olive branch, and that is to every single one of you who are calling yourselves patriots, right? You are here to represent us, and that is to rise above the left, the right, the political climate, to be here with us, the people, and to let us fly this flag. And not because you are a part of it, or because you believe in it, but because you believe in us, the people, the constituents. Today, I had to sit there and rise when all of you wanted to pray. I myself am not somebody who wants to pray, but I stood up and I respected the fact that many of you do, because you are human, you are the people. So as me, the people, I am asking you, in an olive branch, we are not at war. We are one country, the United States of America. We should all be represented under that flag. Unfortunately, we are not. So all we are asking is that for that 1 month, you give us, the people, an opportunity to feel like a part of that flag, especially here in Green Bay, which is one of the best communities in the United States of America. And we need to send that message all across the United States. Thank you.
Any questions? All right. I think there was one more.
Hello, Micah Argyropoulos. Whoops, what is this? Okay, Micah Argyropoulos, 1840 Verlin Road, apartment 6. I'm just here to stand in support of freedom, and I'm here to stand in support of liberty. Life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness are some of the foundational values that the Founding Fathers laid out for us in the Declaration of Independence, and I believe that taking down the LGBT flag, QAA+, is a statement of intent to erase the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness of a segment of our population. And I think that is antithetical to the values that this nation was founded on, and I think anyone who supports that should be ashamed of themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Question from Alder Galvin? No. Oh, no, you're good. You're good.
There might be something on Zoom.
Yep, I noticed that. Nope, you're good. Sorry about that. No questions. I'm noticing we've got a Mr. Dorff on the Zoom who would like to speak. Go ahead, sir. We're not hearing your audio. Yeah, we're not hearing anything from you. That's a good question. Yeah.
Edward, can you hear us? Okay. Are you sure you're unmuted?
Yeah, no. I think we're gonna have to move along.
Yes.
Okay, apologies, sir.
Sorry about that.
So with that, entertain a motion to close the floor. Motion to close the floor made by Alder Galvin, seconded by Alder Weary. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Floor is closed. Would you like to speak? Alder Galvin, did you have the floor?
Thank you, Your Honor. I've had several constituents reach out to me about this, some pro, some against. Although I found out those against didn't live in my district. After quizzing them for a little bit, they weren't sure where they lived. But this, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not in favor of this. This country represents everybody. We had a group of individuals that came in here, I think it was in June. They wanted just the American flag, state flag, and the city flag to fly. And I can understand their sentiment. But they came from a group of our society where they have not experienced anybody putting them down, restricting them, trying to put them in a box and not let them out. And I think it's disturbing that this country, which is supposed to support everybody, protect everybody, our soldiers fight for everybody to have that right to be heard and to be seen, that we're trying to limit that. I mean, what do we have to be afraid of? These rights have been granted through many federal court rulings, and I can't see the sense in restricting 1 month given to this organization or really any other organization that has been recognized by our government. So I'm not in favor of restricting what flags can be flown and not flown. I mean, I myself, when I was at the police department, we flew flags that people didn't like. They didn't like us flying the flag that honored the fallen officers. They didn't like us flying the flag with the red, with the blue line in it. I've heard that people don't like the fire department flying their flag with the red line in it. There's a lot of people that don't like a lot of flags out there. But that's what this country is all about, is accepting everybody with different opinions and trying to understand where they come from, and maybe at the end of the day agreeing to disagree. But that doesn't mean we try to stop them from being recognized in this community. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, we heard tonight, and it's very true, Green Bay is an open and loving community. We are. I mean, we've all seen it in our work as alder people and in our churches and everywhere we go. So, and that'll continue whether a flag flies or not. We are an open and loving community. Although I did hear tonight some speakers and other conjecture that there's freedom of expression, but only for some, not for all. You know, I had asked, what about the right to life flag? You know, we talk about, you know, certain groups who have no voice. Well, certainly that group, the unborn, their voices are the most silent. They're the most vulnerable. And yet we don't want to fly their flag. So already we're picking and choosing winners of who we want represented. One person talked about liberty and freedom, but not for all. Not for all. Just whoever selects to put whatever they want to put on the flagpole. That's what we're going to highlight. And that's the point. The city of Boston found that out when they started selecting flags, and other people came forward and said, all right, I want you to fly my flag. And they said, no, we're not gonna fly your religious flag. Took it to the Supreme Court and they lost. Now they have to fly the flag. Now I suppose you're gonna have to fly 10 flags a day to fly all the flags that are out there. But what's more fair and equal than playing no favorites? What is more fair and equal? Play no favorites with our flagpole. That's equality for all right there. Green Bay is still an open and welcoming place. We're just not playing favorites with our flagpole. So I would ask to continue this on. It went to the wrong committee, and that's why it's being referred back so it can be worked on. That's it. Thanks.
Alder Scannell, then Alder Campbell.
What we have here is bigotry in motion. The author of this motion, of this policy, has admitted that he does not support every color of the flag, and I appreciate that honesty, because there are others who took your position who are not as honest. They turned themselves into pretzels talking about protocols, which made no sense. The fact is, there are people who do not support this because they feel it excludes them, and that it affronts them, that it goes against what they believe in, their prejudices. And yes, you did, you said it right. It's on record.
Alder Weary.
Yep.
Alder Scannell has the floor.
It's on record. It's on record. Look, read the minutes to the committee meeting. You said you do not, and not everyone supports every color of the flag. It's on, go ahead.
Alder Weary, cut it out.
But, yes. So the arguments I have heard in the past on this is it's against my religion, which, again, this makes no sense, because religion can be used for anything, and has been used. Religion was used to support slavery. Does anybody here think that's a good use for religion? And yet, if we were back in that time, you might be in that position. So you can't use religion. And I could go on and on as to why religion has this prejudice, but let's not take all night here. That people's personal choices that the Alder brought up, not everybody supports everybody out there, the unborn. Well, abortion is a controversial issue. To compare this to abortion is to compare Brussels sprouts to apples. They're not the same. What's the controversy here? There's no controversy here. With abortion, yes, there is the unborn, the fetus that people want to end that has the potential to grow into a human, and that is, and the other end is you're treating women like cattle, taking away their choice. So that's what makes that a controversial issue. It is not the same. So to compare them, it makes no sense. The nativity scene that the city put up was also brought up at one time. That there wasn't any tolerance for that. But again, that's city government taking sides with an organized religion. That's not the same as the LGBTQ plus community. They are not an organized body. They're an identifiable group, but they're not an organized body like a religion. For state to support one religion over another is a whole different ballgame, whole different ball of wax. And then lastly, I think it's the idea of not feeling included, that exclusivity, that I don't identify with this, that's the controversy here. Well, I think if you look, we can find common ground here. And it was hinted at earlier with some of the speakers. Freedom. I know everyone here supports freedom. Big fans of freedom. Well, what the LGBTQ plus community wants is the freedom to be themselves. And whether you disagree with that or any part of that is immaterial. It has nothing to do, it affects you in no way whatsoever. But you can support people's freedom to be themselves the way they support your freedom to be yourself. Who here, who's heterosexual, had to worry about being thrown out on the street by their parents because they were heterosexual? About being beat up, curbed, because you were heterosexual? Losing your job, losing your friends? To compare any of that to our experience is just wrong. I am not the equal to the LGBTQ plus community. I am not their equal. I didn't have that experience at all. I can't be their equal, but I can acknowledge it, and I can appreciate that times are changing, our social mores are changing, thank God, and people are allowed to be themselves, which has no effect whatsoever on anyone else. It's almost perverse to take an interest in another person's sexuality and gender identity. It's got nothing to do with you. Why do you care? But historically, we have our prejudices as a society. Every society has them. You can no more avoid them than you can go skinny dipping and come out of the water and say you're not wet. So I appreciate the prejudices. I appreciate the biases. I understand it. We all have them. But that you give in to them, that's not what's tolerable anymore. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Campbell?
Yes, I just want to make it clear, you know, we're talking about a flag here. We're not talking about everyone's rights and what they went through. And someone was on the podium earlier, and they had asked me way early on last winter, how would I handle a national problem with a local problem? Could I, as alder, if elected, look beyond the national thing and concentrate on the city? We've had comparisons of the American flag, and if you go back to the speech, my invocation, I thought I brought everybody together with the speech on June 28th, and everybody was here, probably a lot of the same people. If that wasn't an open hand to welcome everybody here, but yet try to bring everyone together in my speech and say, we love you guys. We have no problem, but we're talking about a flag. We're not talking about, how do people know what I've gone through, okay? How do I know what you went through? Unless we sit down and talk and share it, we don't know. So bringing all this propaganda in is only hearsay. We've worked hard. When we talk about, but I do have a problem with the national thing, because everybody's talking about the national thing. The next thing all I heard tonight was how much time we're spending on it. We've already had this in the motion through the process. We've spent almost 9 months since I've been here on this. And now we send it back to get a little more clarification on all city properties, and this is what happens. Now, if we talk about wasting time and posturing and whatever it is, we sent this to the legal department. It was done. We were clarifying it. Why are we sitting here today wasting more time talking about it? This was already the process, moving through the whole thing from start to finish. Starting with my invocation speech, which again, open-handedly invited everybody to be supported under that flag right there. Thank you.
Alder Eck?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and that's pretty much part of what I was going to say as far as it came to the Parks Department, and we realized it was not the correct department or committee to come to, and so just kind of sending it back to staff and then going to policy and protection. We did vote on this in August, and it was voted on to refer to staff to write the policy. So the fact, I guess it's surprising to me that we're having so much discussion about it when it actually was put in the wrong spot. But I do want to say that It's about representing everybody, and in the future, we don't know what mayor we're gonna have. I mean, we have an election coming, we don't know what's gonna happen. So we could be back here if, say, another mayor decides to put up another, just as, I guess it would be controversial to some, flag on something else. We as a body, are those of us who have been for this, want to prevent that from happening, so we don't have to go to this body every time a flag is put up that could be controversial. And let's just remain neutral, representing everybody with the U.S., Wisconsin, and Green Bay flag. I know that Alder Weary had added on MIA POW as a possibility when it came to the park committee. But either way, my point is we could be right back here with any future mayor if we don't just set a policy of saying we're just going to go with the 3 neutral flags.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Storr?
Thank you, Your Honor. Can our city attorney reiterate what was discovered or decided upon with the policy? Can you speak to that?
Yep, happy to. So the biggest concern is the exceptions that will be necessary for a particular event. It's my understanding that it's a particular event at Light Park that flies a number of other nations' flags, foreign nations. So since the policy is beyond just City Hall, it applies to all city buildings. We have to do additional research as to whether City Council even has the authority to implement a policy as to other buildings such as transit, fire department, police department, because they operate a little differently, particularly with the Transit Commission and with the authority that's granted to the fire chief and to the police chief specifically. And then in additional, a bigger issue, I think it's not so much that it went to the wrong committee, but more so the fact that we are now creating exceptions, and where you create exceptions, you're getting into issues of government speech and potentially First Amendment consideration. So that's going to require additional research as to how we can craft that so that we are avoiding liability.
Thank you. Well, like it's been mentioned before, a lot of us, we as alders, we represent 9,000 citizens in our district. And I've campaigned 5 different times. I've knocked on thousands of doors. I've talked to many, many people. I may not agree with everybody as far as, their belief system, this, that, and the other thing, but I represent them. So I understand that aspect. When Alder Weary brings up the fact that, well, what about a different flag? I guess the only worry I have is that you might be opening up Pandora's box. That is the only thing I'm really concerned about. I have nothing against the communities that we're speaking about tonight. They're part of the city. This country was founded by many different ethnic groups that came across for religious freedom, for whatever. They were persecuted. They had to work hard. They had to do whatever they did. And I think there's a certain fact that some people that have lived here for a while feel they're entitled. They feel that, you know what? I'm an American. I've been here 4 generations or whatever. The folks that are coming, I remember some years ago I had a citizen call me and said, what are you going to do about the Somali situation? I said, okay. I basically started talking to this person. I said, my son was 17 at the time. I said, my son could be in a Russian half-track with an AK-47 in Mogadishu. He could be doing that. I don't want that. People want freedom. We have a great country. We're open to everybody. I think the fact that this whole discussion is being couched with that, well, you're taking this side or that side. I personally represent everybody in my district. If I vote, my vote will be based not on that, but on what city policy or what our city attorney had talked about. The fact is that if you do fly the pride flag, there will be other groups that will come forward and want the flag done. So I resent the fact that people would say, look, you're bigoted, you're biased. I am not biased. I represent everybody. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Any other comments? Alder Galvin, or actually, I think Alder Stevens on the Zoom would like to speak, and then Alder Galvin. Alder Stevens?
Other people on Zoom can hear people speaking on Zoom. I think it's a problem at our end. I don't know if anyone's here from
Yep. So-
I think it's important that we find all these people to speak.
So you're saying, Alder, though, that people on Zoom can't hear others who are speaking on Zoom?
People on
or-
Zoom can hear other people talking on Zoom. So
Oh, they
when
can
a
hear
couple of
each
the
other.
past people
They
were
can
trying to
hear each
talk, other people on Zoom could hear them talking. Only we could not hear them talking here.
Okay, got it. So the audio's not coming through for us.
Shelby's looking at it right now, and I'm trying to make some changes. Is he trying? I don't see anybody unmuted currently.
Well, we could get someone on mute, or, I don't know who's on, I don't have a Zoom thing here, but if we could get someone
Yeah,
to try. and
Alder
talk.
Stevens is still muted on Zoom. So I can't, doesn't look like he's trying to speak. Well, did you have comments?
Yes.
We'll go to Alder Galvin first.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Put it on speaker and put it by your.
Although, we're the ones that get the calls. I will admit that I didn't get but 3 calls on this whole situation. This goes all the way back to June. I can tell you, I still get calls and contacts about the wheel tax, about the potholes, speeding. Let me see, what else? Garbage pickup, snow plowing. No offense, Steve, I think you've done a good job this year. But this is something that until this council brought it up, I didn't get any calls on. So who's creating the problem here? Is it the council? Are we the ones that are wasting everybody's time, getting everybody fired up over something that's really not our responsibility? It's his job. He's the one that picks it. He's the one that puts up the flag and takes it down. He's the one that answers to the electors, not us. We can yell at him. I think some of us have done a pretty good job of that. We can let him know how we feel, but it's his decision. And he gets elected or unelected because of those decisions that he makes, not us. All right? And we're trying to change that now so that we're in charge of everything. And that's not the way this is set up. This is set up that the mayor has his jobs, we have our responsibilities, and those two shouldn't be crossing tracks with each other. So I've already said my piece about how I feel about this, but at the same time, I'm looking at this guy, and if someone's gonna take the heat, he's the one that takes the heat. If you don't like what he's doing, don't vote for him. I think there's an election coming up, I heard.
There might be, yeah.
Yeah, so if you don't like it, that's the time to get rid of him. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Any, Mayor? Alder Johnson? What's that? Oh, no. Alder Johnson, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. For those that know me, you know I'm not real big on social policy. My strength in my core tends to be in economic policy. It's a lot easier for me to see things when they're black and white, and you can, put in a spreadsheet, you get an input and you get an output. But this clearly is not one of those issues. And if there's one thing that I've learned here is that you can't legislate empathy. You can't legislate compassion. And you can't legislate that people must understand other people. That has to come from in here. I had some concerns about this initially because one of the things I think that all of us probably are frustrated with is the division that an issue like this creates, no matter which side of the discussion topic that you're on. I think we'd all love to hold hands and sing Kumbaya, but we know that in a perfect world, that's where we'd be, but we also know that's not where we're wanting. We have differences, and we have to see each other for those differences. At the end of the day, I'm not here. I mean, I see the policy in front of us, and I think in many respects it would be easy. I think it would be easy to say that we're only going to fly these 3 flags. But I'm not here because it's easy. I'm here because as a body, we are trying to make progress for our community. The last time this issue was before us, I talked about how I said that I feel like this should be the decision of the mayor, and that the mayor has that accountability. And if the next mayor wants to run or fly a flag that's right to life, I think they ought to have that prerogative and they can do that. And if this body at that time says, you know what, we need to tackle a policy and address it, we can do that. I think there's one thing that I oftentimes see that comes in front of this body is that we need to manage every amount of risk that comes before us. Sometimes it's possible and sometimes it's not. Sometimes there are risks that we cannot see. There are risks on the fringe. There are risks that are worth taking. Sometimes we have to let the benefit outweigh the marginal amount of risk that we have in front of us. And I know both sides have said this tonight, right? That we're wasting time. Personally, I don't think this is a waste. I think we're having a healthy discussion about what matters in our community, about the individuals that we're here to represent. For those that are here in our LGBTQIA plus community tonight, I see you. I'm not one of you. I don't share that same experience as you, but I see you. And I tell you what, I waffled on this issue because, again, I think it's an easy decision to say that's the flag we all want to stand behind, and it's true. I think we all do want to stand behind that flag, and even during that 1 month that we've talked about, we're still all behind that flag. But I think for 1 month, for us to stand up and say, for those folks who have been marginalized in our community, historically, right? Let's not forget that this flag itself has seen progress. Remember a couple of years ago, it was changed from a pride flag to a progress flag. Some colors were changed. Why? To recognize that we have made progress, and we have, but we still have work to do. We still have marginalized individuals in our community. You heard from some of them tonight. I'm sure there's many more out there. And much like many of you, I've heard from both sides of the issue. I think at the end of the day today, and again, this was a hard decision for me, and it's not because I don't stand with all of you. I do. It was a hard decision for me because I just hate taking up issues that divide us. But I look back and I say the benefit outweighs the risk. I think the motion on the floor, and I know there are others that want to speak, but I just want to clarify, Mayor, so that everybody knows. The motion on the floor was to approve, so that was to refer back, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm just asking that for clarity's sake. I'll let everybody else speak who wants to speak yet, but where my position is at today, I personally would be okay with receiving and placing on file, but I would like to see where everybody else's comments kind of fall on this too.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Hutchison, and then Alder Scannell for a second time.
Thank you. I've changed my opinion tonight. I was going to go with the recommendation to send it back, but because of the courage I've seen tonight by individuals, I'm going to vote to try to just stop the issue now, not send it anywhere, receive and place on file. And primarily because there's suicide issues in our state with drug overdoses, with vets, and with LGBTQ plus people. This is real. Right now, a queer kid could be contemplating suicide right now. The fact that people got up and had courage, knowing that they may be picked upon in our society by individuals that whatever. What?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Gives me the courage to vote to end this and place on file.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Scannell.
Yes, Your Honor. I came here expecting actually I was hoping we wouldn't pull this. I thought it was just going to follow through and we'd end up having this discussion down the road, and I'd have been quite happy with that. But seeing how now, as, you know, we've pulled it, we've done this, I mean, I see no point in doing this again. So I will make the motion to receive and place on file. And I'd like to address,
Alder Scannell makes a motion to receive and place on file, seconded by Alder Galvin.
Okay, and I'd like to address some points that were raised. I meant to, and forgot about the Boston situation, which I do not appreciate the disingenuous argument there. This is nothing like the Boston situation, where they had a policy of taking in community input and then choosing. That's not what's happening here. What happened in Boston cannot happen here. That was covered before. To bring it up now is to just throw crap against the wall to see what sticks. And then there was a point raised about the LGBTQ plus community being propaganda. If I understood that correctly, that, you know, we're not aware of everybody's experiences. You got to be living under a rock if you're unaware of what this community has gone through and continues to go through. Hopefully less and less and less as we make more and more progress. But I made the comment before, I am not their equal. I have not had that experience. And but I support their call, their desire for freedom to choose their gender and their sexual preference, which has nothing to do with my life or anybody else's life. What we have here is bigotry in motion. That's why this is controversial. It's the only reason why this is controversial. There's no other reason for it. If the mayor had flown the MIA flag, we wouldn't be here having this discussion. It's because he flew the pride flag and the bigotry in our community, raised their hackles, thought that flag can't fly with my American flag. And like I said, I appreciate the prejudices in our community. We all have our prejudices. You can't be raised in a society without them, which is why I actually don't think this is a waste of time. I welcome this opportunity. Anytime we can address bigotry, I think it's a great opportunity. So I would have been happy at the beginning not to have pulled this and to let it go through and have the discussion later, but since we're having it now, I will make the motion and I will support receiving it, placing it on file. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Brunette.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. A question for Attorney Bungart. So we had, the mayor made his comment, Alder Galvin, Alder Johnson, to kind of seem to imply that the authority rests with the mayor alone. I mean, if that's the case, then I would question why we're even having this discussion. Is the policy-making body of this city government, does the city council have the authority to create a policy to dictate what flags get flown at city facilities?
Sure. So the ordinances provide that city council does have the ability to create policies, but it is solely within the arm of the executive to enforce and execute those policies. On this particular subject, there is no policy, and the executive does have purview and authority over the building and over the facilities. And so flying the flag, at least at City Hall specifically, and other buildings that are within the purview of the mayor, is exclusively in his authority and his discretion.
So on one hand, you say that the city can create a policy, and then it seemed like you were saying that the mayor, I'm putting words in your mouth. If I am doing that, I apologize. But it seems like you said that the mayor has the discretion to enforce the policy.
Correct.
So we could create a policy at any time on any issue, and the mayor could just ignore our policy decision?
With respect to administrative functions, yes, that is the separation of powers of a democratic government.
So it's an administrative function, hiring,
Correct.
raising and lowering freight. What are some other, just for context, for not just my own benefit, the council and members of the public, what are some other administrative functions that the mayor has?
Appointment of his staff, appointment of department heads, functions that are delineated in ordinance and in statutes, generally the day-to-day management and running of the city and city business.
But we have checks and balances, though. I mean, we
Correct.
place a policy in place, we vote for it, and then the mayor has, like, for example, your appointment, you as city attorney and any other city department head, they get appointed by the mayor, we have to confirm the appointment. Is that right?
Correct.
Right.
Because
So-
that's provided for in ordinances.
So the mayor, I mean, if we, and I'm not just trying to split hairs, I'm trying to come to terms with your reasoning. So if we as a council vote down a department head, are you saying that the mayor could just ignore our suggestion and appoint that person
No,
up?
because that's specifically provided for in ordinance. So the mayor has to follow the ordinances that are laid out as far as what his authorities and what his parameters are with respect to his job, just like the ordinances and statutes lay out exactly what is within the purview and authority of council.
Is it-
Everybody has their lane.
Right, is it stated anywhere in administrative code, anywhere, whether state statute or city ordinances and regulations, that the mayor has the authority to raise and lower flags?
Offhand, I don't know if there's anything specifically cited to that effect.
Okay, I'll stop badgering you. It's important to know this context because Mayor, you were requested, someone approached you to request raising the flag, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so just again for context, and what my point has always been, is I want to make sure that we're fair in how we raise and lower flags. That if one group is allowed the ability to raise a flag, then other groups should be afforded the same availability. And in that sense, I view whether or not our ordinance support it or not, I kind of view the flagpole as a public accommodation. Now, we have ordinances that dictate that there cannot be discrimination in a public accommodation, and I'm just very mindful of any potential lawsuit. Alderman Scannell, there was a GBH article around the Boston issue, and it said that the U.S. Supreme Court ruled unanimously Monday the city of Boston violated the Constitution by refusing to fly a Christian group's flag at City Hall while permitting other organizations to raise their flags. Now, in all fairness, I'll read further. A lower court previously ruled against the group Camp Constitution and its director, Harold Sturtliff, finding that Boston did not err when rejecting the request to fly a so-called Christian flag as part of a nearly 20-year-old city program that allows private organizations to hoist flags of their choosing for ceremonies and events at City Hall Plaza. So the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that Christian organization could not be denied the ability to raise flags that other groups did. Now, a point in clarification is that the City of Boston did fly 50 unique flags raised at 284 ceremonies. This case is just particularly one flag. But I would be quite disturbed if the mayor was approached by other well-meaning organizations or advocacy groups to raise their flag and that they were denied. I don't know if that's ever happened, but that would be a huge concern and would be opening the city up for a lawsuit or inviting a lawsuit. So I'm looking for fairness. And to Alder Galvin's point, you had mentioned that when we talked about this in June, you made the point that other people or other organizations or other people spoke that were not marginalized, but just reference back to that meeting, there was a lady, a constituent of mine that was a member of the Oneida Nation, and I would say that of all groups that have been marginalized, there are few, if any, that have been marginalized and mistreated as poorly as the American Indian. So her point at the time, as well as her father's point, who was the chair of the Oneida Nation and a U.S. veteran, he said that they said we all need to unite under a flag, and it's the American flag. And so what I'm looking to do and what I would like to do is to have some fairness. And I'm just struggling with what Attorney Bungert said. It's like, do we have the authority? It seems like we do, but then it seems like the mayor can ignore the policy that this body places before him if he doesn't agree with it. I mean, that seems a little off. So I don't know what we're discussing really if we're being told that we don't really have a policy. I think we should forward it to the Protection and Policy Committee, because that's the policy-making body of our city government, and let them discuss it. And if it's in error and if it, the evidence is that we have no authority, then it ends there. But so I'm against the motion to receive and place on file. Thank you.
Point of clarification, Madam?
Alder Scannell?
It is my understanding that with the Boston case, it was the process that they took, that they went to the community and said, bring us flags, and they had a process of going, and that was what was wrong constitutionally. It was, which is not what is happening here. So what happened in Boston, we are not at risk the way Boston was, because the process is not the same. We are avoiding that risk.
Right. It's a fairly complicated legalistic discussion, but for the reason that you laid out, we don't have a public-facing bridge lighting policy anymore, or form any longer.
Right.
Because of the Boston case, so.
Were there, were there any city bridge lighting requests that were turned down at any time?
Not that I can recall off the top of my head, but that was a change that was made to avoid the legal landmine created by the Boston case. Alder Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, at least in my points, when I suggested that the mayor could make the decision and that decision could rest with him, it wasn't to suggest that this body doesn't have the ability to create a policy, because it certainly could. That's the debate that's in front of us. I was merely suggesting in absence of a policy, that decision could rest with the mayor. And so maybe to further illustrate that point, Mayor, if I were to ask you a question, what color mulch do you install at City Hall?
That's a great question. Brownish?
And how do you know which color to install without a policy?
Right? Yeah,
And again, it seems like a silly example. The point is, and of course, it's not an apples to apples comparison, but the point is that there are countless decisions that our staff and that our mayor must make on a daily basis within our city to govern that are not dictated by policy. I'm merely suggesting, in support of receiving and placing on file, it creates an absence of a policy, and therefore then would resort back to the mayor's discretion, no matter who's in that office, of whether or not they want to do that. And again, if you've got a future mayor that wants to do a right to life flag or any other flag, that's up to their discretion, and they would be accountable to the people that elected them afterwards. So that's what I'm supporting.
Thanks, Alder. Question for Mr. Wolkett. Have we straightened out the Zoom issues?
I think it's good as someone's been on mute, it should work.
Okay. Okay, does Alder Stevens still wish to speak? Oh, okay, oh, got it. I hear that. So with that, on to Alder Campbell.
Again, I just want to bring up how long we've worked on this and the direction that it was headed. I'm not only the people that have come here and voiced their opinion, which we respect, but again, we're back to the flag policy. Until last week, after committee, when we passed it on to the legal, which we were hoping to get clarification there on this a little bit, but then, as you heard explained, that's why we're sending it back to file. I don't think we should receive and place on file on here. And I just find it kind of, as of last week, thought, sometimes you get stuff done and sometimes don't. And I thought we should have just left it there and pushed it on to council today like it would have ended up, without any revisions. But last February 2nd, Tyler Job did an article with the mayor, one by one, as they went down. And the mayor stated, and I was appalled by this, because as an alder and thinking we're doing a great job here and moving policies through and getting parks going and figuring out ARPA, tackling budget issues, we're fixing the streets, trying to get everything going. I'll read it. The mayor says if he's elected, he would fly the flag pride again. I was so appalled, and I didn't know what to say to you when we were here with one heck of a ceremony, bringing Chief Knott in to the fire department. And I was so pulled both ways of talking to you at such a great event, but yet I just felt like I was denied. Now, if these are what people are talking about how you don't know how I feel, that's how I felt. And that's the way I still feel. The fact that we're doing this, and our own executive branches are doing this and bringing this back up, this is why all you people are here. This was already getting done. Now, I do have a suggestion. The mayor goes to a lot of functions, and he's very good at it, and supporting cast in whatever district it might be. It's great. Triangle Hill, everybody's seen him around. I don't think he has a problem, and I think we could still state the mayor's policy, because we are talking about the mayor's policy here. To have an event and I would love to come to the event and meet more people, but we're talking about a flag policy. We still can hold events, people. We still can get involved with the whole council. We can learn more. I didn't know nothing about the homeless shelter. I'm like, you know what, if I'm gonna have to vote on this, I gotta go through and see what this is all about. I was amazed. You know when it hit me? I'm a big hunter. All my clothes go into these crates, all right? I bring like 6 of them up north. They probably got $500 worth of clothing in them. If you don't think I'm passionate, that's when it hit me. And we were with a couple other people, and they were like waiting for me on the tour. And Melinda's like, come on, Sue. And I'm like, I couldn't get over the fact that I have 6 of them, and this person has 1, and all their belongings are in there. Everybody here, does everybody have more than 1 tote? I think there's a lot of other people here that we can help out here. And I will tell you, as passionate as I am, as passionate as the mayor is about supporting groups around town, I don't think we need to do it on City Hall property. The mayor can still do it. He still can go to the Packer game and sing the national anthem. We don't have to have a new logo in the city to do that. We need to get together with it and join and get the word out and build off of it. I just want everyone to think about that. Again, thank you.
All right, any other comments? Alder Weary and then Alder Stoyer for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really just brief comments. You know, it's clear that, you know, some are trying to make this debate that if you're for a flag policy, you're somehow a prejudiced human being with full of hate and vinegar. We've heard that right here. And I find that truly offensive. I really do. I do too. I mean, that's a horrible thing to say. You don't know me, you don't know my family and friends. I represent everybody in my district, no matter who they are. I fight for them on all kinds of things. I've been doing it for 20 years. Find somebody in my district who says I'm against any type of lifestyle. I help everybody, okay? So I want fair and equal treatment, and that's what the flag policy would do. Instead of shining lights on this or that, depending on who's mayor, and then we go, oh man, we could have some mayors with some really far out there attitudes and fly some flags. I just fly the flags that we have. Treat everybody equally like we have. Let's not create further division. Let's keep it, you know, we're one great city like we heard from everybody. So don't throw aspersions. It's not correct. It's not accurate.
Point of clarification, Your Honor.
Alder Scannell.
Yeah, I never said anyone was hateful. I never used those words. I said prejudice. And as obviously people are showing their prejudices. That's an obvious observation. And I'm not making any dispersions on that prejudice. I'm not calling anybody a foul name or putting them down in any way. In fact, I've said we all have our prejudices. You can't live in a society and not have prejudices. So I was not casting any dispersions whatsoever. And to say that I was is inaccurate. Show me my language where I'm putting anyone down. I'm calling out bigotry because, again, if the MIA flag was thrown, we would not be here. It's because it was the pride flag, and it's the bigotry against that community that is rising up against it. That's what this is all about. Otherwise, we would not be here.
Okay, thanks, Alder Scannell. Alder Stoyer?
Yes, but I'm not using any dispersions. I'm not saying you're a hateful, horrible person.
Alder Stoyer has the floor.
Thank you.
I don't know how to follow that up. I had another train of thought, but thanks. I was just going to ask, Mayor, you know, we were talking about, okay, somebody approached you to raise the flag, and I understand that. Have other folks approached you for other causes to possibly raise their flag since you've been in office?
Alder Weary, I think, has made a similar argument to what he was doing tonight, but otherwise, no.
Okay, but I'm just saying, are you open, you know, like I said, you are the chief executive. Are you open for other groups to come forward and say, you know, Mayor, can we do this?
Yeah,
Are you open to
we
that?
do have to shy away, though, from creating that formal policy of accepting all kinds of
This is where
ideas.
the problem has come in,
But
because we
that's the
don't,
problem with our bridge lights as it stands, and nobody's suggesting that we should just, you know, limit the bridge lights to red, white, and blue. Right? So
right.
it's
like
the
I
same
said,
constitutional question.
You know, in a way, I'm glad we're having this conversation too, because like I said, you know, there's a lot of folks that are saying bigotry and prejudice and this and that and the other thing. Yes, we do have our prejudices. You know, we grow up, you know, I have my beliefs, my spiritual beliefs, you know, and I'm going that route. But like I said, I represent everybody, so I need to be open to that. I just would hope that you or whoever's in office would also be open to that as well. That's all.
Mhm.
I think it's just a simple request.
Mhm.
So that's all I have to say.
All right. Any further comments? Seeing none, we have a motion. A request has been made to use the board, so this is receive and place on file as our motion. Alder Stevens on receive and place on file?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, no, we can't.
All right. First off, I would like to thank everybody that spoke this evening, and I will be voting yes to receive on place and file.
All right, thank you, Alder.
You're welcome.
What do we got? 6-6, so I vote to receive and place on file. All right, we are on to item U, I believe. This is the report of the Equal Rights Commission.
Mayor?
Alder Johnson?
Yeah, could it?
Yeah. Before we go to break.
Before we do that,
Alder
if you
Johnson.
guys don't mind, I have a quick item. I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the agenda. There's someone here who's for what I think will be a very fast item. So I would make a motion to reconsider the agenda, and if you support it, to take it up right now item, looking for it, L6 and L7.
Okay. Should we just take the whole report, or is there anything?
Yeah, I'm calling out that because I don't know if anybody wants to debate anything else.
Okay.
But there's someone here sitting for this item, and I don't want to keep them here all night. Yeah.
Okay, so there was a motion just to walk, if somebody could mute Zoom, just to walk us through. Alder Johnson made a motion to reconsider the agenda. That was seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion to amend the agenda to take up items L6 and L7 right now.
Alder Johnson makes a motion to take up L6 and L7 immediately. That was seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The agenda has been amended.
Okay, motion to approve,
As amended.
motion to approve L6. We'll just go fast.
Second. I think we need to approve the agenda as amended.
Yeah, approve the agenda as amended.
Motion made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Eck. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Aye.
The ayes have it. L6.
Motion to approve L6.
Is in front of us. Alder Johnson makes a motion to approve L6. That was seconded by Alder Campbell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Motion to approve L7.
Alder Johnson motions to approve L7. That was seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and those items are dispensed with. And we will take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back for the Equal Rights Commission report.
There's someone here sitting.
So I call the meeting of our common council back to order. And we are on item U, which is the report of the Equal Rights Commission. Alder Hutchison, a member of the commission.
Yes, I'm the lone alder on the Equal Rights Commission. So I'm taking this moment to make a motion. I'm going to amend the way the motion is prepared for the agenda. And before I do the motion, I want to explain why, because I'm talking to the commission, I'm talking to the public, and I'm talking to the alders and the mayor. I had calls recently from landlords, landlord association reps, and they feel in this report, the report on the Green Bay Equal Rights Commission, Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit of Happiness recommendations to promote equal housing opportunity in Green Bay, that they haven't been given time to express their opinions. So I'm respecting that notion. So I'm going to amend this to give us time to think about the recommendations. And I'm amending the motion to accept and receive and place on file the report. That's not part of it. Someone really likes it. And to refer to staff to create recommendations and plan to bring back to council for consideration and action. So what this motion does is I'm saying receive and place on file this report, but have the staff look at the recommendations and present them to council more or less in the order that they are in the report. And so the council can vote on these recommendations one by one. I hope this would enable the different entities in the city to come together before these votes and have discussions, so when we actually have the votes, it's more coherent and more streamlined, so people are all on the same page. Okay, so that's my amendment.
Alder Hutchison makes that motion. Is there a second for it?
Second.
Seconded by Alder Scannell. And then we do have a good number of folks here from the public. Alder Johnson makes a motion to open the floor. That was seconded by Alder Brunette. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. And again, I'm going to go through the stack that I have, but if others would like to speak, feel free to do so. First on the list here is John Shelton. Oh, yes. Alder Campbell is reminding us all that we do customarily offer 3 minutes to members of the public. So if people could stick to that, that would be great.
Okay, great.
Mr. Shelton.
John Shelton, 1045 South Webster Avenue. And I am a member of the commission, and until very recently I was the vice chair. And I'd just like to start off by thanking Mayor Gingrich for appointing this commission, for the work of Alder Hutchison, the conversations that those of us on the ERC have had with alders like Alder Stoyer, really appreciate the time. I'll try to be as brief as I can in 3 minutes. When the ERC met initially, we didn't have any sort of preconceived notions about what we wanted to do. But if we think back to the invocation that we got at the beginning of this meeting today, which was to really kind of foreground the most marginal people in our city, that was something that we took to heart. It was something that we thought was really important. And so one of the things that we heard sort of almost immediately from different members of the community, folks who are sort of working in these sorts of fields, is how much housing was an issue. And I probably don't need to give everybody all of the statistics about this, because you've probably heard about it. I'm sure you have from your constituents. But something like half of renters in Green Bay are paying more than 30% of their income each month on housing. And that's just not sustainable. There's a significant shortage of housing in this city. And so when we heard about that and we started talking to people, we decided we needed to have some hearings to really hear how people were experiencing this. And I'm not going to read the whole report for you, although if you want me to, I will, but that's going to take more than 3 minutes. But we heard things that were really harrowing, victims of domestic violence who were trying to get their lives back together after fleeing an abusive partner and couldn't find housing, who had landlords who were asking them when they were using Section 8 vouchers to pay 3 times the deposit that, for a monthly income. Right? So you're adding the stress of that onto already what it's like, to try and get things moving again. We heard about African American families who are facing, surveillance by the police and how that connected to being evicted very easily, in many cases when a complaint actually hadn't been justified. We heard about immigrants and refugees, folks in the Somali community who overnight had their rents increased dramatically, in some cases by out-of-town companies, right, who were just, looking to make the highest profits that they could, and thinking about whether they were going to stay here, whether they were going to forego food, or whether they were going to move to the Twin Cities. Okay, so we were really driven by thinking about this big problem of housing and how it connected to specific groups in our community. And so the recommendations that you have before you are driven by a premise that we think is, frankly, woven pretty deeply in American history, which is that, it's not named life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for an accident, right? Because our way of life is founded on the idea that securing the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are foundational. And the people in our community are not having access to that, right? And so we tried to craft a series of recommendations that we thought could be an opening conversation, right? There's a lot in this report. There are very immediate things like giving more resources to renters, right, so that they know their rights and they know how the rental process works. To very long-term recommendations, right? Affordable housing ordinance, right? You've seen the report, right? But big things that we need to talk about, big conversations. And so what you're really voting for here is to open up that conversation, right? We're not saying that all of these things are going to be implemented immediately or even at all. But what we're asking you to do as the commission is to make the right choice, open this conversation, and continue this dialogue, because we have to do something to make sure that every one of our residents in this city have access to housing, this fundamental right, this fundamental aspect of what it means to live a good life in our community. So I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you, Mr. Sheldon. First, Alder Brunette, then Alder Johnson.
Yeah, Mr. Sheldon, thank you for being here.
You're very welcome.
And I'm sorry we had scheduling issues. It would have been great to connect with you one-on-one, maybe after this, perhaps.
Absolutely.
Did you, I know this is an I think it's the Equal Rights Commission's report. Did you primarily draft this?
Me personally?
Yeah.
I'd say we worked on it collaboratively, but I am a historian, so you'll note that a lot of the historical stuff in there, I think, is not a secret that it would kind of stem with my expertise.
Yeah, you had, there are a couple points I want to make in questions. One thing you had just referenced, and in the report it's mentioned twice. And the first page of the actual document, it said, for African American families in Green Bay, the struggle to find housing is particularly acute, as disproportionate unwarranted surveillance by landlords combined with disproportionate unwarranted surveillance by the police severely limits many black families' right to safe, affordable, high-quality housing in Green Bay. Could you kind of talk us through how you reached that conclusion?
Sure, yeah.
On the police side, primarily.
I'm sorry?
The police side of the equation. You're kind of basically saying that the police are unjustly or without warrant surveilling black families. And if that's true, that's a pretty serious charge, and I'd like to know how you came to that conclusion.
Yeah, we listened to people who had worked with significant parts of the African American community and the things that they were telling us about the kinds of surveillance they were experiencing with the police.
How many people or how many families stated that?
How many families specifically?
Yeah, how many people made that accusation or claim? Because that's a hell of a thing to suggest in a report without us as a body responding to that in some way.
Yeah, well, I don't have a specific number for you, but I think, again, this is a starting point for a conversation. So I think that's something that if you're interested in learning more about, I'll be with you to get more information on that.
Would you think it would be fair to omit that without vilifying our police who, as far as we're concerned as a governing body, we've never, or at least I'm concerned, I've never heard that accusation, to put it in a report without any data on this end of the report? It just seems like a unfair characterization of our police.
Yeah, I can understand why you would have that perspective, Alder Burnett, because one of the things that we heard from folks who are in the black community here is that they don't feel comfortable coming to this body, right? Because they don't feel, they don't feel like it's easy to have their interests being heard here. So that's one of the reasons that we decided to bring that into the report, to say that needs to be part of the conversation that we're having as a city. So, if you'd like to be a part of having those conversations with some folks in the African American community, I can probably help to facilitate some introductions. But let me say one other thing about that, because this is important. This isn't about vilifying the police, right? No one's saying that an individual, police officer is bad. What it means is we have a structure in place that, has excessive surveillance of African American, communities. And so that's something that we need to take seriously as a city.
Sir, as a council member, president of the city council, where we have had people from all different backgrounds in life come to this body, I can't imagine in any way, in any scenario, has any council member treated a member of the African American community unfairly when they've been before this body.
That's not what I'm saying. What
That's
I'm saying,
what you're alluding to.
That's let's look at this, all right? And this is not an aspersion on anybody here, but look at the composition of people here. I think everybody here is extremely well-meaning. I think everybody's good, right? But I think one of the things that we hear is that representation matters. And one of the things that we heard from members of the African American community is that when they don't have representation on this council, that matters.
When you look at this body and you make a statement to say, look at this room, what are you referring to? Our skin color?
The phenotypical.
So you're making a judgment on our adequacy in representing and serving our city by our skin color. That's an appalling accusation or insinuation to make.
Yeah, I think that's fascinating, because this is something that people often do when folks, bring their concerns, right, about the kinds of racial inequalities that exist in our society. Turning things around and making that into a claim of reverse discrimination is, frankly, I find that appalling.
I never said reverse discrimination.
That
I
seems
stated
to-
that
that seems to be the implication.
You are making a judgment on this body's ability to represent our community based on the makeup of the body.
Alder Burnett, if we could
Okay.
just stick to the.
The second question I had was in regard to landlords. I had several different discussions with landlords. I sought out landlords in our community. And by and large, the landlords that did review this document were quite appalled with how they were being mischaracterized again. In the document, several times it makes the statement that the balance of power has shifted dramatically into the landlord's advantage. And I think that there are a lot of tenants who, or I should say, the balance of power has shifted to landlords. And from the landlord's perspective, that's not necessarily the way that they see the issue. So I know there's a motion on the floor, but if we held this up or if we referred it back to the Equal Rights Commission, would you be willing to meet with those landlords so that they could kind of respond to these points in the report?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, why would we not do that? I mean, all of our hearings were open to the public, right? So anybody who had an interest in this could, come and speak up.
Did you invite landlords to the meetings, though? Or have an agenda? Because I respect that you had a variety of organizations present. I really do respect that, and I appreciate that. But was there ever a part of your meetings or open discussions where you went out of your way to invite landlords to kind of create a more balanced report?
Was there an intention to bring in landlords? No. And the reason for that is because, what we are is the Equal Rights Commission, right? We're here, again, going back to the invocation with which we started this meeting, to think about the most marginalized groups in our community and think about the issues that they're facing with these, very significant challenges to housing, right? And so the idea of bringing in landlords was not something that we were prioritizing because we wanted to prioritize the folks who are experiencing difficulties with housing, right? So I understand that landlords, I think everybody on the commission understands that, landlords have their own interests. And, I think if there's the implication here that landlords are being vilified, I think that's kind of a misinterpretation of what we're trying to do. One of the examples of things that we suggest is the possibility of a good landlord registry, right? Now, I'm sure there's lots of good landlords. In fact, we actually heard at the Equal Rights Commission hearing about some of the good landlords that tenants in this community have had. So why not reward them and make sure that people in this community know when there are good landlords who are treating people fairly? So, yeah, absolutely. Like if this motion is passed, we would be glad to meet with landlords. In fact, I think we even point that out in the commission that we'd be glad to meet with landlords, go to, landlord trainings, all of those kinds of things.
Okay, fair enough. I just think we need to do that on the front end, because a document like this, if adopted by the city government, that, in my opinion, has a unfair tone towards landlords, I think would be counterproductive. What I'm looking for is a balanced report that a good majority of people in this city could support. So I'm glad to hear that you're willing to kind of continue the discussion.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think the vast majority of tenants in this city who are struggling to find good housing would, the feedback I've gotten from this from people that have struggled to find housing is actually that it's great and refreshing to have somebody taking the side of renters and tenants who are struggling to find that.
Final point, in the report, you say that if housing is a right, the most obvious thing for the city to do is to educate the public that housing for everyone is a priority. And I can appreciate that. To educate landlords about their responsibilities and educate tenants about their rights. And I would say, in the spirit of being balanced, I think it should say to educate landlords about their rights and responsibilities, and to educate tenants about their rights and responsibilities. They're both sides of the equation. I think landlords and tenants should both know their rights and responsibilities on both ends. Would you agree to that?
I would agree to that, sure.
Okay, thank you. All right, no other questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. So I was going to offer up, as the presumed author, and at least at a minimum, a collaborator, I was going to offer, and a member, of course, of the Equal Rights Commission, if you wanted more time to speak, to finish your thoughts, or do you feel like you've had enough time to?
I think I'm good. Yeah.
Okay, so I at least wanted to extend that courtesy, as we've
No, I
done that with
appreciate
other
that.
speakers in the past. So, there's obviously a lot to take in here. And I did watch the presentation via YouTube and had an opportunity, obviously, to review this. So if you were to want to instill upon this body 3 major takeaways, and of course, I understand I'm putting you on the spot with that, what would be the things that you'd really want us to remember?
Well, the first one is easy, okay? This issue with housing is not going away, okay? So whatever you all choose to do with this document tonight, this is a document, frankly, not that y'all aren't important, because I think you're all very important, but this is a document that's going to transcend this meeting, all right? Because this is not an issue that's, unique to Green Bay, right? But it is one that is becoming increasingly problematic here, right? And Green Bay is constantly rated as, one of the top places to live in the country, and I've lived in a few places. Green Bay is the best place I've ever lived, right? It's a great place to live. It's not going to continue to be that if we don't do something about this housing issue, right? Because there are too many people who can't afford a good place to live, okay? So that's number one. I'd say number two is these sort of forces that exist already, the difficulties that people face in housing, are magnified when groups are marginal. So if you are Somali, right, or Congolese, or some of the many other refugee groups that because we are a great community, that we have accepted and invited into our community, you struggle even more so to find housing, right? You have, to go back to something I said earlier, frankly, there's a power imbalance, right, that already exists because it's difficult financially for people to find housing, but then is magnified by the fact that you know, maybe landlords don't know enough about the cultural, the kind of cultural practices of immigrant groups, or there are language barriers, okay? So that's number 2. And number 3, I think the third biggest takeaway, you really put me on the spot here. I could probably give you 10, honestly, if you wanted to talk about this. My students know that I can, you know, take them past the time that class ends. I did that today, I think. But the third one is, we have to start thinking big picture about things that we are going to do to ensure that people have housing in this community, right? And I'm not an expert on housing, right? Nobody on the commission is. This isn't something that we went in and we said, hey, we know a lot about housing. Let's write a report about housing. It was people and organizations in the community coming to us and saying, this is a significant impediment to people's livelihoods, a significant impediment to equality in this community. And I think, because I do love this city immensely, I didn't know that Mayor Gingrich sang the national anthem. I want to hear more about that.
Not yet.
Okay. But I love this community, and we can be a leader, right? And that's what I think the Equal Rights Commission, you know, this council, this mayor and this council had the wisdom to create this organization and to appoint the people that it appointed, who was, you know, which is a great group of people, with the idea that we would come up with big ideas to continue to ensure that Green Bay is a great place to live. And so thinking about big ideas, right? Maybe it's not every idea that's in the commission report. This is a starting place for a conversation, okay? But we need to think big.
Okay. And then more of just a surface level question.
Sure.
Have you read The Color of Law?
Yes, of course.
Okay. I was going to say, as a historian, if you haven't, I was going to highly
Yeah,
recommend it.
yeah.
But it's a good read, so glad to hear that.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Any other questions for Mr. Shelton? Yeah, Alder Grant, and then Alder Morgan, then Alder Galvin.
In regards to requiring a certain amount of affordable housing in a development, do you have any concern or thought about the variables that, landlords or developers face with property taxes, building materials, taxes, insurance premiums, and how can they control, rent when they're facing those challenges themselves?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I understand that developers, have their own motives for developing, right? And, everybody knows about inflation and building costs. Again, I want to emphasize I'm not an expert in housing, but this is what I think is important. Okay. In particular, when we subsidize developers as a city, we're spending money on them, right? And my view is, and the view of this commission, is that when we're engaging in those kinds of tax expenditures, we should be getting the most out of that possible. And what we really need in this community is affordable housing. People are this conversation is not going away. People are clamoring for this, okay? And so I don't know exactly how we do that, but we need to ensure that as we are spending money on spending our tax dollars to subsidize development, that we're getting the most affordable housing that we can out of that situation. Now, I'm speaking from, in that last point, I'm speaking for myself. I want to be a little bit clear about that. But yeah, we have to make sure that we're doing that.
Okay. And with your, list, your good landlord, bad landlord list, have you put thoughts into who would control that? What would be the, is there a scale? What would count as certain degrees?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, this is, again, we talked about this among the commission. This is really a starting point for a conversation, so we don't know exactly what that would look like. I think we're going to want to get input from lots of different people. I mean, one of the pieces of feedback that I actually received personally from a colleague who is a landlord on campus, actually, is that what would be landlords' incentives for this? And so I think that's where we'd want to have a conversation. I think, frankly, city council needs to be involved in that, right? My personal view is that this should be something that, the city would kind of take some responsibility for, because there's a kind of moral authority that exists with the city and potentially some incentives that could be in place. But if that's not possible, you could picture kind of almost like a kind of Yelp review for landlords, right? That would be run by, say, a community organization, so that people in this community know, hey, this is a landlord where I can go and make sure that they're, say, going to give me a fair shake with Section 8 vouchers, for example. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Alder Morgan, then Alder Galvin.
The first thing I'd like to talk about, and Chairman Burnett brought it up in his first part,
the discussion about the police surveillance, I assume they're talking about like this Bearcat vehicle that parks in neighborhoods or something like
No,
that?
that's not
Or
what
was
we're
it
talking about.
something else mentioned that?
Okay, so this is what we heard, all right? We heard that African-American families, especially those with teenagers, right, who might just maybe doing sort of normal things that like any teenagers would do. I am the father of a teenager, right? They hang out on the porch. They're loud sometimes, right? That African-American kids get access to, or access isn't the right word, have disproportionate access, interactions with the police, right? And so then what happens is that becomes an incident. That incident ends up on, say, Green Bay crime reports. Landlord finds out about it, and then all of a sudden they're having conversations about eviction, even if there's no, even if there's no finding of wrongdoing, right? So that's specifically what we're talking about. That's what we heard.
So have you researched how much of this is just police response to complaints? Because I know police don't have time to do selective enforcement as much anymore because they're so short-staffed. They have to react to complaints. They're a reaction unit now. So do we have anything to prove this stuff, or?
I would have to defer to you about the understaffing of police, right? I'm just reporting what I heard. So I think that would really be, kind of on this body to have that conversation about how to make sure that there's less of that happening.
How much of this report is based then on just opinions of people that addressed it that don't have any factual basis to it?
I think the personal experiences that people have had when they've been, sort of the victims of discrimination, I mean, is that an opinion? Sure, but that's their personal experience, and I think that's highly relevant to this conversation.
Okay, then from personal experience, I feel I was a minority renter. A third, almost half of my life, I was a single white male. I had to go and rent. I didn't own property. And I was discriminated a lot then because they didn't want a young male in there that might be a partier or something like that. They had basis, but it still cost me more money. I had to spend more for security deposits and stuff like that. I don't see anything in here about anything like that. And I've got a person I know that asked, and this entire report couldn't have been written without a single mention of race, immigrant status, or sexual overtones, just the public in general?
Yeah, well, so first of all, I'm glad that you agree that housing should be a right for everybody, right?
Yes,
Should
sir.
have been a right for you, and it should be a right for everybody in this community. Could this have been written without thinking about race and immigration status? It could have. I mean, right? I mean, this is still a problem, right, for everybody. But again, we're the Equal Rights Commission, right? And so I'm just going to go back to the invocation one more time, because it was a great invocation, right? To think about the most marginal people in the community as we're sort of doing our work. That's what the Equal Rights Commission was designed to do. And one of the things we heard from marginal people is that they experienced increased difficulty because of the fact that there already is a dearth of affordable housing here. So could it have been written that way? Sure. I don't think it would be as valuable to the city if it were written that way.
Thank you for your opinions.
You're welcome.
Alder Galvin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Shelton, I apologize that I did not attend the presentation. I wish I had. And the comments I make are in no way associated with the police department, but I will say that as a former police officer who was raised in Astor neighborhood, when I first got on the job, it was a shock when I walked into many homes and residents within this community. I began to see things that I never knew existed, how some people lived, the quality of their housing, the quality of their lifestyle. And so, it was an education, and it was something that really made me very fundamentally aware of how our community operates, the pluses and the minuses, the marginalized people. When I was in charge of community policing, and we were in charge of complaints on problem houses and things like that. Almost all of them were rental units. And we had the landlords in, we had contact with the residents, and You know, I saw abuses on both sides of the fence. You know, there were great landlords, there were bad, horrible landlords. There was one landlord who had so many tickets against him, it went into the tens of thousands of dollars. And he just decided at one point to quit paying the fines, and he sat in jail for over 120 days just to be a pain. I saw tenants that were awful, and they destroyed every dwelling that they ever rented. And I'm not really sure why, but that's what happened. I saw landlords that went broke trying to repair the damage done by tenants. At the same time, I saw landlords having people living in housing where the upstairs toilet dripped onto the dining room table of the apartment below, and they made no effort to fix it. I saw a home where an immigrant family was living, and it was the middle of summer, and their toilet was flushing into the basement. The grass was solid green for about 3 feet all the way around the foundation because of the excrement that was fertilizing it. And they were too afraid to say anything because it was the only place they could find to live. So I'm happy to see this report. I only had one comment from one landlord, and it's, I think, very well written. And I appreciate that you're willing to try and get some of these landlords together. I think we could learn a lot from some of the landlords, the good ones, the ones that try to operate places that treat everybody fairly and create a decent, clean environment for their tenants to live. I'd also like to see you, though, contact the police department and get some of their input, or one or two of their representatives to kind of help you folks out with some of these. I would love to see us look at other communities. Oshkosh has a landlord ordinance. I brought that up once, and boy, I got buried on that one, so I didn't go very far. But something needs to be done. You're right. We need to take the longbow shot here if we want this community to thrive and to grow faster than what it has been. And housing is acute. I have a daughter that is in one of the scattered housing homes now in Green Bay. And it's been almost a little over 2-year wait for her to get in there with her family. So it's hard. It's hard for a lot of people out there. I understand that. So I applaud what you're attempting to do, and I will try to get more involved with your reports in the future. Thank you.
Could I respond to that quickly?
Yeah.
I appreciate that, Alder Galvin, and I would just say quickly, if you have landlords that are, giving you feedback, feel free to pass that on to the members of the commission.
Absolutely. I'll get your
Thank you.
email, and I'll forward this email to you.
Yep, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Alder Campbell and Alder Stoyer.
Thank you for coming in. Again, I'll use this example of, I'm listening intently. I didn't read the report. I apologize, but I'm learning a lot just by how you're saying this.
That's your homework assignment.
Well, and likewise, I can't really come to any kind of sense out of this other than trusting my other alders here and support and knowledge of it. But again, I compare this to the homeless thing, and I would say that I definitely think this is we've seen committees or commissions and committees come in here before and I would say this is the beginning stages of learning this if we're going to try to fix it. So relative to not opinion, not saying it's opinion, sooner or later it becomes fact, and we can present it to each other if we sit down. But I've had 2 instances in my district, and I have a lot of low-income district. One, they really reached out to me. They wanted to start a neighborhood thing. He thought I was saving his life when I knocked on his door of the 2nd floor, but basically an attic. So on one end, and this is a great story because I tried to send him to the right department. So I did a little research. What do I do with this? How do I handle it? How can I help this family that also just lost her job and had a kid? So it was a mess. And I said, I'll do what I can. I even know his old employer, so I even tried to reach out to him and man, just help these guys out, And I ended up giving them what to do next. And they ended up condemning the building. So there was drugs downstairs being dealt. By the way, a storm fell on that person's vehicle, and no one knows who it was because it's been parked there and plates have been missed. So they live below. So not a good situation. They ended up getting kicked out because they condemned the building. I never felt so helpless and responsible for trying to help them, and it was a really bad situation, you know. And I can only say, this is where I can learn more about this, you know, and we can all come together on it, you know. But I do probably see the struggles. One of the other ones was just recent, and I did some research on how to handle it, and it was a process of building codes and permits, and they were trying to fix it. Needless to say, the work stopped. The people had the landlord had to put him up in a hotel, so it was costing him money, but he was really trying to get through it, but he just was trying to cheat a little on the process, you know. So I see the struggles on them two instances, you know, and those are facts, you know, and addresses and real people, and you know, and not of any color or anything. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered. It was situational. One was a landlord, one was a tenant. You know what I mean? So, you know, I could see both sides of it, and this guy owns a lot of stuff in my district and around the town and other towns. And he struggles with the city of Green Bay and the tight ordinances, so I will speak up to, you know, that, so it is there. And of course, your police get involved when on eviction and all this. So we are using up a lot of you know, company resources. Company, right? It's our company. So anyway, you know, and I could see that. So I definitely would like to learn more about this as Alder Galvin. And I think almost probably everyone here. Like I said, I apologize for not reading it. Thank you for your time.
Alder Campbell, I'll just say, I'm sure I speak for the whole commission when I say we appreciate the advocacy that you've done, you know, for folks in the community. And I sincerely mean that. And, you know, anytime you want to grab coffee with me or anybody else on the commission, just let me know. We can talk more about this stuff.
That's how it starts.
Alder Schreier?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thanks for coming in, John. I had an opportunity to meet with you and Tara last week, and I think it was very fruitful. I've had a chance to look at the report, and like you said, it's a starting point, so I don't want to reiterate that a whole lot. I think the fact is, you know, you talk about some of the marginalized groups, and in my district, I have 4,000 homes in my district, single-family homes, Northwest Green Bay. And I have a lot of folks that are senior and elderly citizens, you know, they're up against it. Special needs citizens, they're up against it. So there are other groups that need help, so and I know you're gonna be aware of that. I've also been on a committee with landlords and the city and the county, you know, talking about renters' rights and such. So the conversations have been had, and I just want you to know that I've been to the apartment association a number of times and talked to the folks. There are a lot of good people there, and I think they're willing to work, you know, with you. So I just want to make sure you know about that as well. They were talking about since 1980, we're talking about building stock. You know, a lot of the homes that are out there were built before 1980. If you look at homes now, new homes, they're mostly very large, very expensive. You don't see a lot of smaller homes being built, so that's part of the problem. So for the last 40 years, we've been kind of had a stagnant building stock of sorts. So that's got to be looked at as well. So a lot of folks are looking for homes that already exist, correct, in a sense, you know, moving in. I mean, I have a ranch home on either side of my house. They went for $240,000 in a stamp. People just bought them because they're desperate for housing. And these are people that supposedly have money and can find things. So you talked about what FDR talked about with the Bill of Rights, you know, and that. Has that changed at all in your mind as far as what he brought forward? You know, like I said, these are conversations. Have things been amended since then, in your mind's eye?
We could go for a couple hours on that.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you want to get me start talking about FDR?
Yeah, I'm
These
sorry.
people are gonna
Look,
leave.
I'm gonna forget it. I'm a history guy too, so sorry about that. I think the one thing that bothered me, and I think we can talk about that eventually, is talking about a tenant that pays 3 times or more of the monthly rent, that type of thing.
Yep.
I've heard that from a few people, and that seems to be not good. So I think that's an issue that will be discussed and talked about. I don't know, thanks for just coming in. You know, I'd be more than willing to sit down. I like writing, I like doing research. I'm sort of retired besides this position, so I have some time. I would be willing to work with your commission and on some of this stuff.
Well, thank you for those comments, and we may very well put you to work, and I'll bend your ear about Roosevelt.
My wife won't like it, but.
All right, we still are on our first speaker, but Alder Scannell, go ahead.
I have a question.
All right.
Which is actually what we're supposed to be doing now, is asking questions. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm kind of regretting opening up this up for questions. I've been here for a
Yes.
while.
I just want to make sure I've got this set, because it seemed to me there might be some confusion, and I want to make sure that I've got this right. That the purpose of the report is to express problems from the community that they're experiencing and perceiving. It's not meant to vilify anyone. It's not meant to be thrown in anybody's face. This is how they see it, and some of those might even be perceived. It may not even be a real problem, given their past experiences. Is that an accurate?
Yeah, it's absolutely accurate, Alder Scannell. Thank you.
Yes, and I do know that, and this isn't a slam on the police, that I have had some constituents come to me and complain about police surveillance, African Americans, and that doesn't mean that we've got a horrible police department. It's just none of us are perfect here. We can get better and better. That's the whole purpose of this, right? And it's that we have a systemic system that puts these people at a disadvantage. And when you start looking at systemic ways, we can fix that, correct?
Absolutely, yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any final questions? All right. Thanks for all the work.
You're welcome.
On to, I'm not sure if they're still here, Nolan Bennett? Not here. Casey Hicks.
Hello, my name is Casey Hicks. I live at 1019 Emily Street, Green Bay, Wisconsin. Yeah, I just wanted to talk to you all quickly about an experience that I had when I was a renter several years ago, when I was just going into my senior year of college. And thankfully, I'm a homeowner now, so I'm fortunate enough to say that. But before I get into the story, I just want to say that there's a lot of really great recommendations in this report that I think that the city council should consider more in depth and allow staff to really consider and do a lot more work on and hear from the community more on. So I just want to ask the city council to consider all those recommendations, but particularly there's one recommendation in the report that stood out to me because of the experience I had leaving campus housing my senior year of college and being hard pressed with my roommates and I to quickly find a place to live off campus. We had missed the deadline to live on campus because we decided we wanted to live in the city, and ran into a lot of issues just trying to find what landlords were reliable and who were good ones and who were bad ones. So we scoured the internet, looked through Google reviews, and eventually settled on one company that did not have the best reviews, but we were essentially out of time and needed a place to live, and ended up going with that company. We were told right away when we were getting the tour that there was black mold in the basement, and we essentially had to deal with it. Later on, when I was living there, I had missed a payment for rent. It was $250 was my share. And I had gone personally to the office to drop off my check, and they somehow lost it. And then I was given an eviction notice only a few days after. And thankfully, I was able to work it out and go down there and pay it. But there were numerous instances we had with this company that made it difficult to live there and just added stress onto our lives. And at that point in time, I was a broke college student. I was working 2 jobs, and I was essentially only making about $1,000 a month. And still having to pay for school, and then also still having to pay for my other living expenses on top of rent. So the recommendation that I want to point out that I probably should have said at the beginning of the story was having a landlord registry and a list of all the landlords who have good reputations. It would have saved myself a lot of time, my roommates a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of stress. And I think also just generally creates a really good environment for landlords to be competitive with each other and to benefit tenants and to also lift up other landlords by setting good examples. So there's numerous other great recommendations in there that I'd like the city council and staff and whole community to consider more. but I at least just wanted to give my experience on that just one. So, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Hicks. Any questions? All right, thanks for your testimony. Daniela Beal?
Hi there, Daniela Beal, 2883 St. Anthony Drive, Apartment 6, Green Bay. I just wanted to, again, kind of encourage everyone to consider this report. I guess, few experiences, one mainly just speaking to the knowledge of my mother's experience growing up. She spent several months living with her 3 younger siblings and her 2 parents in a car. You know, her parents were doing the best that they could to make ends meet, and they couldn't. So I just want to encourage folks to consider these recommendations. I think it's really important to make sure that folks have access to housing, and that we're supporting people, families with that. So that's the main thing. I just really want you to look at this recommendation seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, thanks. On to Allison Jane Martinaro.
Hello, my name is Allison Jane Martingano. You were close.
Oh, that was not even close. Sorry.
I moved to Green Bay 6 months ago for my job. In the process of applying for rental property here, it felt more subjective than anywhere else I've ever lived. I'm lucky not only to live in this great country, but to also be able to start my life here in Green Bay. I immigrated to the United States in 2014 and have lived in properties across 3 states. But the process here really shocked me. Not only were the application fees extraordinarily expensive to simply apply to live in a property, the application itself felt really too personal. So for example, I had to submit photos of my car to apply. Not just one photo, photos of all 4 sides. When I asked why this was important, I was told that any visible rust would be a reason for exclusion. This seems simply to me as a way to exclude people who have financial difficulties, or potentially just to exclude people, a certain type of person that they don't want based on their car. Not knowing anyone else in the area, and having already forked out for the application fee, I signed the tenancy agreement. The contract was more restrictive and punitive than any I've signed in the past. For example, I'm not allowed to have a visitor for more than 14 days in a year. My boyfriend, who's in the US Navy, likes to come visit me. He usually visits me for more than 14 days in a year, which meant that I had to add him to the lease in order to let him visit me. That cost me another application fee, and of course I had to submit 4 photos of his car as well. It also means that my parents, who still live in my home country, can't come and visit me for more than 14 days, which is a long way for them to come. Lastly, my rental property very much treats it as if it was their property, which they can access at any time. A few months after moving in, I was getting ready for work in the morning when the door opens and in walks one member of the maintenance staff. He didn't knock. I was half dressed at the time, but didn't want to cause a scene, so I covered myself up and asked how I could help. After a little bit of back and forth, I realized that he was looking for that Mexican family, who had apparently put in a maintenance request. The idea that it would be okay to walk in on this particular family unannounced and without knocking did not make me feel much better. Overall, the impact of the subjective rental application procedures, the restrictive tenancy agreement, and the poor property management have not affected me too much, too gravely. But I fear had I not been white, remarkably middle class, and spoke English well, this would not necessarily have been the case. I came here to speak tonight to say that I realize and recognize that the system as is ripe for bias and abuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? All right, thank you. Next is Rick Vanderleest.
Hi, my name is Rick Vanderleest, 2240 O'Connor Road, Green Bay. We all seem to jump quick to judgment. I'm not related at all to John Vanderleest. I tease him all the time. He spells the name wrong. So I'm a member of the apartment association that Alder Stoyer talked about. He's been to our association several times. I'm also a member of the Fox Valley group. I actually sit on the board of the one here in the Green Bay area. I struggled a lot with, can you hear me? Okay. So I struggled a lot with what I wanted to say tonight because we haven't had a lot of time to digest this. We would like more time to digest this. I heard a lot about equality and inclusivity and balance tonight. I would just like to remind the council members we're part of that equation and we didn't get that. We would like that. We want to help. There's very few landlords that don't want to help. I've been an advocate of affordable housing for decades. I have been fortunate to have been outside of the state of Wisconsin for decades. I have been a part of affordable housing task force where it's worked, unfortunately not in Green Bay and not in Brown County, and that's why you've seen my residential properties in the city and in Brown County go south. And frankly, the last one out of the state of Wisconsin. That can change and should change, and I'm not the only landlord that's done that. But I'm telling you right now, without the best of intentions, what's being discussed here tonight will only make that situation worse. And we need to come together. It can't be an us versus them mentality. One of our founders of this group talks a lot about the way things used to be back in the day when we would work together, and it wasn't an us versus them mentality. And somehow we've gotten away from that. And we're just as guilty. I'm an equal guilt person. I mean, landlords need to bear the burden of the brunt where they deserve it, as do tenants. And I do think a lot of people have talked here about costs. And this is going to be one of those unfortunate truth discussions. But the 4 cost buckets that we have as landlords, mortgages. Every time you see what's happening with the Fed, I want to help you guys connect the dots, okay? Because I'm not sure everybody here understands economics. At least some of us took it a long time ago, including myself. When the Fed's rates go up, our mortgage rates go up. Non-owner occupied, which is what most of our properties are, have balloons or arms. They're not 25 or 30-year mortgages that we locked in at 2 or 3 or 4%. Some of them, including some of mine, are going to come due this year. So some of us are going to have some pretty hefty increases in mortgage payments this year when we refinance those balloons. So mortgage payments, number one, and based on what I've seen so far, I'm going to use a model example for you guys to kind of think through. Roughly speaking, a $75 increase per month, per unit, increase in rent. Connect the dots. Number 2, next biggest chunk, and this is going to really be an unfortunate truth for you guys, property taxes, okay? Some of our landlords experienced, one tonight I spoke with out here, $36 per month per unit increase in property taxes. I have one that was 75, and there are some below that, and there are some I'm sure above that. And I will tell you, one of my commercial properties was 68% increase. Now, you all look at me and say, well, we're only here to talk about residential. I want to, again, help you connect the dots. If that commercial property is someone who's doing flooring or something that provides a service to residential, guess what happens to his rent? Guess what happens to the charge that he charges landlords to have to do those make-readies to those properties? Guess what happens to rent? It all goes downhill, guys and gals, sorry. So the next bucket of cost that we have is insurance, and only an actuary could explain this to you guys. They never try to explain it to me, and it just goes in one and out the other. But insurance always seems to go up 10 to 20% per year. They're telling us this year it's going to be worse because of inflation. They have to cover the cost of all these things, and God forbid, the cost of a fire or storm damage, some of those straight line winds that we had in our area, et cetera. they're gonna factor in now, of course, for 2023. And that is averaging out to be roughly $12 per unit per month, okay? And so the other one that is sort of the elephant in the room, that nobody wants to talk about it, but everybody wants to basically just look the other way with it, is utilities. I'm here to tell you, utilities are out of control. And a lot of landlords have pushed utilities off to the tenants. We have not. None of my companies have done that. I will be lying to you if I didn't say that that has come up in several discussions that we've had, is should we be? But I'm adamant that we will not. But think about it this way. Natural gas in one of my properties has gone in from December of 22 to February here now of 23, 262%. It's all about natural gas until everybody let Madison increase the kilowatt charge effective January of 23. Now we're all going to start seeing that come February, March, April, May too in electricity. Now again, I'm equal sides here. Now for the landlords who push this all off to the tenants, think what that's doing to them. Because now they're paying for those increases too. And there's a little model we're working with, that's $50 a month in utilities. When you add up all four of these buckets, it's $187 per unit per month in our little model 10-unit apartment building. So when you see all the different stations and interviewing and everything that's going on about what's going on with these ridiculous rent increases, please understand from a slightly different perspective perhaps, that doesn't include what it costs now to buy an appliance, to have flooring done, to have painting done, to all the things also that have gone up exponentially. So when you talk about affordable housing, right, I mean, why is affordable housing unaffordable, right? Those are the cost buckets that are making affordable housing unaffordable. And I looked at the report. I've hadn't had a lot of time to look at it. We haven't had it for that long. I've listened to the video. And by the way, congratulations. You guys did a lot of hard work. I mean, I've been part of Affordable Housing Task Force before. It's a thankless position to be in. And the ones that have been the most successful have been the ones that have been cross-functional, multidisciplined, and made up of people who are constituents, who have, if you will, they have money in the game, if you will. And when they get done, the recommendations that they make are the people on that committee who now have to go out and live with those recommendations. So I just want the council to think about, if you really want to attack affordable housing in this city, I'm used to using an affordable housing task force model, where you bring in all these different constituents, and people that are around the table are landlords, property managers, tenants, yes, financing companies who have to finance these properties, insurance companies who have to insure them, but all the other advocacy groups that we work with now, that Alder Stoyer talked about in the association, who have wonderful ideas and wonderful access to programs that could help us make progress on this. And they need to stay in that group, because then when that group breaks and the recommendations are approved and we're all at work doing our job, then those stakeholders go out to their various segments that they work in and sell it, right? Because the tough part otherwise is it gets approved, but now you gotta sell it. And again, with all due respect, it's not easy to sell it when the group that did it isn't in it, if you get my meaning. So I've seen this movie before, and the people that need affordable housing need better from us. They need better from you. They need better from us as landlords. They need better from the tenants. We all have something to benefit from here by working together. And that's really all I have to say.
That's
I
really
would
well
like,
said.
thank you.
Yeah, you bet. I think you got a question here from Alder Brunette, and then a couple others.
Yeah, sir. Thank you for coming. And I love hearing from people. That's what our government's all about, hearing a collective of voices. And I think you've added a lot of balance to this discussion, and I appreciate that. Just two quick questions. And, kind of, no disrespect to you, but kind of be brief in the response just so we can hear from all the other speakers. But I'm not saying that this was necessarily a bad decision during the height of COVID. You know, the federal government and I think perhaps the state government prevented any evictions. And again, I don't want people evicted during the middle of a public health crisis, of course, but I think the unintended consequence of that is that it would kind of create a snowball effect down the line. So in your association, in your experience as an owner and a property manager, the status of not being able to evict people who hadn't been paying rent for perhaps over a year, is that affecting the cost of housing currently?
It is. I mean, it's made a problem that was already there, and as the ERC, sorry, I'll refer you guys to the ERC because I always say committee versus commission. I know it's commission, but as they correctly pointed out, I mean, we always had a problem. It made it worse. Obviously, COVID did make it worse because for the people who weren't behaving properly, and we did have people, and again, these are some of the unfortunate truths, we did have people who were healthcare workers working 2 and 3 shifts, ragged. They were, God bless them, they were doing it, but they weren't paying rent. And you ask the question of them, why weren't they paying rent? And they would look us straight in the eye and they would say, because the government said they didn't have to. Okay, so you get both sides of the coin here. To be fair, that is the minority. That is by no means the majority. So I think, to answer your question, is it's made it worse. What really caught, you have to understand, the people that are playing in the affordable housing niche that we're all talking about here tonight, they're not the people that are building the Taj Mahals that you see over in the Stadium District and other places. They're the largely, no defense, I don't mean this, it's gonna sound horrible, I'll say it, it's the mom and pops, right? It's the mom and pops who have said, we need to help, we need to figure out a way to help in this segment. And those are the people who can ill afford to have what I believe was Alder Glavin was talking about, where some of these people just trash the place and stuff like that. They're the ones that it's the complete opposite, right? So they're the ones that are really underwater right now.
So, thank you for that.
Yep.
So, say if average rent, and this is, I shouldn't say average, hypothetically, rent for a, 2 or 3 bedroom home, say $1,200, that, I'm involved in housing in some capacity, so I think that might be the going rate for a decent home in Green Bay. Say if it's $1,200 and a landlord would require 2 or 3 months security deposit. I mean, that's pretty substantial outlay for a person.
Yeah, and if I could, I just want to say something about that. Look, by and large, security deposits, most people will look for a security deposit of equal for the month's rent. That's ground zero, if you will. Where it starts to fluctuate is depending upon their credit, depending upon perhaps something in their history, whether it's, the crimes type thing, whatever. It'll fluctuate a little bit. I have not seen too many where it's the 3 times. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Believe me, it may exist. But usually it's, equal to the 1 month's rent. Sometimes it might be, truth be told, some of the things you're talking about here, and this is again where because there wasn't that balance, some of the things we're talking about here just flat out are legal. HUD won't let us do some of the things we're talking about that people are complaining about. I mean, so again, if you guys really want to fix this, attack it from that affordable housing task force. Get all these different constituency groups together that know this stuff.
Right. So let's just say 1 or 2 months security deposit, $1,200 apartment, that's substantial, especially for a person who's asset limited or income constrained. We know this.
Yep.
This is the challenge. This is what we're facing. But for this council's sake, again, real brief, if you could kind of walk through for a tenant who may have trashed, I hate using that word, but let's real. Like, say someone gets angry, they're evicted, or they're not a good tenant, and they trash or destroy. I know how much it costs in my home to replace a dishwasher, fix a toilet. Like, can you kind of walk us through briefly what that experience is like from a landlord perspective?
I have one right now who, every time my wife and I think with this versus with this, it's largely got us in trouble. Not always, but that's what's happened. And they were taking on assistance, and 100% of their rent is not paid by them. And long story short, they got into some issues with fraud and reporting and stuff with that agency, so they got kicked off the program. Well, you can imagine they weren't happy. So we went in there the other day, and I think we're up to roughly $2,000. We're not done yet. And they're not gonna pay that. They don't have the means to pay that. So when we talk about, accepting people who that have zero income, those are the types of things that come back to bite us, that, again, the mom and pops are the least able category of landlords to afford that. They're not building the ones that you drive by on Lombardi going down to the stadium.
Right, and so final question, there are bad landlords in Green Bay, you would agree. So I think, would you agree that for the city to really address the landlords that are being unethical, inhumane, and negligent in how they operate business, those are the landlords who should get a share?
I'm surprised at some of the comments that are made, that those people, there are mechanisms both within the local, state, and federal laws that some of those behaviors can be penalized, brought to justice. So again, to the point that I think they were making, education of the tenant, good, let them. And to the extent that the association can help, I think, when you guys find stuff like that, a landlord like that, send them our way. I mean, we would be more than happy. One of the things I'd like to promote in our association is what I call back to the basics. It's like, we've kind of need to start teaching people again some of this stuff.
Right.
And some of it is, you're not gonna get all the landlords, some of them just don't wanna participate. But if the alternative is, you're gonna hear from Alder Jesse all the time versus come visit our association and we'll see if we can't get them off your back, maybe we can help.
All right, well, thank you, I appreciate that.
Other comments or questions? Alder Morgan, then Alder Hutchison.
Appreciate your enlightening us on your side. It's stuff I never would have thought about and all that, but I've always said I would never want to be a landlord. I had too much previous experience trying to help evict people and stuff. But I am also shocked tonight to hear the young lady before you talking about having to submit 4 pictures of their car. That sounds kind of prejudiced to me. And then that having to pay a fee that they can't even get back if they're not accepted. Is that something that your association, a lot of people do, or could you give us a
It's governed by.
estimate amount, how many people are actually doing this? I have
Yeah,
2 children still renting and they haven't experienced anything like that.
No, I mean, that's, again, we're talking about exceptions here, but I know exceptions matter, so I'm not trying to diminish that. But a $30 charge across 10, $3 an application site, if you will. The people that don't do that and charge them $25, well, I can understand that, because now if you had to do that across 10 locations, that's $250. And yeah, they don't get it back. That is the way it's set up, because you're running credit reports, criminal background checks, et cetera. So the landlord's paying a cost for that. That's why they don't get it back. But I handle it differently. Everybody's going to handle it differently. There are times when you kind of bang your head against the wall and say, I just can't handle this volume anymore, because to the point some of these people were making, I mean, the applications that come in are just ridiculous. It's voluminous. People need housing. And what we try to do is call them, talk to them. First of all, understand, are you looking for a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom? I don't have 1-bedrooms. I used to have, for background, single-family duplexes, townhouses, you name it, I had it. Now all I've got is multifamilies and commercial properties. And we would do a lot of what's called pre-screening in our industry, so that I don't like to see people spend money for nothing. They don't have that money to spend in the first place. So if you're coming to me and you have things on your record that aren't gonna let you rent, I don't want you to spend the money. Let's have that conversation up front, right? Not a lot of landlords have the time. They're automated. They're in these, everybody's running it off of cell phones these days, right? These apps and everything. And so I get it, but there's a time and a place for that.
Thank you.
Alder Hutchison, and then Alder Stoyer.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderleest, for coming and testifying. The way you're talking with your knowledge and background is what I experienced in the last couple of days with a couple landlords who called me. And that's why I worded the motion the way I did. So to receive and place on file the report, and then have the staff prepare the recommendations such that they can come to council as an actionable item. Would you be willing to be part of the team that helps the staff put together these recommendations along with the Equal Rights Commission and great ideas, police, whoever is brought into this, so the recommendations make sense from different angles?
I feel like I want to ask permission, to be honest. I do think, just because of my experience outside of the state of Wisconsin and having been part of affordable housing task force in the past, that there's a fundamental structural issue here with getting this done the way it is. You have to have people on, whatever you want to call it, I'm going to call it a task force because that's what I'm used to calling it. You have to have people on the task force who have experience and have, if you will, meat in the game, so that when the recommendations come out, they're accountable and responsible for getting those done. And they need to take those out to their various constituency groups and selling them. No disrespect to the Equal Rights Commission, and by the way, some of the body of work that they've done should be part of a affordable housing task force. It shouldn't be just left and forgotten about. But I really believe an affordable housing task force with the constituency of multifunctional, cross-functional, all these stakeholders, all the various groups, including tenants, including landlords, is the right way to do it. And if we're serious about fixing this, I just think we do a disservice to the people who are so desperate for housing right now, to try to pigeonhole it into. I did it. I tried to take a piece of paper and take the Equal Rights Commission members, and then add all the ones that someone said to me, set up your affordable housing task force. And by the time I got done, it was like a baseball team. It was ridiculously big and dysfunctional, and that's typically what I've seen in the past, because the starting point is the issue. So it's a long-winded answer to your question. I just think the answer to that is you don't get very far with that set up that way.
Well, did you say yes, you would?
I think we all do a disservice to the very people who hope that we would work hard at fixing affordable housing.
Right.
To pigeonhole that in there.
Well, just,
Okay.
and if I could just jump in real quickly, just from the administration's perspective, I just want to make a distinction between the advocacy work that the Equal Rights Commission is doing and the policy-making work that the council will do, and it's my obligation to be engaged in as well. We've had discussions with the Apartment Association in the past. They've been constructive and positive. The Home Builders Association is going to be coming in within the next couple weeks to touch on this and other issues. So I just want to make it clear that there are different roles that are being played by different groups of people, right? And so this report, in my opinion, is really valuable, but it's not the final answer on what's going to come forward out of our council or what I'm ultimately going to be supportive. So just kind of wanted to make that distinction.
Okay.
Right. And I'm envisioning, like a task force, being put together to make these recommendations real and workable. And it's not the commission that'll do it. The commission will be the format, the place to meet, but I see individuals from landlord associations, now from the police department, from lending institutions. We will invite those people to come, so when we bring these recommendations to council, they'll work. We're not gonna say, we're gonna spend, half a meeting and put this together. That's not the point. As a matter of fact, I just talked with Director Faulds, who's the contact with the staff from the commission, and I think we wanna put together a schedule of when each recommendation will be coming to the council ahead of schedule, so everyone can see it, and we can meet and discuss them and get them ready, and then bring them to council. Now, this may take months, but it's not something we're doing we want to do it the way you're talking about. And to have you on it would be very helpful.
Sorry, but in order to get buy-in by all the stakeholders who have to take the recommendation and go out in the field and make it work, I've tried this, trust me. I mean, and maybe we'll get lucky and this would work, but historically it hasn't. And what happens is, you interview these people, the ones that are really the ones that are the boots on the ground, if you will, right? The ones that have to make this happen now, not the ones that get to go back and now work on the next thing that's on their agenda. And the problem is that invariably is somebody or groups of people who say, yeah, but you only listened to half of what I told you. Because what happens is you do the interview process, you go back into wherever the confines are of that group, and you articulate all these notes that you took and put it into these recommendations, and somehow, because there wasn't that advocacy there during that process any longer, it gets filtered. Does that make sense? Okay. So that's, I really worry that is so critical, guys. I've seen this movie before. I just don't want to see Green Bay make that mistake.
Well, that's exactly why I'm asking you to be part of this team.
I'm not looking for another job.
Well, we'll keep it narrowly focused, each recommendation, but I will extend the invitation to you. I'm not going to put you on the spot now, but we'll also do it. I've already did, and you bounced it around very well. But yeah, we'll ask other associations of landlords. I anticipate what we want to bring forward, the commission, is something that's doable. Like you say, it's hard. Okay, it's hard. But it's coming before a council. It's not, each recommendation will come to this council for a vote. If it doesn't make sense, it'll get voted down. So we want it to make sense.
I understand.
Okay. And it'll be policy that.
I just want to make sure that you guys understand, and I do apologize for repeating this, because I know I am repeating myself, but I don't support the structure and the manner in which it's done now and what you're proposing. I think it's wrought with having issues. I've seen this before, and I think the people that need affordable housing in Green Bay deserve better, and I think we can deserve a better product by doing it differently. But if that's the way the city wants it done, then go ahead and add all these different constituency groups to that commission. It's going to be a big group. Don't just let them do the stakeholder interviews and go away as the same group, because you're going to get, I guarantee you're going to get that pushback. They only listened to half of what I told them or whatever. Seen it, been there, done that. And,
Right.
And these people that need housing deserve better from all of us.
Well,
That's all
I
have to
understand,
say.
yes, and I understand that. And I know you're way in the weeds on this, because you've done it. Again, that's kind of why I want you to be part of it. But I think the goal is to do exactly what you said. Listen to everybody, and then when it comes together, some things are taken, some aren't, and we just make it work. That's all we can do. I don't know what the other way is you're talking about. If you force people to do something, or if you don't talk about it, but talk to these key people and do it, I don't know how else to do it, other than talking to the people in
So
different segments.
just a quick time check. This is a really helpful discussion, but
Okay.
we're 3 hours in.
Okay, I know. I'm
And
sorry.
so,
I'm
you know,
just trying to get to the
This
now.
dynamic isn't gonna get solved.
Right.
In the next 5 minutes. So if we could just move on to questions, Alder Steuer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Vanderleest, for coming in. We've had an opportunity to visit in the past a number of times. In fact, don't you have an apartment association meeting tomorrow night?
We do. We do.
Should we all come over, or?
We'll be
Or
talking, we'll be
there's not
talking,
enough room.
we'll be talking about this.
Yeah.
In truth, one of the things we used to be better at, and again, I'm an equal opportunity, I have no problem saying what we're really suck at and what we need to do better at. We used to spend more time with the council. We used to have you guys over for meetings. We used to spend more time doing that. One of our founders of the association is here tonight. I hope she gets a chance to speak, and she'll talk about that. We somehow got away from that, and we need to get back to that. And I'm going to go out on a limb here. We currently don't have anything planned for a March meeting. Maybe we should have an Alder meeting, and have you guys come over and we can talk about some of this stuff. I mean, it's an option. Mayor, you're welcome anytime.
That'd be great.
I just had one quick, another question. In your estimation, how many landlords, one of the things that I've had problems with people that rent in my area, they'll have issues in that and places falling apart, and the landlord lives in Nevada. you know, they're from out of town, out of state. And how many landlords in your estimation live in the Brown County, Green Bay area versus those that are out of the area?
Well,
I mean, I know it's kind of maybe a,
you know, I happen to actually be wearing the membership hat as well right now. A
well,
lot
you
of
know, just a
hats.
ballpark
So
figure.
the majority of them are in the Brown County area.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, in the Fox Valley area, even in that group, we have the majority of them that stay resident. I mean, you're gonna get some who do the snowbirdie thing, if you will.
Right.
But it's not unique to our area. I just had somebody call me that was looking for some help for somebody who was gone, and they were literally out of the country, and it was a tenant issue in Neenah. So, you know, it does happen, but.
Well, that's good to know because, you know, I think there's this tendency to think that if you're out of state, you might not care as much or just send a rent check and that type thing. And I appreciate that.
Yep.
Just one other quick question. You know, the application fees, I probably know the answer to it, you know, why they're there, you know, I suppose it's for background checks and things like that.
Credit reports, yeah.
All right, that's all. Thank you.
Any other questions for, Alder Weary and then Alder Scannell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Vanderleest, spelt the right way. I don't even know how it's spelled, but.
Yeah, the right way.
The right way. It sounds like what you're saying is instead of having proposals come from one group and be filtered through because they have one perspective, you're saying you get everybody to the table at first and then come up with solutions from everybody that are agreed on, because you probably look at this and see some things that you really dislike very much, some things you're okay with, and some things that are totally missed.
Yeah, for example, the ERC folks would be one of the constituents that's at that table amongst the other 8 or 9 that are there. But the people that leave then when you're done, and they're all important, but the ones that have the most meat on the bone, if you will, are the ones that have to go out in the field and actually get it done, and after that, those are the key stakeholders.
In your experience, how long does that process take? I mean, I don't want to hear years, you know. If you were to head up a task force, I mean, just speaking off the cuff.
I will tell you, again, based on experience, you put a solid leader on top of that task force. That is key. But no, but I mean, if everybody buys in that it's the most important thing right now, and I think I heard John talk about this. Yeah, it is the most important thing. I mean, it pains me that we're more than willing to spend 0.5% on the stadium district right now, but we can't find the money to spend on helping the mom and pop landlords deal with the damages. And that's one of the reasons you've seen the mom and pop landlords leave affordable housing, because to your point earlier, they'll go bankrupt on some of these damages. And that's always where we come back to. Some of the people we work with in the community here, we always come back to that issue, is who's gonna pay for the damages. And we spend money on some stuff that I look at it and go, if I was a person looking for affordable housing, I would be very upset with some of that money that we spend.
So getting back to my question, that the group you're gonna lead, how long would it take, how long would it take such a process? I talk a couple months.
Well, number one, it's gonna take a couple months to get it set up,
All right.
because you're gonna have to get people that are gonna be willing to do it. So,
And I'm not saying in any way that, the proposals here are good or bad, there's some of both,
Yeah.
but it sounds like the ideal way to do it would be to get everybody together right away.
I would think you get a task force together.
All right.
And you get recommendations in place, you come, and I would recommend you do status updates to the council so that that council challenges that group to make sure you're getting a well-rounded representation of everybody. So you don't have to have the conversation you had tonight later, if you get my meaning. So that
Yeah.
it happens throughout the process, by the end of the year. By the end of the year.
All right. Well, similarly, and it's not quite the same, but back years ago, my committee rewrote the rat ordinance, if you remember that. And we got, instead of just us rewriting it, we got everybody involved, business owners,
Yep.
realtors, homeowners. It took months to write that thing, but when we were done, everybody was pretty happy with it.
Yep.
We didn't just present it and say, here you go, fight over it. Except the rats, they were left out in the cold. All right, well, I appreciate you for coming, everybody here. It's-
Alder Scannell?
Actually, Alder Weary and I are thinking the same way. He took the questions right out of my mouth.
Let's adjourn.
So if we, we're receiving, placing this on file, and this is used as, I see this, all along I've been seeing this as just a first step, a working document. But if we work toward a task force, then that would be, and it's been your experience that when municipalities went through it this way, it wasn't successful.
It failed miserably.
So, yeah, okay.
Honestly, what will happen is if this goes through this way, based on the input we've received from landlords, and between Green Bay and the Fox Valley, we represent roughly 15,000 doors.
Mhm.
You think you've seen landlords leave this area now, you're gonna see, the realtors are gonna benefit from this.
But, and I just want to correct that analysis a little bit in the sense that, you know, we're taking in this report, right, from the Equal Rights Commission. The council is entertaining these recommendations. There's not a policy position that's being adopted tonight. So there's a lot of opportunity for this to play out in a really positive way. And I would just ask you to send that message back to your members.
So help me understand then, so, because you're gonna send it back to staff to write recommendations from each, or not?
Well, Alder Hutchison put that motion on the table.
That's what I thought
To
I heard.
Accept and receive and place on file the document, refer these recommendations to staff, which would then involve council in bringing them forward, and behind the scenes could potentially involve all the stakeholders that you've talked about.
Right. Which is
So-
not, okay.
So anyway, I'm just saying there's a lot of opportunity to do things in a beneficial way. Other questions from council? And then we really got to get on. There's like 10 more people that want to speak. Alder Campbell, then Alder Hutchison.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderleest. I mean, again, both, I don't want to say sides, hard to say that, but we've heard, the Equal Rights Commission, but we're here on an issue of affordable housing. So that's where they come together here.
Yep.
And I really appreciate on both sides all the knowledge there. And like I said, I think Alder Hutchinson here has amended where this needs to go even before it got before us here. And I support that. And thank you. But I just want to ask, as far as executive, when we make these appointments and reappointments, and if we look at Christina and Stephanie and Marcus here, I'd just like to see, I'm sure they represent what they've said here and presented today, but I mean, it's hard to get the all-around qualified person, like you said, bring a constituent in, bring a alder in, and Alder Stoyer. We're at the beginning of all this, but we got an issue meeting a process here, and I would like to see executive, whether now or down the road, really kind of put that into that looking for that person type thing. And I think that would kind of round this at a beginning point here and kind of get it focused. I mean, I think everyone here got a lesson today.
Yeah. No, I think that's a fair point. I just would make a distinction between the Equal Rights Commission and a Housing Commission.
Yeah.
Right? We weren't
I just meant
expecting
it's-
these individuals to be housing experts. They
Right.
have independently and for good reason have put a laser on this issue.
Yeah.
As an important one for the community, and now it's our job to respond to that.
I don't want you to misinterpret that, just that I see the beginning of it and the appointments and the Equal Rights Commission, and then we're hearing from both sides.
Right.
On an issue, one issue.
Yep. Alder Hutchison.
Okay, so, just one last question, because when you say doing it this way is gonna doom to failure, I just take total exception to that, because what the motion is not to take these recommendations and approve them at this vote. It's to take them and give them to staff, staff being responsible for working these recommendations up to be workable, where we would bring together something like a task force so it works. Now, there's probably 15 recommendations in this thing. It probably affects across the board a number of different people. Each recommendation would have specific people asked to come and contribute to make the recommendation better, or maybe we discard the recommendation based on information. So how is that doomed to failure? How is that different than putting together a task force and bringing it to the council for a vote?
Because you didn't involve all the constituents to begin with to get to the recommendations.
Okay,
That's the
Okay.
key, that's the key pivot point in this.
okay, good. Well, that's a key difference, but we do have specific recommendations, not based on landlords, based on tenant desire. Okay? Now, in your world, I can see how that may be doomed to failure, but but the tenant's perspective, maybe not. So if we combine landlords, police force, and money people into this tenant-driven recommendations, have you seen that before? Where we're bringing a task force together for that and then bringing it to council? And
The strongest probability of success is to let the various people who are gonna have to make this work, once everybody stamps their seal of approval on it and you guys approve it at this level,
Okay.
is to have all of those people involved to come up with those recommendations. I keep saying that, but I guess I'm not being clear enough.
Well, yeah, I understand, and so we have recommendations that weren't exactly made by landlords, okay? So I don't think that dooms it to failure. It may mean we have to include some recommendations that aren't exactly worded this way. There's nothing that keeps us from doing that if they're related to a recommendation in here. And I see a lot of landlord information in here that they would want, access to and be part of. So again, I want to push back on the fact that this is doomed to failure because of the way the recommendations were put together. They were just done that way. And
I think there's just a little bit of a difference of opinion.
Yeah,
So,
a little bit.
Yep. So let's keep pushing. Yep. Alder Brunette?
Yeah, final. So you see, sir, there is a push for us to approve this. And of course, once something is approved, then a year or so down the line, when some of these issues come up for us to vote on ordinances, the very same people that are kind of pushing to get us to approve this will hold this up and say, the city approved this, so therefore they, in concept, approve some of the ideas. And if I could just cut right to the chase, if we're looking to work with landlords in good faith, because you've expressed a desire to put forward good faith, if this city government were to approve a committee report that says, but there is more the city can do to help shift the balance of power away from landlords. We put this before the landlords, your industry, and we take a hostile tone through our adoption of this report. Would you see how your group, your people in your similar situation, that you would feel like the city's not operating in good faith, that we've already made a determination on you and your status? Was that a fair characterization?
Yep, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Just to clarify, the motion on the floor is not approval. Alder Eck?
That was what I was gonna do. As he was saying, to receive and place on file. And then there was additional, so.
He wants us to receive and place on file, but in a not a secretive way, but in a tricky way, kind of get us to approve it all the same.
That's not what the
That
motion
certainly
is.
is the case.
That's not how I understood it, but.
Yeah, we gotta go to Alder Hutchison.
That's
the
not,
motion?
you're putting words in my mouth, Alder. That's not what I did at all.
What's the motion?
I'm not asking for approval of this report. I'm asking it to be received and filed, and then we're gonna work on the recommendations. And they may change. So to say that it's tricky or whatever, I take offense to.
You included the word approve, though. I've heard that, right?
No.
Is that never suggested?
I never said approve.
For the record, it was accept.
Accept is approve. I mean, let's get real.
Well, just change it to receive and place on file.
Okay, I apologize, Alder Hutchison.
Brunette.
I heard approve. If I heard approve, that was an error, but I will argue that accept is basically the same thing.
It's not. Other questions? Or comments?
Can I ask?
All right.
Am I allowed? Am I allowed? Am I allowed to ask a question? So receive and place on file, that's the only option that you guys are considering then?
That's the motion on the floor right now.
Okay. All right.
All right, thank you, sir, for the testimony. Really appreciate your time.
No.
And wisdom. All right, and now we're on to Heidi Sherman. Alder Galvin.
Hi, I'll just be brief.
Just 1 sec, Alder Galvin.
If, there was a young lady that was up here before, the one that talked about having pictures of her car taken.
Yeah.
If she's willing to, would she be willing to tell us how much she had to pay to submit her application? Okay. All right, thank you. Let's continue. Keep
Okay.
this ball rolling.
All right, Heidi Sherman, you're up.
Yeah. I live at 612 South Barrett Street, and I own my own home, and I've lived there for 17 years, and love that neighborhood. In 2020, there was an affordable housing complex opened on my block, and I think a lot of people who, I mean, it was lots of older people lived in the neighborhood. I think there was a lot of nervousness about this affordable complex coming into the neighborhood, and I have to say that it's worked out really well. And it's wonderful to see young families come into the neighborhood, because it's great to hear, little kids playing, throughout the warm seasons. I haven't had any problems, and I live alone. I just think that this would be something also to, bring. I mean, I just really feel committed to this idea that we need affordable housing to make our community work. And our neighborhood is much more diverse, much more interesting, much more vibrant, because of the introduction of this complex. So that's all I had to say. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Next is Brian Walsh.
Hello, I live at 1024 South Roosevelt Street. I appreciate a lot of the points that have been made tonight. I'm going to continue with those, with some of them, and reiterate some others and raise some new ones. I know I only have 3 minutes, but one thing I want to say, and I think it's been touched upon, housing is a key challenge for our region. It's part of a larger key challenge that's we need to be an attractive place to live for young people who are starting families. So that involves good jobs. I know everybody's in favor of that. It also involves childcare. But if housing isn't affordable, people aren't going to move here for good jobs. They're going to go where they can afford to buy a home. This is a problem we see in other parts of the country. New York, the Bay Area of California, Los Angeles. There are very high-paying jobs out there, but even with those high salaries, people choose not to move there because they know they can't afford anything. We don't want to go there. We are gaining citizens who are moving here from Chicago, who are moving here from Madison, and who are moving here from Milwaukee because housing is unaffordable down there. And if we do nothing, it will become more and more unaffordable here, and our growth will be squelched. So we've got to get ahead of the ball. Those cities have dropped the ball. It can accrue to our benefit if we act sensibly. So housing is a crux issue, and we see the Sun Belt growth is driven basically by cheap housing. So if we want to grow, we got to have good housing here. Right now, we have sort of an unregulated market. We've talked about some principles of economics. Now, one key principle of economics is that markets only function properly and function efficiently when there is symmetric information. This means that buyers have to know what the sellers have on offer. It's been suggested that we have sort of a landlord rating system, and maybe the private organizations might manage that. I think that would be great. But the state or cities and municipalities have stepped in when markets are asymmetric with things like lemon laws for cars. If you buy a used car from a dealer and the dealer knew it was a lemon, you can take it back. I think if you sign a lease and you get in and the toilet is leaking onto the dining room floor, like Professor Galvin or Alder Galvin talked about, you ought to be able to get out of your lease if something is unlivable. There was a statement made before that maybe a goal of this was to restore, or pardon me, to reduce the power away from landlords. Right now, the landlord prospective tenant relationship is very asymmetric. It is not a fair, everybody needs housing, there's a limited supply, it is not a fair market. In many instances, governments choose to make markets more fair so consumers have more balanced rights with sellers. So I don't think it's necessarily a fault to say that we are trying to take asymmetric power away from landlords and put it into the hands of tenants. Policies I favor, I've said a lot of platitudes here. We need more housing, so things the city can do. We have a lot of brownfields that are wonderfully being redeveloped in some places for housing. I really support that. I don't know what's going to happen with the coal piles when those go away, but housing would be great. I think most people in this room favor that idea. One key point, it needs to be at all income levels. I think a lot of developers, it makes sense they can make a lot more money if they sell high-end units, but I think as a city we should offer incentives to have both affordable housing, mid-range housing, and expensive housing. And other places in America are not doing that, and it's to their loss. And I think there ought to be some sort of repository. The city ought to maintain some repository for incoming residents or residents who are thinking about moving here, just information on tenants' rights, the rights of prospective buyers. I don't know if there's a website. There should be a lot of resources for people who are thinking about coming here. And so I'll stand for questions.
Great. Thanks for your
Sorry
comments.
for talking so fast.
Any questions? Excellent. Thanks for your
Yeah,
testimony.
task force, yeah.
Next, we have Christina Ortiz.
Mayor, council members, my name is Cristina Ortiz. I live in 1917 Lakeside Place, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'm also a commissioner. I'm a member of the Equal Rights Commission who drafted the document that you read and then we're discussing here tonight. But I would also like to introduce myself as a citizen of Green Bay and as someone who at one point in her life was a renter, like many of you share with us tonight, and now is a proud property owner. But also, I had a small property to rent. So I'm speaking today as a landlady and as a renter and as an owner. And I want you to know this information about me because I know from experience that all of us could be at one or the other end of the renter-landlord equation. So I would like you to look at the set of recommendations made in front of you or presented to you tonight, not as a partisan issue or an opportunity, as we've heard, to put blame on a group of citizens, but rather as a set of actionable measures to collectively work to make our community a place where all of us are offered an opportunity to access adequate and affordable housing regardless of where we are on our path in life. It has been said tonight that like many cities across the nation, Green Bay has an identifiable and serious affordable housing problem. And the commission, that I'm a member, the Commission on Equal Rights, met with a number of organizations and community leaders as a preliminary step before drafting the set of recommendations in front of you. The testimonies that we heard at those hearings were heartbreaking. There is no document that comes close to describing the reality of people who cannot access affordable housing in Green Bay. Unfortunately, this situation affects many of our residents, primarily those with lower incomes, as well as single mothers, LGBTQ plus victims of intimate partner violence, immigrants, and members of minoritized groups. We need action, and I am happy to hear all the testimonies and all your comments today that you are willing to look into a task for and look at these recommendations, because I do strongly believe that as a community, if we don't move together, we're not moving. Our report is written from the premise that access to affordable housing is a human right, but also that enforcing the right creates a collective good for a community because it promotes integration and social cohesion. Moreover, the document states that it makes good economic sense, and we've heard that in from other people, because workers who are essential to the Green Bay's economy are more likely to stay in our city if we have affordable housing. Implementing measures to ensure the availability of affordable housing in our community requires collective will, like we heard here tonight, policy and action. The Equal Rights Commission presented to you a series of recommendations. This is the beginning of a larger discussion. The recommendations that we presented to you range from immediate to long-range measures, and we believe that the city has to prioritize this issue and look at eliminating barriers to make access to affordable housing a reality for all the residents of Green Bay. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? All right. Thanks again. Next is Jane Watermullen.
Okay, my name is Jane Watermullen. My address, do you need that? I actually live, it's 5364 Lee Joyce Road in Abrams, but my husband and I own Brook Park Apartments on Laverne Drive. We have been landlords in the city of Green Bay since 1981, and I am the infamous founding member that Rick was referring to. So we've been down the road a lot. When we first got the organization started, it was because there were issues. And we worked with the city. I've got a whole bunch of notes here, and yet some of the things had already been commented on. But when we started, we worked intimately with the city, with the police department. We were instrumental in getting the nuisance property going, and it was landlords, the city, the police, and we got it done. It's the same with the getting information from the police department when we have property calls, police calls at our individual properties, our landlords, not just us, where the problem was, oh, the police are showing up and you're not doing anything about it. Well, we didn't even know. And now there is a system, and we were able to get that done because we were working with. My problem with the report isn't that it isn't a problem. We agree it's a problem. It's the way it was done. To hear that we were actually purposely excluded from the conversation because they wanted a certain point of view was actually quite distressing, because you're leaving out half of the conversation. Some of the things that people talked about that different landlords do, those are already illegal. So I feel in some ways the tenants should know. The young man that said he was late on his rent by a couple days and he got an eviction notice, he didn't get an eviction notice. He got a 5-day pay or vacate. That's state law. And so the tenants, especially younger tenants, need to know. It just says if you don't pay your rent, you're going to get evicted. And that's part of state law. So I think, I don't know how to express it. I mean, I got all kinds of things going on. Personally, don't take any offense, but I believe the city is part of the problem because they have given millions of dollars to developers to develop multifamily housing, and most of it is high end. There are no requirements within those grants or whatever they are that there had to be a percentage. Years and years ago, when some of the, I would say in the mid-'80s, there were some down by the museum, and then there were a couple other ones that Harry Mako built, that there was, they got some money, and it may have been federal money, I don't know, but they were required to set aside a percentage of those units for low-income housing. That in itself, because then those people also would be living in newer, nicer units. So I would like to see, I'm a little leery of the idea. I mean, I appreciate Mr. Hutchison saying, well, we're not going to say we're going to accept this. We're going to say we're going to receive it. Well, that's good. But the fact that they're going to take this, which is overly vague, I think, if there's more specifics, it would be helpful. Like, we had a specific problem with nuisance properties. We had a specific problem with police letting us know about police calls on properties. If it was, we could work with the group and come up with specific items to work out at a time, like getting landlords to know what they're doing. When I heard what some of the landlords were doing, that's already illegal. It shouldn't even have to be discussed. It's already illegal. The landlord should know that. The tenants should know that when he got his note after being 3 days late in the rent, that wasn't an eviction notice. It was a 5-day pay or vacate. That's completely different. So yes, the tenants should know too, but the tenants also have responsibilities. So anyway, all my notes went out the window, but I just feel like if we could work on it in a different way, if that makes any sense, having had the success that we did on specific, it's overbroad.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? Alder Burnett?
Ms. Watermelon, thank you for your perspective. That's a long time to be renting the city of Green Bay. Appreciate the service you're providing to the.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Sorry, Alder.
We
Go ahead.
appreciate what you've done. I mean, you've been renting almost as long as I've been alive, for like a year, so that's a long time. So before us, we basically have four options that I can think of. Now, obviously, we have a motion on the floor, and you just heard the interaction I had with Alder Hutchinson. So one would be receive and place on file, which would be basically, saying we took this in, we considered it, and now it's on file. The other would be where he kind of worded it, receive and place on file with an accept. So for me, when I hear that, it's approved. Of course, that's the other option. The third option, we can approve this. And then the fourth option is we could refer it back or outright deny it. So in your perspective, in your vast experience in the city, what would be your preference?
My preference would be refer it back and then have the Equal Rights Commission work with us. We were kind of blindsided on this. And there are two organizations. There's the Apartment Association, and then there's the Multifamily Council of the Home Builders. They were also blindsided. So I don't think there would have been this, if we had known it was coming, if we even knew this was existing. And I know that there was reference to the fact that, well, they were public meetings, but we weren't asked. We weren't asked to participate in the first place. So a lot, and I appreciate the fact that some of what you said was hearsay. It was like, well, I don't know exactly, but that's what they said. But then, there's always two sides to every story.
Of course.
But I will be the first to recognize that there are some terrible landlords. We've been trying to clean up Imperial Lane as long as Imperial Lane has existed. I don't know. I don't know what that's something the city can do anything about. But so to answer your question, my preference would be, because this is overbroad from the whole power thing that really set you off, because it's not a power play at all, would be to just regroup get a working group with the commission and the apartment association and the multifamily, and get the police involved, and then be more specific about, okay, what can we do about this item? The perceived surveillance of certain people, which I had no idea about. Or the issue of multiple application fees. You know, that's state law, again, you can charge it. So, and how to work with those advocacy groups so they understand where we're coming from.
So you're a partner or collaborator, someone who wants to work in good faith with those who are struggling with housing issues. You know, if we were to pass this with receive and place on file with the strange word of accepting somehow thrown in there, which we haven't really ever done that I remember in all the receiving files that we've ever done. With that word accept, what would your response be in your group?
Can you phrase it?
Okay, so I'm sorry, this is
Yeah, it's not
council
getting
talk,
lost.
my apologies. So if we were to receive and place on file with the word accept, what would be your response? Would you feel like we were taking, accept, A-C-C-E-P-T, we accept this report as a council? Would you feel like the city is kind of starting an adversarial relationship with the landlords?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. A lot of the verbiage is very adversarial, it's very adversarial, and none of it was even on our perspective, had not even been asked.
Okay.
Because,
Refer it back is what your
Yeah.
suggestion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Alder Hutchison?
Thank you for coming. She was on the phone with me and we talked a while. And so, interestingly, the point you were making that should have been done or would be done are actually recommendations in the report. When you say certain developers should be made not only to do the high, but we're recommending that they put some low, budget stuff in there. So that's right. So even the things you're bringing up make sense and they're in the report. Now, so I'm glad to hear you say those things. I'm gonna ask you, would you be willing to work with our group? Okay, so if you're gonna come up.
You tried to get Rick.
Yeah, and I won't want an answer, but I'd love to have you on the group that puts these together. And if the word accept is bugging people on the council, I would remove the word accept and just say receive and place on file, and then have these recommendations brought back and worked on. And they may be the same, or they may be changed, they may incorporate things that are very close to the recommendations, but the recommendations are the current guide. So, having said that and listening to you, that's what I would say.
I would, oh, he couldn't hear me. I'm looking at my husband.
Oh.
Okay. I would be willing to work with the city with a little caveat is that I'm gonna be gone, like, from the middle of February till April. We take a little vacation, but we have on-site managers.
No
so we're
problem.
we
That
don't
would
have
be
an Arizona
no
address.
problem. I love your answer. Thank you.
So, with that caveat, yes, I mean, I'll be gone for a couple months, but
Thank you.
I would be able, I'd be happy to work with the group.
Great. Any other questions? Alder Steuer? Oh, yeah, sorry, Alder Johnson, then Alder Steuer.
Thank you for being here. Just one question, because Alder Burnett had brought it up, would you prefer that accept, which I'm not even sure, like, I don't want to get hung up on semantics, right? Especially since that's council legalese. But this notion of like referring it back and working on it, an existing document, which is an option, of course, versus, you know what, we're just going to start with a clean slate with everyone at the table together. Which would you prefer?
Well, I would prefer the clean slate, but
Okay.
then you also have to have an outline to work from.
Understood.
So,
Yeah.
to just undo everything they did is not really right either.
No, and I think there's a path forward to not do that.
Yeah.
And that's why I was asking, like, because I do think it makes sense, right, to bring people together. around the solutions.
Right.
And that's where, there's a difference though, trying to work off a document that's already drafted, which maybe wasn't designed for that purpose, versus saying, you know what, we're gonna have a clean slate and we're gonna work together on the policy piece.
And use the report as a report that pointed out some issues that can be addressed. But I guess my biggest problem was the tone. The tone in which was written, and even one of the speakers said, we gotta get this power thing going. As a landlord, I don't feel power over anybody. A lot of times I feel pretty powerless. So, because we have rules, we can't just say, and we can't just walk into somebody's apartment either. So some of the things that were talked about were like horrific, like, no, you can't do this. Anyway, I don't know if I answered your question.
You did, thank you.
Alder Schrock?
Thanks, Ms. Watermelon for being here. The question I had, you've been doing this for 40 years or more, you and your husband. Is one of the things that came out in the report was like renters and landlords kind of knowing the rules and the regulations and what their rights are and things like that. And I think a lot of times some people don't realize when they sign a lease, like, oh, I didn't realize that, or vice versa. Did you find in your experience that the folks that you rented to were aware pretty much of where the rubber hit the road with you folks?
We make them aware of it. When we go through the whole rental agreement process, we let them know. And just like when somebody said, well, they should be able to get out of their lease if there's a leaking toilet. Well, that's already the law. If it doesn't get fixed, you can get out of the lease. So, we do, but I don't know that everybody does that. But our manager is here,
Yeah.
and it's a couple-hour process when someone applies for apartment.
Right. Well, I appreciate that, but I can see where there are some folks that might feel disenfranchised a bit, where they're afraid to bring anything up because they might start processes, things like that.
Yeah.
So I think that's one thing that we're looking at as well. But I appreciate the fact that you're keeping them informed. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. One last hardball question for you. Did you all ever sponsor any baseball teams?
Pardon?
Did you ever sponsor any baseball teams?
Baseball teams?
As Watermelon Apartments?
Oh, well, there's Dennis
a different one?
Watermelon, and there's us. Dennis is much bigger than we are.
Okay, got it, good to know.
He's a second cousin.
Okay,
Would you play second base?
nice. Center field.
Oh, center field.
Cool. All right, thank you, ma'am. Last but not least, we have Christy Welch, and I apologize, wanted to speak on the flag item as well.
Real quick, I have an answer to Alder Galvin's question.
All right, Mr. Shelton? Yeah.
Can I just, yeah. So Allison wanted me to just basically read this on her behalf. She said that she checked her bank records, $100 non-refundable deposit, not totally sure what that was for, and $25 per person in application fees.
Okay. All right. Oh, there's somebody on Zoom? All right, we've got Christy, and then we'll go to Zoom.
All right, I'll keep this short. There's been a lot of really good dialogue. I don't know that I have a ton to add, but, I think we all know that affordable housing is a problem in Green Bay. It's a problem all throughout the country. And, if I would challenge this council to attack it head on and come up with creative solutions, because other places are not going to be doing that. And, if we want to keep growing and keep being on the best places to live list, it's going to be, doing actions like that. And there's obviously no easy answers to this. It's a very complex problem. It's going to take many hours of, collaboration and different people adding their input. But I would urge, in order to be able to start making those steps, rather than delaying the process of getting that task force made or getting the commission's report, just right, let's do what we can to get going on this, because this is a real problem. And one other piece that I'll just add in there. So affordable housing issue disproportionately affects, people, marginalized folks that we were talking about earlier. So it's kind of interesting how there's some overlap there. And when we opened with a prayer, it kind of struck me that I'm not going to be able to get it exactly right. I don't know if we can look back at the minutes later, but part of the prayer was to look out for people on the margins. And so, as people who are helping to run this city, whatever you can do to take care of those folks that have a harder time of it, I don't think people in this room are really struggling with a housing situation, but if you try to put yourself in those shoes, can you imagine how tough that would be to just go about daily life and raising kids? And so that's all I had to add. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much for your comments. Any questions? Great, thank you. And then we might have an individual or two on Zoom. Ms. Scott, if you could just state your name and address and then begin providing testimony. If you can hear us. Ms. Scott, we cannot hear you right now.
Oh, is it me?
Yep,
Okay.
there we go.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, if you just want to state your name and address and go ahead.
Do I speak or did you say something else before?
Yep, you can begin your testimony now.
Oh, my name is Robin Scott. I live at 1244 Cherry Street and I am a homeowner now. But I've rented in this community before and grown up in this community. I think a lot of folks have said a lot of things tonight, but I want to speak to the issue with housing and how it impacts everyone in our community. I too feel like the person that said it before. I'm sorry, my dog is barking. But I too feel like we should not delay this process. I have respect for the report and how the fact that it did include the folks that are most impacted by the inequities that are existing in housing within our communities. We serve so many clients every day at our agency, from domestic violence to sexual assault to youth programming. And the number one disparity that exists right now in our community is sadly housing. I can't fully speak to how bad it is right now for a lot of clients that are experiencing, the different inequities that are existing in homelessness. People are working really, really hard to keep a roof over their heads. And what they're experiencing with this eviction process, the pandemic, what we feel like most feel is that landlords have the upper hand. And I, have respect to what was said earlier from other landlords, but I feel like for a long time, they've been included in the process of conversation, and admittedly so by a person who spoke tonight. And with this report, we talked to how folks that are renters have experienced renting in our community. People that are committed to this community are living on other folks' couches. They're being kicked out of their homes. Folks that are outside are at an all-time high right now. And I feel like service providers really are stretched as to what to do. And so just a lot of respect for the folks tonight that are speaking up from so many different aspects. And it's really hard to gather myself because I hopped on late tonight. But when you're serving the folks every day that are experiencing this crisis in our community, I agree with everybody else that said, let's get ahead of it tonight. Let's get it on our agenda and I feel like we have to figure out what we need to do and how we need to like work on the task force, what is next, but to like defer it any longer is just, there's folks that are living and have to figure it out right now. The community has to figure it out right now. And so just taking in a lot of emotions from hearing everything tonight. But I'm also thinking about the folks that like right now, they're experiencing what it feels like to get pushed out of your community, and to live in homelessness and to double up, because you can't find safe places to live for you and your children.
Thanks so much for your testimony. Any questions for Ms. Scott? All right, well, thanks again. It sounds like we have a couple more folks in the room that would like to speak.
I come in peace, I promise. I just wanted to make a point of clarification. When the report was made, it was with the clear intent of including in the conversation the communities that you do not see here. And I'm talking about the tenants who do not speak Spanish or English or any kind of language that is, English. Most of the landlords here, as you can see, they came here, they speak English, they're representing what they believe, and these are good landlords. The ones that came here and saved face and said their piece, that is good communication and a start of a movement. I think he said it himself, a task force. I love the idea of that. However, there's a lot of tenants that you do not see here. That was the reason why we made that report. The report was made because there is a lot of discrimination. There is a lot of illegal things that are happening with landlords from Brown County that are not being addressed. And so even, I don't want to diminish the report into making it talking points, but it is talking points because now we have landlords here today because they saw these and they were shocked. And they're like, this does not represent me. This is not how I run my business. And I love that because that is literally what I would love to see in landlords. Landlords that are appalled when they see that kind of thing on a report. And us, as the Equal Rights Committee, what we wanted to do is bring it here to you. We are not the policymakers. We are not the housing experts. All we were the messenger. We were the messenger from these marginalized communities. We heard them. They said their piece. And before we diminish them, I think one of our aldermen called them opinions. They are primary sources, sir. These are people who, if we look back, this document, if we put it on file, it'll be in the history of Green Bay that these were things that were happening. And if you really wanted to talk to these individuals, if you go to community partners like Casa Alba Melanie, like We All Rise, if you really want people to come here with evidence, you can go in these communities and they will tell you. And I love that one of these landlords said, these bad landlords, send them to us. You know how powerful that was for me to hear as a member of the Equal Rights Committee? Because you best believe I'm going to be sending him an email with a bunch of landlords that our people are complaining about, that are charging $300 more in the next month just because. That are literally kicking them out. And you know what the worst part is? They're taking advantage of the fact that a lot of these people are immigrants and they love this country so much that whatever they are being told, they want to do because they don't want to be deported or they don't want to be going to jail. That is the kind of way that my dad, my mom, they've lived their life like that before. Me, unfortunately, I was a spoiled brat and that I was brought up thinking that I knew everything. And until I went and I got my own leases and I made my own mistakes, I didn't know anything. So yes, that is really good to have these conversations and have these workshops where these are your responsibilities as a tenant. And I will admit to all the landlords here, a lot of us do not know our responsibilities. Even though you're telling them to us, our parents also told us, don't go that way, and there we go, right? But it is making it accessible. It is making them in languages that are not just English. And so I respect every single landlord that came out here and said what they had to say. I love that now I have connections that I would like to send. These are the landlords that my community is complaining about. And I would like to give an applause to the people that made this committee a reality, because now we're having this conversation, whereas before we weren't even talking about it. Maybe we were thinking it and we've heard of it, but now it's on file. And that is literally all we want. We want this to go on file so that we can continue to have these conversations. And I love what somebody said here, united. And it's funny because people who were on the other side, whether they were landlords or tenants, the word keeps coming up, united. We need to face this united. I agree. And I'm really excited because I guess the report did do its purpose, which was to get a bunch of really awesome landlords up in here trying to work with everyone. And again, I can't stop thinking of we the people, and I'm very proud of the work that we're doing here, but I really hope we don't diminish the report as just some kind of propaganda. I understand that some of the wording was strong, but it's because that's the wording the community was telling us. And all we're doing is we're sending it to you. Don't shoot the messenger. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room?
Hello, my name is Tara Yang. My address is 1706 Chateau Drive, Green Bay, Wisconsin 54301. Hello, everyone. First and foremost, I want to thank our community partners, allies, commissioners, mayor, city staff, and elders for allowing the discussion of this report and being part of this, and for everyone being part of this discussion tonight. Secondly, I want to thank Elder Hutchison for the motion, and a special thanks to Commissioner Shelton for taking the heavy lifting with questions. Our intention was to start a conversation, but Common Council asked you technical questions that really should have been given to staff at a later time to work on, or committees with certain expertise to review. I'd also like to quickly answer some prior questions that the council had. The first is about the report vilifying the police. I'm a member of the Police Violent Crime Reduction Group, and I work monthly with Police Chief Davis, so I have no biases. We have to remember that two realities can exist. The police can be doing good for the community in a certain way, and at the same time, a whole community can be experiencing inhumane treatment and also over-policing. And based on my work with Police Chief Davis, it's clear and apparent that he's aware of changes that need to be made within the police department. And my apologies, Police Chief Davis, if I'm speaking out of line or if I'm wrong, please correct me. But as for the comment regarding understaffing of the police, that's not in our field, that's not our expertise. And you guys are council members. You guys get paid over $10,000 each. That's what I think, or what I know. And so are you willing to give that up so that you have enough budget to support a full-time person in the police force? If not, then you're responsible to make sure that decisions you make, decisions that you make are to keep these marginalized communities safe. So anyways, so moving on to what I really wanted to say. For those who are not familiar, my name is Tara Yang. I serve as the chairwoman for the Equal Rights Commission, the Green Bay Equal Rights Commission. The Life, Liberty, and Pursuit of Happiness report was created and brought to you by our commission. It's a report that amplifies the voices of marginalized and vulnerable populations in our city, such as the LGBTQ+ community. I also want to reiterate that we are not experts. We are concerned community members, making sure marginalized communities have space for their experiences and voices. These vulnerable communities are the ones that are hardly ever invited or given a platform to speak. And the reason why we chose to specifically speak to marginalized communities and to hear from them is because when they speak up about their experiences, they often get reprimanded by landlords. Landlords and associations have long-standing organizations that support them. Like the previous speaker said, there's one or two or several organizations for landlords and apartment associations and whatnot. These marginalized communities often don't have that same support. If you're a good landlord, the recommendations in this report, you'll actually notice benefits you. Our commission held numerous public hearings. We even put out press releases, had several meetings, and heard from many of these community members about their current housing crisis and conditions. The testimonies that we heard were absolutely alarming and just plain unacceptable. We heard from people who said that they lived in roach-infested apartments due to the lack of support from their landlords, being over-policed, doing normal everyday tasks, charged down payments that were 3 times the rate of rent, evicted without proper notice and communication, discriminated against due to personal identity and beliefs. And guess what? The majority of these testimonies that we heard led to short notice evictions that left many stranded and homeless. No one deserves to scavenge for a roof over their head to feel safe. It's a human right to have access to adequate housing, and that's why the ERC put together this report and these recommendations. This report not only shares the history of housing inequalities and stories of marginalized communities who experience discrimination, but it also highlights recommendations that benefit both tenant and landlords when it comes to housing. And make no mistake, the mayor's administration has been actively working towards creating fair and equal housing. This report simply complements their work and offers further support and solutions that have been proven to be effective in different cities, in similar cities. I would also like to state that this report by no means is an attack on anyone. My family and I are landlords ourselves, and we've had our fair share of negative situations and encounters, but those incidents have not stopped us from being good landlords and showing compassion to our tenants. I hope that other landlords will join us in seeing the human aspect of situations rather than just profit. We, as in people who own property and land, already have power in owning assets. These assets increase our net worth, and then we can use it as leverage and collateral for more assets. We have something in our name, when oftentimes these vulnerable communities who are suffering don't have anything. So I believe it's our responsibility as good neighbors to support and help them. And I've said this once, and I continue to say this and stand by it. It may not be you who is experiencing homelessness today, but it could be you tomorrow. It could be your loved one, because it could be your kids, your family, your friends, someone close to you. So it's in everyone's best interest and benefit to make sure we all have fair and equal access to housing. And last but not least, as I stand here looking at our council, not one of you here is representing the marginalized communities that came to speak about their suffering, and not one of you are part of the groups who came to share their experiences and stories with us, asking for support for the minimal, basic human right of having housing. So I ask that you review your responsibility as a council member, and remember that you're responsible for representing everyone in your district, which means voting for policies that support these marginalized communities who don't have the same power as you do. Again, this report is not to vilify anyone. It's to share experiences from the community members who hardly ever get the chance to be here and share their stories. And it's also to open a dialogue between everyone affected by housing issues. Again, thank you to all the community members, the elders, the mayor, city staff, and everyone who has supported us through this report. I'm just gonna quickly add this. For the sake of everyone's time, I will not be entertaining questions that can be discussed on a one-on-one situation. If you do have technical questions, please contact me. I would love to set some time aside and meet with you. Other than that, thank you very much.
Thanks for your testimony. I saw that, thanks. Questions from Ms. Yang?
No questions. She has no questions.
She said no technical questions. All right.
I don't know if it's technical. If it is, I apologize.
I'll let you know.
I know you will. And you speak very, and by the way, and I know things are tense at times, but you speak very well, and you obviously have a heart for the work that you do, and I do appreciate that. I get a little sensitive when I hear things like, as a body, as a council, that because we're not a certain, demographic group, that we can't represent the people who put us in office, because there are a lot of conversations and a lot of interactions that we have had that we should not be penalized or looked down upon because we put ourselves forward for public office. It doesn't mean we don't care about the people who we represent. So I'll just make that clarification. And maybe that's a discussion you and I can have in more detail, because I'd like to kind of tell you my story, my background, because I think you'd be a little more surprised than perhaps you are now. In regards to, you're a business person, you're a landlord as well. One of the issues I had with the report was that there are some economic situations that businesses face, and there's economic situations that landlords face. A gentleman said, if there's a mortgage on a property taxes, utilities, repairs on units, a sidewalk assessment, there are so many things that landlords face. Now, you as a business person, and it's not a gotcha question, I'm just trying to get you to kind of understand the way my brain works. So you as a business person, if you have cost increase, a lot of times you got to pass that on to your customers through increased prices, right?
It's called saving for issues and situations like that.
You would save capital to resist increasing prices.
Well, you would, as a smart business person, you would have a reserve to make sure that when there's issues or things like that that come up, that you'd be able to support yourself.
I appreciate that, but there are a lot of businesses that are operating. on
Is there
very-
a question that you are, is there an answer
was a
that you're
question.
you're trying to
No,
to get out of me?
My-
Because I answered your question and you seem to not like it.
No, it's not that. It's just
Okay.
that I don't know if you answered it because you answered it, but what I'm getting at is there are inflationary pressures. There are a lot of expenses that businesses and landlords face.
So as a business owner, I don't work as a you're on your own type of person. If I was suffering, I would not make it at the expense of my tenants. I would not make it at the expense of the people that I am trying to uplift and support. So I hope that answers your
In
question.
this market, do you think it's realistic for landlords to freeze their rent for a few years?
That's not my expertise, so I'm not going to answer that. That's a technical question.
All
So
right, I
if
asked
you want
to
further,
stop. I appreciate that. I asked.
Okay,
I don't
thank
think it's
you.
technical, but if you do, then it's technical.
Okay. Alder Weary?
Pretty simple, I think. Thank you, Ms. Yang. I heard, yourself just testify, and I think Vice Chair Shelton and maybe one or two other people, that your group was about listening to the issues, right? Because you're not housing experts. I heard that over and over. You're not housing experts. We're not housing experts. Is that correct? You're not housing experts?
we're not housing
Okay.
experts.
And that's good. That's fine. Your purpose was to put together a report that presented issues, right? And do you think then the next logical step would be to take the issues and give it to a group of people who are the experts? Why would we take recommendations from a group who say they're not experts in housing but want to give us recommendations on housing? Do you think it would be a good idea to take those issues, right, and give it to a group of people who can attack it from an expertise standpoint? And I think we heard that before, spoken. Do you think that would be a wise way to attack it?
So this report was created with the collaboration of all the commissioners. So that's something that I would have to go back and discuss with the commission and make sure that we have a good strategy to that.
Okay.
But-
So that was an answer, but thank you. I just was wondering, since you're not housing experts, why you gave housing
Because these are
recommendations.
voices from the community that have never
I
really
know.
regularly
I
had the
totally
platform
agree.
to speak.
Totally agree. I love the input to hear what's going on.
Okay.
That was the purpose of the report. But then why, if you're not housing experts, would you give recommendation on how to house? Shouldn't that go to a body that's good at it?
Can you look up the term recommendation, please?
But I'm wondering, why would we take non-housing experts' recommendations? Shouldn't we give that to a body who's good at it? Bring everybody to the table and say, you know what, here are the issues. They're right here. They're right here. They're real issues. Solve it for us. All these experts, right? That would be a real collaboration. That'd be powerful. That'd be that task force.
One of
that
the
we should
rules
do.
that I always say when I talk to people is that if you're going to bring up issues, you bring some type of solution that you'd like to see. And those are some solutions that we'd like to see.
All right, so it's kind of a wish list. All right.
A wish list?
Yeah, I mean, really, if you're not experts, it's a wish list.
If you're saying wish list and you're trying to minimize these recommendations, I take offense to that. Alder?
I logically spelled it out, that if you sell yourself as bringing
I'm sorry,
us-
but I am
Okay,
not.
Can I?
I think we're probably done with the
I'm
line
not
of
going to be
questioning.
yelled over.
This is not yelled over.
It pretty much is.
Yeah, I think
I'm going to finish my point because everybody else gets to talk without asking questions. I love the report. It brings to light issues in the community, right? The tact now for us is how to address it. And I think the best point will be to form a task force of all the interested parties. And you bring them and you say, I think we place this on file.
Do you have a question for Ms. Yang, though?
I think you've let other people go on for quite a while without asking a question, so you can sit down, I guess, if you want. It's not really a question. I mean, I don't want to make you stand up here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Great. I think we have one more on Zoom. Sorry, there's more. Oh, okay. We're gonna go to Zoom though first, because this person has been hanging for a while, if they're still there. If you could just state your name and address and then begin speaking.
That's fine.
Go ahead, Lamika.
Reword it, like, just hand it to a group of people who can solve it.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
Can everyone hear me?
Yep. Go ahead, Ms. Okay, I think we're having audio issues again, potentially. So back to the room. Go ahead, Ms. Dorf.
Thank you. Once again, Barbara Dorf, 3375 Pebble Beach Court. I really wasn't going to speak, but I just wanted to remind this council, of which I was a part less than a year ago, that when we ask a committee to do something and they do it, we ask this committee, give us a report, bring it to the council. As a council, when I was on council, we say, thank you, commission, for doing your job. We appreciate it. Now I move to receive and place this on file. For God's sake, appreciate what these people have done for you. Some of you do. It's obvious some of you do. And it's also equally obvious some of you have your own agenda. And you do not. So please, for God's sake, get to the vote, receive and place on file, and at least say thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, entertain a motion to close the floor.
Motion to close the floor.
Motion to close.
There's another one out here.
Okay, let's go.
Sorry, promise. I'll make it quick, I promise.
Gloria Eastman, 601 Rothy Street, they, them, theirs. I just want to bring you through just a bit of my experience of searching for an apartment last year. It was about this time last year. I used all of the tools that landlords say that we should use to minimize the number of application fees and all that good stuff. I still ended up paying $120 worth of application fees. It's usually between $20 and $30 for an application fee. They talked about why that is, that's fine. But the problem is they won't even let you see a place to see if it's gonna even remotely work for you before you pay them that money and before you give them your social security number and everything else. And at that point, you're mostly giving all that personal information to a stranger on the internet. So without being able to see the landlord, see if this place is even legit, see if this place even exists underneath their name, to see if they even have the keys to the place, you are hoping that the $20 to $30 that you're sending them is actually going to your background check and is actually for a place that is up for rent, all of that. So that's one thing that I think is important for everybody to understand. When you are doing that and you are also trying to save up for your security deposit, the cost of moving is extraordinary, especially the cost of moving if you are in a dire situation. This is the first time in my life I've lived in an apartment or in a housing situation where there was nobody who was harassing me or abusing me. And that's because I live alone. So I think it's important that we make living alone an option for people, especially people in marginalized communities like myself. So those are some important things I just wanted to bring up. The other thing I wanted to bring up is the power imbalance that's been discussed. A really easy example of a power imbalance is if a tenant has an issue with a landlord. A tenant is not a person that can typically afford a lawyer. We cannot sue if our rights are violated. A landlord has money to purchase a property. A landlord has that kind of money. We can't, if we could afford a down payment on a house, we wouldn't be renting. A landlord can afford a lawyer and we cannot. That there is a power imbalance. And to deny the fact that power imbalances exist in our society is ridiculous. And that's what I'll say on that matter. Any questions for me?
All right, thank you so much.
Cool.
I think there's a couple people on Zoom who still want to speak.
We tried to go to one and they weren't able to.
Are you guys able to hear me now?
Yep, go ahead.
Wow. Yes, we are.
Go ahead.
Okay. I want to say that I'm thankful to be here to experience this meeting. I'm thankful for the representatives in the community that continue to represent the
Yeah.
people.
And just real quickly, name and address, please.
My name is Lamika Cheney. I live at North Chestnut Street in the Shipyard District, what is considered a Shipyard District. I I just want to say that there are a lot of issues that have been addressed here. I have been in the Green Bay community for 20 plus years. I have rented in the Green Bay community for over 20 plus years. Now I am the parent of renters in the Green Bay community. What I would like to say is that it it is it is a problem in the African American community. Um, I know this is a shock to some. I've seen, people saying, we didn't know this, but it is here. And I also want to say that I've heard people speak, I heard landlords speak, saying if we would have known this, ahead of time. But I've also heard landlords state that they've came up with solutions, but did not even include the tenants in those solutions. They spoke of the police department, other landlords, but not including the tenants. There are a lot of laws in Green Bay that I consider Green Bay laws. If you're coming from another city, you don't know that what a 5-day notice is. And I have learned to educate myself. But I just want to say it is a problem. It is a problem. We're not saying, and I'm saying we because I do represent an agency and I advocate for people. We're not saying that, the landlord should incur all of these costs for things that are going on, but at least make the housing in livable conditions. I live in an apartment now. I think I pay a pretty good amount of rent. You would think my kitchen was from the 1970s. There's mold in the basement, but where do you go? Especially if you're someone who's living in a car and has the option to get into an apartment or live in a car. Of course, you're going to come up with a $4,000 a month security deposit by any means necessary just to get off the streets. The shelters are closing. Some of them are not open year round. So what do you do? So I just want everyone to take into consideration that this needs to be done. I don't know on what level. I don't know how we all get together, but it needs to be done because my clients are suffering. My community is suffering. Everyone is suffering. Housing is one of the hierarchy of needs. How do you function without adequate housing? How do you work? How do you do anything without adequate housing? So it is a need for this, and I really would think that everyone should take that under consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions?
Mhm.
Any other folks on Zoom? Motion?
Motion receiving place on, motion to close the floor.
Motion to close the floor made by Alder Scannell.
Oh, one more.
Sorry, guys.
I'll make it quick. It's all points that haven't been brought up yet. I'm sorry.
Okay, so my name is Tavia Sebero. I live at 1209 St. Agnes Street. We've talked a lot about landlords and tenants. I also want to make sure we're bringing up property management. I've seen a lot more unreasonable rent increases, last-minute evictions, and unlawful acts from a lot of the property management groups here in Green Bay. I hear more complaints about any of them than anyone else. I think we honestly have more issues with property management groups than slumlords here. I realize there's slumlords, there's terrible landlords, but in reality, the most complaints that I hear from everyone I've worked for management companies, I worked for myself, I am a landlord as well. I hear more complaints about property management groups than any other party involved ever. So I just want to make that a point of, we should be bringing them people up into all of this as well to discuss everything and make sure they're also following all the same laws that everyone else should be following as well. The only other thing, I think landlords need more resources as far as things for adult protective services. We recently had a tenant last year that had some dementia and drinking issues, and we had tried to contact Adult Protective Services. We tried to contact the tenant right advocacy, and not only because we're not family members of these people, but this person didn't have any family members. He didn't have any people that were close that could help him out. We were his only resource, and we weren't able to help him because we weren't legally blood related or married to him. That's not fair. We should be able to reach out to Adult Protective Services as landlords concerned for these people before it becomes an issue of eviction or, anything like that. We need more services like that, so.
Alder Shore?
Thanks for coming in. Some of these property management companies you're talking about, are they, I asked one of the other folks the question too, are they local, mostly local, or are there quite a few companies outside of this area?
Local from out of state, I know, I'm not gonna necessarily name
Well, you don't have-
just property management groups, but we've had tenants come from property management groups asking us for us to fix things. Like, we've owned buildings next to places that get managed by property management groups, and these tenants are coming over to us to ask to be let into their unit because they were outside waiting for 45 minutes in the cold, because they had lost their keys, waiting to be let in. Toilets being just continuously running, potentially tenants falling through the floor. They're coming to ask us to maintain these buildings, which we have obviously no right to go in, to maintain, to do anything. But they don't know who else to reach out to besides landlords that they can see are taking care of their buildings. So,
Okay.
yeah,
Thank you.
Any others? Great. Thanks for your testimony.
thank you.
Motion to close the floor. Motion to close the floor made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Campbell. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Alder Johnson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I want to thank, all the members of the public, really and truly, that came here to speak on this item tonight. I think we, as a body, we always want to make informed decisions. And we heard a lot of different perspectives tonight. And honestly, outside of fluoride, I can't remember the last time we saw this many people that were passionate about an issue that came out to speak. And that is very helpful for us as decision makers. So I want to really thank you all because it is really important that we're here. If there's a theme that I overheard tonight, though, and that is the Equal Rights Commission, they're not housing experts. But I want to point out that what they did was within the purview of their scope of responsibility. Think of the housing report that we passed a couple of years ago, right? Very robust document that talked about the need for affordable housing. Think of this report and what they did as a magnifying glass on page whatever, right? They saw a piece of that report that maybe needed to be expanded upon a little bit, and that's what they did here tonight. If we've learned anything in life, right, if we can find a way to coalesce around one common belief, it makes it a lot easier for us to move forward. And I'd like to think that all of us around this room would agree that we have a housing crisis and we need to fix it. Can we agree to that? We agree to that? Okay, I want to take that a step further. This is called out in the report. 50% of our population is income constrained, meaning that they are paying more than 30% their adjusted gross income. I've done that calculation myself in the past. I came up with a lower number, but I don't want to get held up on that because I do think we got to dig into that. But either way, once again, can we all agree that 0% would be a laudable goal? Wouldn't that be great if in the city of Green Bay, 0% of our community was income constrained? So when I look at some of the report's recommendations, and I don't want to get too much into a policy deep dive right now, but when we talk about developer return on investment, 6% is a pretty standardized return. So when we talk about how TIF gets applied to that, to subsidize affordable housing, one of the challenges with that is that when you make units affordable, the assessable value goes down because it's based on the rent collected. Okay, so when the assessable value goes down, so does the property tax collected. When the property tax collected goes down, so does the TIF incentive. So it's almost like this, right? This path that doesn't make a ton of sense. In fact, really broadly speaking, I would look to the state for help. Perhaps Commissioner Shelton, you might know someone who could help with some of that conversation. I think back to a podcast I listen to quite frequently. I shared before that I'm an economics guy, Freakonomics. They said the number one thing that leads to higher rent rates is regulation. But I don't think anyone in this room would agree that we should have zero regulation. And I think that's why we're here at the table today. But I think we have to understand the cause and effect that comes with policymaking when we talk about this. Let me give you an example. City of St. Paul imposed some rent restrictions on what they were doing. within 6 months of imposing by referendum, they saw an 82% reduction in building permits, which prompted the city to immediately react and say, you know what, it's not going to apply to new construction, only to find out that they couldn't do that, right? So I want to make sure that we're careful and that those kind of cause and effects aren't happening. Now, I want to also flip the script on this. One of the reasons I asked Commissioner Shelton if he'd read the book Color of Law. Let's go back to why the ERC exists, right? And it's to give a voice to members of our community that oftentimes don't have one. I had a constituent reach out to me a couple years ago. She said, Brian, I'm a realtor, and when someone makes an offer to purchase, I have to provide within the closing documents any restrictive covenants that exist on a property. This is in the Tank Park neighborhood area. One of the restrictive covenants within that deed is that African Americans are not allowed to own homes. Now, of course, the U.S. Supreme Court has struck that down, and that is no longer constitutional. But because it is still a restrictive covenant on the books, by law, they are still required to disclose that. Now imagine the color of your skin told you and reminded you, whether it was legal or not, that you wanted to buy a home, that you were somehow inferior because of a law that existed 50, 60, 80 years ago. Pick your time frame whenever that restrictive covenant was created. That is exactly why the Equal Rights Commission did what they did today. So I think that we can look at both sides of this, I hope, and say, yeah, there's some weight on both sides of this issue that we need to address and we need to solve. But if we can coalesce, again, around the one common belief that we need to figure out the housing crisis in our community, I think we can make some really, really good progress on this issue. So I know Alder Hutchinson had made a motion. I'm going to propose an amendment that I hope is the amendment that will bring everybody together to support something unanimously. And I know others probably have perspective and opinions they'd like to share, but I'm going to put the amendment on the table and we'll see how it falls. The motion I'm going to amend is to receive and place on file and direct staff to come back to the next Protection and Policy Committee with recommendations on how to bring all stakeholders together in a process that will move this issue forward. And the reason I'm making that motion is because it gets rid of the word accept, which it could be a sticking point for some folks. So receiving and placing on file is a motion we make all the time here, right? We all know what it means. But then by having staff come back and identify that process, I think is really, really critical because, and this is why I asked one of our landlords previously about starting with a clean slate. I think it allows us to use this report from the commission as one resource of what will likely be many to help drive this issue forward while still bringing all stakeholders together in the room together to actually to recommend policies that will help address some of the major concerns that were revealed in this report. And I think Commissioner Shelton said it too, right? That while maybe some of the facts and statistics weren't to the liking of everybody, I'm a facts guy, I get it, but the anecdotes and the stories are incredibly relevant to this, and they really are. We have to understand those lived experiences and how it impacts this, and I think this motion allows us to do what we want to do, which is thank and acknowledge the really, really good and hard work that our commission did, but at the same time, bring everybody together to solve this problem. So that is my motion. And it's to amend the original motion on the floor.
I'll second the amendment for discussion.
I'll second.
We got a third. So Alder Johnson makes a motion to amend Alder Hutchison's motion to receive and place on file and direct staff to bring some ideas to Protection and Policy about how to formulate a task force or something to move this forward. Alder Scannell.
Just a question. It seems to me that would be more efficient coming and more appropriate coming from the mayor's office, this task force, than to go through committee.
I think he's asking staff to bring it to committee.
And the staff, and the mayor's staff.
Well, the mayor is staff.
Right, the reason. Well, Mayor, could I clarify that?
Yeah, Alder Johnson.
Yeah.
The reason I'm suggesting protection policy, look, we have redevelopment authority. which has the housing thing, but the authority has its own autonomy on a lot of issues. Whenever we talk about policy-related stuff, protection policy seems to be the dumping ground for things that don't cleanly fit elsewhere. Yep, that's why I was suggesting that it come back there. And I think they can bring the process back at the very next meeting. This is our recommendation.
Additional comments on the amendment?
Neil and Cheryl, you can do it. I saw your faces.
Alderberry?
Appreciate the comments, and this is something I believe I can support, because in the end, it's about solving the problem, which I said over and over, I thanked for having the report, because it puts a spotlight on it. So, former Alder Dorf, I did thank them, and it is a good report for putting the spotlight on it. I wasn't as big of a fan on the recommendations. That's fine. That's my opinion. That's fair. I like your idea because it'll bring some of the stakeholders together, and we can work on how to address it. Am I reading that wrong?
No, sir.
Okay, then I can support it.
Alder Brunette, then Alder Starr.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I mean, I think it might be a fair compromise. My only concern, and I had touched on this briefly when Mr. Shelton was speaking, I would like Chief Davis to respond to this because, even though we receive and place on file, this is the city acknowledging a report without any offer for the police to rebut something. So in one of the last pages of the report, it says, indeed, disproportionate unwarranted surveillance by landlords combined with disproportionate unwarranted surveillance by the police seriously limits many African Americans' families' rights to safe, affordable, high-quality housing in Green Bay. Chief, can you give us peace of mind that that's not what the police department's doing?
Chief Davis?
It's not within our policies that, and let me preference it by saying this as well, that if that is happening, if people in the community feel that that is being perceived as happening, that there is a proper channel for them to have those concerns brought forward so that the police department can work on those issues. Can you respond to this?
Sure. Excuse me. Disproportionate surveillance of anyone based on a protected class, in this case, would be illegal under the United States Constitution. I don't expect the commission to know this, but, as somebody who's been in the police accountability and reform world for a long time, I was a little disappointed in this. There's one piece of a much bigger picture, because it's really unhelpful in terms of figuring out where we have a problem as an organization and dealing with it. Certainly we don't tolerate discriminatory conduct by our members. Our policy does not tolerate that. The Constitution of the United States doesn't tolerate that, and we're certainly not perfect as an organization, and I think there are always blind spots that we would like to have light shed on, to the extent that members of our community are comfortable helping us shed light on them. But I certainly don't see the kind of pattern and practice of discriminatory conduct that a phrase like this in a report would sort of implicate.
So if a member of our community, any person, any race who feels like they're being discriminated against in violation of the Constitution, what would you recommend that they do to address the issue?
I think they have several options. First of all, they're always welcome to come to us. We have recently updated our complaint intake policies, but sometimes people who find themselves in these situations aren't comfortable coming to us. They would also we have civilian oversight in the form of the Police and Fire Commission, and people can bring concerns to that group that are independent from us and really have some measure of independence even from the rest of city government. So that's an option for them. I'm sure they could share that with, one of the other city departments relevant to issues like this, like the city attorney's office or the Human Resources Division. And then people always have legal recourse. Discriminatory conduct is illegal, and police departments get sued for this all the time, so they would have recourse in the courts as well. But, I would just end by saying I want to encourage people to feel comfortable sharing these concerns with us however they can, because if we have a problem and we don't know we have a problem, we can never fix it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So That's why I'm on the fence with the motion, because I know it's a receive and place on file, and I know in the past procedurally, it was kind of where we would send things to die, although this is a writing agenda item, which will, or another addition that will have an action, even though we received and placed on file. But as a council member, if I receive and place on file something, I'm kind of acknowledging without some proper rebuttal or comment, two paragraphs or two or three sentences, two sections that kind of paint our police department in a very poor light. And we're hearing from the chief that that's not a fair analysis of the situation. So I can't support a receive and place on file. I would like to really refer it back to the Equal Rights Commission to work with our staff to then bring something forward to the protection and policy. So that's where I'm at. I can't receive and place on file something that has a very grave error without being corrected.
Alder Scannell?
I'd like to speak on that point. And I think by receiving and placing a file, what we are doing is we are acknowledging that there are voices in our community that feel this way. And I think it's wrong to diss that, or to try to shuffle it under the rug, or to try to cover it up somehow. These voices are real. This is how they feel. They may be wrong. They may be partially right. It's how they feel. That's what the report did. Went to the community. This is what the community reported. I don't want to whitewash it. This is it. And I think we can be big enough to take it. You know, we're talking about marginalized groups who have a very difficult time, who've suffered a lot, much more than those who are better advantaged in general. And I think we're not saying that this is accurate, that this is correct, that we accept it. All we're doing is acknowledging it. Yes, this commission went out to the community. This is what the community said. We acknowledge it. We're going to now do something about it. And the chief has said what can be done about that particular thing. They can start working on avenues to get marginalized people who generally are not the group that come forward. The police probably don't know about this because they're not going to go to the police or anybody else or to us because their experiences in the past has been pretty negative. So, and that's not on us, and that's not on the police. It's on the way our society is and has been. So I don't want to tinker with this report at all. It is what it is. And I think we just have to accept it, and we're not saying that in accepting it, we agree with it or disagree with it. We're just acknowledging it and realizing it's a first step, not a comprehensive step, not a perfect step. First step to systemically addressing a systemic problem with housing. So I think it's wrong to try and make any kind of correction or any kind of cover-up or any kind of whitewash, or I don't even know what the right word would be. I'm not sure if I'm describing it accurately, but to tinker with the report in any way as a vilification. Because I don't even think the people reporting this were vilifying. They were just reporting what they felt. And I think that's honest, and I think we should honestly accept it and move on. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder.
I do have a.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah.
Alder Grander Hutchison over here. No, Alder Hutchison?
I think there is kind of a white elephant in this room. It's brought up before, and everyone brings up the race thing as well. We're white, black, whatever. But this body has voted not to do anything about the fact that 95% of the workers for the city of Green Bay are white. There's things that can be done. There's a diversity coordinator position that could go and try to fix that right now, and we constantly push that back because we don't feel it. Someone mentioned, we seem to be all of the same race, and here we are talking about this. It exists. I respect this police captain a lot, and what he said was truthful and honest, and if you notice what he said, Sometimes it happens. Police departments get, sued. Doesn't mean our police department's doing it, but when someone says, when they pull up the wagon, I've seen this, there's a police, I don't know if it's still occurring, but they'll park a vehicle in a trouble spot, and that could be assumed to be overly watchful of whoever's there. Okay, it happens, just does. So to have this in the report and say, we shouldn't have this in the report is about you not experiencing it. And someone on the computer said, it happens. It happens. So it's something we can work towards to fixing, but to hold up this report because of those couple words in there that probably are true, but maybe not, is, I think, just getting in the way. And I wish you would have asked some of the people who wanted to fix things now what they thought. What would we do? You only asked, and I'm speaking to our president, you only asked people who had a position as someone renting.
Just a reminder to direct your comments to me.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, I'll look at you. But I would say I will support the motion that has been cast simply because, as people have said, we got to address this now. We got to get it going. We got to address it. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder Burnett.
Thank you, Mayor. We'd be receiving and placing on file a report that seems to indicate the city's engaging in illegal behavior, unconstitutional behavior. I think any city council member should be concerned with that. When Mr. Shelton, and I know he hasn't spoken in a while, but when I kind of questioned him, it was sort of, yeah, I'm sure it has happened in history, and perhaps it's happening now, but there's no evidence or no data or no facts or figures or anything to point to a proven fact that that's happening. So when you put something like that in a report, and as a council, when we realize that it's an illegal practice if that's what we're doing, and we hear council members kind of say, well, it doesn't matter, oh, it might be happening. Well, that's a pretty serious thing, because if this is true, it's something we need to address as a council, and I'm not going to passively receive and place a report that alleges or insinuates the city's engaging in illegal or unconstitutional behavior. I mean, get real. What are we really approving or accepting, or I should say receiving and placing a file? And I would say Alder Hutchinson, I want everyone in the city, any resident, anyone to apply for any position in the city of Green Bay. We are equal opportunity employer, but you have said this a number of times.
Direct your comments to the chair.
Mr. Mayor, Alder Hutchinson has said this several times now in different meetings, talking about how we need to do, it's kind of like a racial or a quota-based hiring practice, and that's illegal. You can't discriminate on people based on a characteristic like race. And if there's 95% of the city that are white, of course we want to diversify our workforce, but that should not punish those white individuals who are well qualified for the position that they're applying to. So these are all very complex issues we're grappling with as a society. And I feel there has to be balance in all that we do. Obviously, we have a lot of different perspectives here. We all represent a part of the city. Mayor, you represent the entire city. There are practices and there are behaviors and there are backgrounds and faith beliefs and ethnicities and struggles and classifications and experience. There's just so much diversity in the human experience. And this is what I love about the Green Bay community, is that you literally, within the last 20 or 30, 40 years, we have become a very diverse community with people from every walk of life, basically every nationality, every background we could think of. And we have to live in harmony, and we have to live together. And you can't do that if you put a very important position like this forward. If you don't gain the counsel of other people who are deeply affected by this document. So yeah, receive and place a file might be the preferred way, or maybe that's what we do when things go to die, but there's still this report that has a very glaring mischaracterization of our police department, who is working very hard, and they did work very hard under former police chief Smith and now Chief Davis, to overcome a lot of the historical issues that we have been facing. And he's the right guy for the job, and he's making a lot of tremendous progress. And I think that a report like this, if we just passively receive and place on file, I'm afraid of what it says to the landlords who are working their tails off trying to develop housing and make it fair and equal for everyone, but also the police, who we're basically saying they're surveilling a segment of the society with only anecdotal comments. There's nothing in this report that points to any hard data. You know, this is happening. I want to know if it's happening so we can address it as a council. But there's nothing to prove that that's happened other than anecdotal evidence. And we can't make decisions based on that. So.
Alder Scannell?
Well, I did state that I had received some complaints from some constituents, so it's not just anecdotal. And secondly, again, we're not accepting anything. Only thing we're accepting is, yes, you in our community, who we've gone to and asked you, you marginalized people, tell us what you're feeling. And never say, oh no, not that, don't tell us that. We have to respect them and their opinion and their lives experience. Whether it's off-centered some or whatever, they're being honest. I don't believe they were purposely trying to vilify the police or try to stick it to the police or whatever. They were asked questions, they came forward honestly and gave honest answers, and all we're doing is saying, we heard you. Not saying I accept it, not saying I don't accept it. I heard you, okay, we're gonna file this whole thing away, and it's a working document, and any part of it that we feel is relevant, we're gonna be working on, and if it is an issue that really needs to be worked on, I mean, it may or may not be. Hopefully, through this dialogue, people might start feeling more comfortable coming forward. And they'll know that we're receptive to it. We're not gonna say, no, you can tell me this, but I don't want to hear it. I mean, we have to respect the voices that are coming to us. We don't have to agree with them, but we have to respect them. And that's all we're doing. That's all we're doing. I'm receiving and placing this on file. It's not an approval, it's not an acceptance, it's not anything else. And I think it's just wrong to try, when you're dealing with people who are hurting, when you're dealing with marginalized people, I was a special educator, I dealt with a lot of kids who are hurting. You have to accept their state of mind, their experiences, where they're coming from, if you're gonna work with them. Otherwise, you're not listening to them, why should they listen to you? Why should they trust you? Why should they come forward? So I really feel strongly that all we're doing is receiving and placing on file, and by doing that, we're respecting their voices. And I think that's, everything else, we should be big enough to take. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Story?
Thank you, Your Honor. A lot has been said tonight, and I think, in a way, like, sure, you're looking at the makeup of the council, we're white, okay? I can't help the way, who I am. It is what it is. What I told John and Tara when I met them last week, I told them a story of my life, as far as growing up. Everybody has a story. And I went to high school in the inner core area of Milwaukee, and when Father Grappi was coming across the bridge with the Black Panthers and all these other citizens from the north side to the south side. It's a very segregated city, by the way, Milwaukee. I grew up there. And I thought, oh my God, the world's ending. We had riots, we had martial law. I was riding to high school on three city buses to go to high school. I lived in Happy Days land. I was over in a nice area. But when I got there, windows were broken, buildings were on fire. I'm 13 years old, and I was affected. I saw that, and I said, wow. I remember Selma, Alabama, watching that when I was 12 years old. I said, wow, this isn't right. So All I'm saying is that we all have grown up in different communities, different ways. We've had different experiences. You know, when I moved to Green Bay, you know, a lot of times years ago, if the only blacks that were in Green Bay were Green Bay Packers. You know, so I don't know what I'm fully trying to say. I'm just saying that we all have experiences and we all need to be open-minded to that. I used to drive integration bus routes as a bus driver. You know, Alder Johnson's smiling right now. Anyway, all I'm saying is that just be open-minded. And I do agree with Alder Johnson. I like his attack.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments on the amendment? Alder Weary?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. President Burnett brings up an interesting point in that this is an opinion piece. It's based on testimony, right? Direct source testimony, yeah. However, the way it is written in some parts makes it seem like it is fact. And that's the part I could see if in the future somebody just looks up this report and says, huh, wow, those things are happening to everybody there? Like, wow, is there some way to notate that this is, you know, footnote it, that, you know, this is a compilation of testimony and based on that, or, you know, is the best way to send it back to reword it? I don't know, Attorney Bungert, you know, I see your point in that I don't want to accept that because we don't know that. We're hearing that it happens, but that doesn't mean, you know, if it happened to 5 or 10 people, but there's 1,000 people, I get that, you know, I don't want to just blatantly say, yeah, boy, our landlords and our police are horrible, and that's what it's saying. I mean, some people had some bad experiences, no doubt. That's what we're hearing. That's a fact. How do we merge those two? To acknowledge what happened, but not say this is prevalent everywhere. That's what we're trying to get at here.
Is that, I don't, that's a.
I woke you up, sorry.
Maybe a point of clarification is the motion to receive and place on file does not express the council's approval, rejection. It doesn't express any kind of dispositive action in that sense. Receive and place on file actually coming out of Robert's rules is really to lay on the table, which literally from the beginning of democratic, like taking a piece of paper and laying it on the table and leaving it there. So it's not acknowledging that council is approving any of the information in it, is acquiescing to any of the information in it, or that's being presented. It's just receiving what has been presented and laying it on the table for further action, no action, whatever the council's wishes are. So I'm not sure if that helps clarify as to what the motion actually means, but there's no formalized acceptance of any of the information that's contained in the report by receiving and placing on file. It's literally just placing it on the table.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Alder Campbell?
Thank you for that clarification. That was some of my question, but I do agree, and I don't have it in front of me, but I've heard it said many times. As much as I like Alder Johnson's remedy to this and bringing it all together, thank you. You do well on it. And as much as I agree with it, I almost have to take the point of view of some of the wording in it. And honestly, it just, you know, I think I have a hard time with that, and I don't know, I can't support it as much as I'd like to, you know, just some of that exact 2 points that Alder Weary made, so that's how I'm thinking on it.
Thanks. Alder Johnson?
I just want to piggyback off of what Attorney Bungert said. Alder Weary, do you have that document laying on your table there? You've received it. Alder Campbell, you have it on your computer, I'm sure. We all have it, right? We all have it. To kind of pretend like we don't, when it's all been recorded and we've been debating it for, what, 3 hours now? Come on. As I've never seen an issue get so complicated. I really haven't. When was the last time this body can remember a document that we received and placed on file or the contents therein? Let's just approve the amendment. This is a good motion. It's a good motion that moves us forward.
Thanks, Alder. All right, the vote is on the amendment that's been offered by Alder Johnson. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. Entertain a motion to adopt as amended.
Motion to adopt as amended.
Alder Scannell makes a motion to adopt as amended. That was seconded by Alder Stoyer. Further comments? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. All right, well, thank
Take a
you,
break.
everyone, especially to the public for attending. Yeah, we will do another 10-minute break. We'll be back at 11:11. All right, I'm going to call us back to order. We are now on item K, which is the Landmarks Commission. So to refresh some memories, we are on the item for the Landmarks Commission to deny the certificate of appropriateness on the design review for window replacements located at 240 North Broadway, continued from the 12/20/22 meeting and the 1/17/23 council meeting. Okay. Attorney Bunker, just real quickly.
Yep. Before we do that, I just wanted to just reiterate that this is a quasi judicial hearing, continued from January 17th. Just to confirm that due process considerations have been met and continuously met, I just wanted to provide an opportunity for any alders, if you have had any further communications with any of the parties following the hearings in December and January, you can just go ahead and please state what those communications are and then reaffirm that you can still continue to be impartial and unbiased in your determinations. So if there's
Anything
any,
to
go ahead.
report?
Yep. Nothing?
No,
Okay.
no.
All right, then closed session it is.
All right. Language?
Is there a second?
Oh, yeah, motion has been made by Alder Scanlon to go into closed session. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Weary. The language, Alder.
The council may convene a closed session pursuant to section 19.85 subsection 1 subsection A Wisconsin statutes for purposes of deliberating concerning a case which was the subject of any judicial or quasi-judicial trial or hearing before the governmental body. The council will thereafter reconvene in open session pursuant to section 19.85 subsection 2 Wisconsin statutes to take action on items discussed in closed session, if appropriate, and to consider the remainder of the agenda.
All right, so we will use the board on that.
You may vote.
Yes, can we call out for Alder Stevens?
Well, Alder Stevens, can you vote verbally?
Hello?
Yep, this is a vote to move into closed session, Alder Stevens?
Yes.
Thank you.
Alder Hutchinson? Oh, thank you. Just give me a moment. All right, you may display. Oh. That was passed. It was passed. It was Alder Johnson abstaining.
All right, past 11:00, we are going into closed session.
right. And then the parties will get copies.
I call the common council back to order, entertain a motion to return to.
Motion to return to regular order.
Alder Scannell makes a motion to return to regular order. That was seconded by Alder Stoyer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are back. Alder Eck.
To approve the appeal and to adopt the findings of fact and conclusions of law.
Second.
All right, Alder Eck makes that motion. That was seconded by Alder Campbell. Now, Attorney Bungert, is it appropriate for me to read the summary at this point?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So for the record, the Common Council further concludes that the proposed work conforms to the purpose and intent of the historic preservation provisions of the zoning code specified in 44-168 and 44-1546 Green Bay Municipal Code, which are substantively identical. Specifically, by preserving the historical integrity of the second floor and allowing the enhancement of the first floor, the proposed work serves to simultaneously protect and enhance the city's cultural, social, and architectural history while improving property values and supporting and stimulating business and industry. BFAM's proposed alterations to the portion of the exterior facade of the historic structure that faces Broadway would not detrimentally change, destroy, or adversely affect the historic structure, and the alterations conform to the purpose and intent of Chapter 44, Article 15, Green Bay Municipal Code. Accordingly, the Landmarks Commission's denial of the portions of BFAM's COA application related to those proposed alterations is hereby overturned, and BFAM's requested COA is granted. The new storefront windows shall be powder-coated, consistent with the requirements for the other new windows approved by the Landmarks Commission. So with that, do we use the board for this vote?
Yes.
All right, we will use the board.
You may vote.
We ask Alder Stevens to.
Yes.
Alder Stevens, can you vote verbally? Are we on
Yes,
Zoom?
right on.
Yes. He's on Zoom.
My vote will be a yes.
Thanks, Alder.
All righty. And may display.
All right, and that motion is successful. Okay.
And just for the record, the parties will receive a full copy of the findings of fact and conclusions of law following the meeting, once signed.
And Alder Stoyer is asking for the vote, was that 10 to 2?
Yeah, there was,
One abstention.
One abstention and one no.
Okay. One abstention, one no, otherwise in favor. On to report. We're at protection and policy. Yeah. On to protection and policy from January 23, 2023. Alder Scannell makes a motion to approve, seconded by Alder Weary. Items here to be handled separately. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. Protection and Policy Committee granting operator licenses. Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Galvin. Any abstentions? Items to be, or names to be handled separately? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that report has been approved. Report of the Plan Commission. Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Galvin. Items here to be handled separately? 1 and 2. Any others? Hearing none others, all in favor of the remainder of that report, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been adopted with the exception of items 1 and 2. Your wishes, Alder Hutchison.
I've been asked by staff to make for number 1 to refer this agenda item back to the committee, the Plan Commission. Sorry.
Okay. Alder Hutchison makes a motion to refer item 1 back to the Plan Commission, seconded by Alder Johnson. Any discussion or questions? Alder Eck?
I would like to make a motion to open the floor, please.
Okay.
Second.
Motion has been made to open the floor, that's seconded by Alder Johnson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open.
Michael Product, 1744 Beaver Dam Drive, Green Bay, Wisconsin. Good evening, everyone. Just wanted to make some comments today about the motion regarding the affordable housing project that would be near the intersection of Military and Shawano before you. We have heard a lot tonight about housing, and we have heard many good things, and I think it's a great thing that our community supports housing, quality, affordable housing. But we need that housing to be quality, stable, and healthy housing for every resident of the city of Green Bay. I do not believe that this project will allow that to happen in this particular parcel. The project has several concerns that were addressed by the community at the Planning Commission, as well as several of the members of the Planning Commission itself. First of all, the obvious issues of safety. There is an extremely busy intersection on the west side that is near this housing building that's being proposed. There is no green space nearby this area. There is no area for families to go. Families could go across the busy intersection or around the commercial district in order to find a local park, but there is nothing within the vicinity of this housing to allow for that. The housing project is going to be taking place in the former parking lot of the Shopko building on the west side. The Shopko building will stay as a warehouse. This building will be in front of the warehouse, and every day residents on the half of the building will look out upon the facade of the old Shopko building. I don't think that's a great view for any resident in the city of Green Bay. And we're looking at other options as well. I would love to have a consideration for a longer term strategy for that entire area. This is just one corner of that entire property. I would love, in the interest of forming a neighborhood, of allowing these individuals who are living in this 48-unit apartment complex to be part of a broader area that's supporting them, that they're free to call home instead of just a roof over their head. People in the situation that they're seeking housing, and we know that there are many people that want good quality, healthy housing. But putting them in the parking lot of the Shopko building to block the view of the Shopko building is not the answer for a community like Green Bay, when we value community, when we value the housing in the community as well. From the commercial district, we heard from individuals in the public that, simply put, we want housing in that area, but this is not the solution as well, to drop in the middle of the commercial area. We have zoning for a reason. We have an interest in developing up that Military Avenue business area. This is not a solution to help that, especially when we have heard from the owners that eventually the warehouse is not in the interest of the owners to be kept long-term. Why would we saddle ourselves with a housing unit in the corner of that parcel without knowing anything else of what will go on in that unit? We'd love to see a better neighborhood-minded, Green Bay-minded development in that parcel. I would urge you to vote no. I would urge you not to refer this back to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission has heard this and has discussed this twice. There have been concerns and many negative concerns in both meetings of the Planning Commission. We are thinking about this from a community neighborhood perspective. Again, from a stable, quality, healthy, long-term housing solution for individuals seeking to be part of our community here in Green Bay. The changes that were made between the two Planning Commission meetings when this was discussed were minimal, and they were not substantial. In response to the parks, a tot room on the second floor and a grill area outside for 48 units. That to me is not substantial. I don't see many changes happening unless this is a long-term, broad change to this project. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Any questions? Alder Steuer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thanks, Michael, for coming in. I caught some of the meeting. I wasn't there, and I apologize for that, but there was talk also of, is this the issue on the zoning or as well?
Number one.
That's number one, okay. I agree with the fact that there's not a whole lot of area as far as there's no park there. It's pretty standard type building. We do need the housing, but I agree with you. I don't want it. Thanks.
In response to that, we do need the housing, just not here.
There. Not there.
We need the housing in Green Bay. I applaud the city. I applaud the Community Economic Development Office for looking at housing and trying to be creative with this, but this is simply just not the location.
All right, entertain a motion to close the floor.
Motion to close the floor.
Alder Scannell makes a motion to close the floor. Seconded by Alder Campbell. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Floor is closed. So Alder Hutchison made a motion to refer this item back. It was seconded. Alder Eck. No, I know. I said Alder Johnson seconded it. Alder Eck and then Alder Weary.
So this is my district. I'm the alder of this district, and so I've gone to listening sessions regarding this project. And it really 1 and 2 kind of were going together. Now, this one says to table indefinitely, but it was like being rezoned and kind of, they were tied together. But basically, in the listening sessions that I've gone to, and the 2 planning commission meetings I've gone to, and talked to, I was the Military Avenue Business District, talking to different people that are part of that district. Not one person is for this development. Not one business is for it. And I'm, as representing my district, that I would say to deny returning it back to staff, but to go ahead and deny the request to establish the development there. I guess what comes to me is it's like putting a square peg in a round hole. It just doesn't fit. It barely covers the Shopko building. And for it to be part of allowing the Shopko building to stay as it is permanently, whether they want to change it eventually, but it would be saying that we're changing it so that instead of having a conditional use permit for a short period of time, that they could continue to do that. And I'm not okay with that. And a lot of the businesses around there are hoping for a big development there, and they've only been this conditional use for just a little over a year. It's not much time for them to find someone else to come in there. I mean, let's give them some more time. And I think that there's other places we can put housing development. I mean, like I said, there's one at the Planning Commission, there's one going down closer to my neighborhood, and that's great. But at this, I'm against this particular location.
Okay, thanks. Alder Weary and then Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I would agree with the alderperson of that district, and she knows it better than anyone, as we all do our own districts. It's just a bad location. It's not a healthy option for that spot and for what the Military Avenue people are trying to do with a reinvigorated corridor. I mean, like she said, the MABA board, I think, was unanimously opposed, or I think it was unanimously, yeah. So they don't even want it. It's a bad spot. You're gonna have people living on half looking at a busy street and half looking at a warehouse. It's like, hey, it's a great place to live. And we don't even know what would be developed behind it. So it's just, I know we're trying to do 2 things that we talked about earlier, but we're also trying to do the military, but we're trying to shove them together here, and they just don't fit, like the square peg in the round hole. So appreciate the effort, but this is just a bad spot. Thanks.
Alder Johnson and Alder Burnett.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this isn't necessarily a hill that I'm willing to die on, but I do support referral. And the reason I support referral is because you have a developer who's at the table who's saying, I want to do something in the city of Green Bay. And we're basically telling him no. A very reputable developer that builds tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. And we're just giving developers another reason to say no to Green Bay when we're begging. We're begging for people to come here and do work. So I think it's in our best. And Gorman, by the way, for those not familiar, this is urban development. This is what urban development looks like. And that is an urban lot. And so we can debate the merits of it. Call it NIMBY, call it whatever you want to call it. It's really easy to make these decisions when it's not your money and not your land. But I think it's in the best interest of the city to refer this. We're not approving it. We're referring it back because Gorman is an experienced developer that does all kinds of stuff, not just housing. And I think if you work with them, and perhaps staff could even shed some light on this, they might be able to come up with a product that we do like. But if you tell them no, go away, I don't know that they're coming back. Staff?
And just quickly before we go to Director Steck-Schulte, just to remind people of the context, this is what we asked for. This is like exactly what we asked for, I don't know, 9 months ago or whenever that was, when we approved the development agreement related to this property. this is what this council asked of this developer and property owner. It's being brought forward, and there's a lot of opposition, but some serious mixed messages there to reinforce what Alder Johnson was saying. Director Steck-Schulte.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is essentially the situation we're looking at here. Certainly, obviously, two balancing efforts. Certainly, the housing aspect of it is certainly something that has been, again, we expressed interest in, and certainly in much of our conversation tonight about the addition of units. I do agree with Alder Johnson's evaluation. This is an urban development site. It is, while in an ideal situation, everyone would have an adjacent park, an adjacent green space. Sometimes that is not always possible. I think there are certain amenities we can certainly try to work with them on. Certainly don't disagree with the concept of having a better idea of what conceptually could go on the rest of the site, and staff is having that conversation with the landowner at this point, and we think we would have something to come back. As far as a land use, I would say this type of density, certainly it is an immediately, as a residential area immediately next to this area. I would say that certainly, other operations possibly, and even in the industrial building, may be more problematic than the multifamily building. But we do think that I think the intent has always been that by providing some opportunity for some redevelopment to occur on the front part of this parcel that is just basically a vacant parking lot, to show that it is viable, that additional redevelopment is more likely to occur on the rest of that parcel and that lot. We've had some comments in terms of, we can always go back and discuss architecture. We can always talk quality of the overall, the aesthetics of the project. But I do agree with Alder Johnson. This is a reputable developer. I think some of the other questions in terms of if they'd like some amenities and some other space, I think that, certainly we can encourage the developer and the Martins, the current landowner, to perhaps make some more land available to try to make some more space for something else to happen there. I think in the context of the overall redevelopment of the entire lot, some of those questions would eventually probably be answered, but they certainly will not be answered with just this initial project. So I think there is additional opportunity for green space and some common areas as the site continues to redevelop. But it's just simply a situation between the Martins' existing uses and existing interests they have in using the current Shopko site and allowing this initial redevelopment to occur. It is a process. It is not going to happen certainly overnight and have everything that the city is hoping for, but we do feel this is a step in the right direction, actually.
Okay. Thank you, Director. So the reason I wanted you to kind of speak to that is because I think this is, to your point, a process, and a process that I think we should allow to continue while you have the developer at the table. Because again, if you tell them no, if I'm that developer, I don't know that I'd come back. There's no real incentive or motivation to do that. But I also want to call out one specific example to put a bow on this. Wall Street Journal printed an article, I don't know, maybe a year ago, that talked about the future of commercial real estate. When you see these commercial big boxes go empty, this is the type of development that is oftentimes used to activate them and to kind of take those what oftentimes referred to as warehousing or manufacturing, and it puts them in the rear where they belong, but it also takes some of, sorry, I thought you said something. It takes some of the development, right, that's more activated and puts it in the front. And so you're seeing that all across the country, and to bring that point closer to home, this is exactly what the East Town Mall did. You may recall the development agreement we did there has the retail stuff in the front, compartmentalized it a little different, but it took that back warehouse manufacturing space, converted it to a different use, so that way you're not sitting there with dark space for an indefinite amount of time. And I feel like that's the challenge that you have with this particular type of site, because you have a big box retailer that's on the back end of the lot, and it doesn't make it very conducive to modern day retail. So I'll just throw that out there. And again, it's not a hill I'm willing to die on, because look, if at the end of the day, this council doesn't believe the project's right, that's fine. But I think this is the best way to keep the developer engaged to come up with an alternative course of action.
Alder Scannell.
I'll die on that hill. You never want to die on the hill. I'll fall right on it. Yeah, I always thought it'd be cool to have some apartment buildings on Military. I've been thinking that a long time. And it kind of reminds me of Madison, that strip. There's strips on
East Wash,
outer belt of Madison that are exactly kind of like that. And I think there's a lot of amenities down there. There are restaurants and everything. And Murphy Park's not that far away. I think it'd be really cool to have housing on military, and hopefully this would be the beginning of a lot more housing on military. So I do support this. And again, as Alder Johnson said, if the final product that ended up coming before us really stinks somehow, we can then turn it down then. Why would we not give it that opportunity? I think it's a great opportunity.
And just one other quick note. This is a recipient of tax credits from Wisconsin Housing and Economic Development Authority. They have a very strict process for awarding these tax credits, and they have decided that this is a worthy project. These are, the preeminent housing experts and financiers of affordable housing in the state saying this is a good project. Alder Eck.
It is, part of it is a rezone. And once it's rezoned, I don't know that it would come back for us to do final approval on it, my understanding. But I reiterate that if everybody in that area and the Military Avenue Business District Board, which has the Military Avenue, it's in their best interest, and they're all against it, I think that weighs, that's a big, something to think about. Unfortunately, we went so late tonight that they're not here, but there were some people that had wanted to speak on it. And they did come to the Planning Commission, and they spoke both times against it. And so therefore, I really think that we should consider their thoughts on it, because it matters to them. That, like I said, it's in their best interest. So just doesn't fit in that particular location. That's all.
Point of clarification, Mayor.
Alder Johnson, then Alder Burnett.
Just because you had mentioned that it wouldn't come back, and because this is a referral, they wouldn't be able to do it without a PUD. So could I just get clarity? This would have to come back, right?
Alder, yeah, we would still be sending it back to the Plan Commission, which very much could come back with the same recommendation or a different recommendation. That would, but it would still be coming back to council then afterwards.
Thank you. And I just wanted that clarity. So thank you.
Alder Burnett.
Yeah, thank you. Just so I think I understand that it failed on a vote of 3-2 at the commission, and then there were 2 members who were absent. I mean, it's late, so I'll just cut to the point. We approve it all in the end here anyways, but is this just an effort to get it back before the Plan Commission to get 2 members who may be agreeable to it?
Well, I mean, Director Schulte can weigh in on that.
Just to be, no, it's an excellent question, Alder Burnett. No, certainly, there were some procedural issues in terms of the applicant and the first one not speaking on his project. He was assuming he would be called up to the microphone and said we just opened the floor. He wasn't aware that that was his moment to come up. So he really didn't get that opportunity to present his full project and answer questions. But in addition, we're also working on, if folks remember, the original arrangement that we did with the temporary planned unit development was also accompanied with a development agreement. Staff is actually working on finalizing that development agreement and having that language available. So there are certain things we can regulate with the zoning and certain things we can't. So the planned unit development itself will certainly regulate from a land use standpoint, but if there are other aspects we need to put in that we do want to see some of the extra things on, that we are looking for some concessions from the applicant on, that will actually be in the development agreement. So we'd like to have that draft development agreement available to the Plan Commission to review, as well as the PUD.
So in the past, when we have voted things down or when a Plan Commission votes something down, then the interested parties would come to the council and perhaps appeal to the council, and we could overturn the decision of the Plan Commission. So can you kind of, it's late, so I don't want to belabor the point, but can you kind of, what has changed? Like, why are we taking this tact rather than the other?
Again, certainly the procedural question I just mentioned, but then also again the development agreement, having that available. When it was first voted on in its initial stage, both of those items were available, both to council and Plan Commission. So the items that were regulated in the zoning, as well as what was going to go into the development agreement. So in this case, we didn't have time to have the development agreement finalized. So some of the questions and other issues that we actually can negotiate on that we would not be able to regulate during the PUD, we can actually add into the plan unit development. So we think there's some additional language and things in the development agreement language that may address some of the concerns that have been raised in some of the meetings. So
I appreciate that. No, just real quick. Alder Stoyer and I were on the city council 2012 to 14 when the Military Avenue bid district was voted on and approved, and that was a contentious issue. There was a lot of pushback from some of the people, interested parties, but in the end, we advocated for it, and it was a tough vote, but we supported it, and the Military Avenue bid was vital, because up to that point, you had a hodgepodge of businesses with competing interests, and there was no organized entity to kind of bring it all together. And now we have a bid. We have a bid that's been there for 10 years, and the bid, you know, as Alder Eck said, unanimously says that this particular project may not be a good fit for the neighborhood. And I don't know, I don't know if we can overlook that. They don't dictate policy in the city, but they're a huge part. And it's not that I don't think that affordable housing development isn't good or necessary. I think both are true. But the question is that particular lot or that particular location. I just have a hard time, sending it back to Plan Commission already voted one way, and the support is limited from what I'm being told. So anyways, thank you.
So are there any other comments? All right, so we have a motion to refer on the table. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
No.
That's pretty close. Board, you use the board?
No.
So again, the motion is to refer to the Plan Commission. Alder Stevens, the motion is to refer this item back to the Plan Commission. How would you like to?
No.
All right. That's 6-6.
Yes.
I cannot see that. I vote in favor of referring back to the Plan Commission. On to item 2.
Motion to approve?
Yeah, I think we need a different one. Alder Hutchison?
Again, to refer back to the next Plan Commission, specifically the next, because of the wording of, I think, indefinitely.
Yeah. So same motion here from Alder Hutchison. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alder Johnson. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item is referred back to the Plan Commission. On to Finance Committee.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Galvin. Items here to be handled separately.
1 and 2.
1 and 2. Any others? 1, 2, and 5. Any others? All right, hearing none others, all in favor of the remainder of that report, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of items 1, 2, and 5.
Motion to suspend the rules and take up items 1 and 2 together.
Alder Johnson makes a motion to suspend the rules and take up items 01 and 02 with one roll call vote. That was seconded by Alder Scannell. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Alder Johnson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just, so I think there was some confusion around these two particular items. When the motion was made at committee, it was with the intent that we were going to reimburse the city portion of this tax. And the way that this was reported and perhaps even understood by staff was that we were going to pay the full bill, which would include the county, the school district, as well as the tech college. And I don't think that was anyone's intent, though I don't want to speak for the committee. They can speak for themselves. And so I'd like to offer, we don't really have a motion on the table. So I think there was discussion at the committee that one of the entities had actually spoken to 2 of the taxing jurisdictions, and they said they would follow suit. But we don't really have that documented. We don't have a guarantee. And so, of course, this would put us in the unenviable position that we could potentially be paying someone's property taxes if in fact those entities said, no, we're not going to follow suit. So I'd like to make the motion that says to approve contingent upon and I might need legal to verify if we can do this, contingent on the county tech college and school district confirming that they too would exempt the status for 2022. Does that make sense? Can we do that? I'm putting Attorney
Well, and
Bungert on the
I have a
spot.
question as well. I mean, would
I-
it be more straightforward simply to take care of the city portion and allow for?
Just, and I don't understand that process. I don't know if any of us do. I mean, do they?
I mean, at this
can they
stage,
go
Sure,
to
I
us
can, I
entities?
can defer this to Deputy Koshart. She may have
Sure.
some additional info.
Can chime in. So both of these entities, a lot of discussion has been, oh, thank you, thanks Dan. So a lot of discussion has been had about this, in this situation about reimbursing their taxes. The underlying issue is that both entities missed a March 1st, 2022 deadline for exemption status for their properties. I understand it's unfortunate. The other part that is now passed is that there isn't an appeal process available. So this came to us as an appeal, and the other taxing jurisdictions, to your point, Alder Johnson said that they would defer to us on an appeal process, not on reimbursement. But because there isn't an appeal process available at this point for the 2022 taxes, all we can do is entertain the request to reimbursement, which was appropriately sent to finance. So that's where the situation is for reimbursement. And then I think the misunderstanding at council was that it was on as a reimbursement of the full taxes and not just the city portion. So for New Community Clinic, the $12,000 amount, that's the full tax. And the same for number 2, which I know the finance, I'm sorry, Deputy Director Manley could speak on the portion that's just the city. We can find that dollar amount. I think I have it here. But that was what was approved, was the full tax reimbursement. And just in terms of the school district, the county, I don't know what that process would exist. I think it's just like this. They're going to have to go to their governing body and ask for forgiveness, basically, and ask for reimbursement. Because from our perspective, there isn't an appeal process available to actually rescind their taxes. And that was the point that I was trying to make. So this is strictly a reimbursement.
Yeah, so the city doesn't have like some type of, overlord sort of responsibility to handle all jurisdictions, right?
If only.
If only, right. Okay, okay, thank you for that explanation. I'm gonna simplify my motion then. I'm just gonna say, it'd be a motion to approve only the city portion, reimbursement of only the city portion of each tax bill. Yeah, I think staff can calculate. Assistant Director Manley?
The amount for the NEW Community Clinic was $4,904.76. And the amount for St. John's would be, for all 3 parcels combined, $10,374.37.
Okay, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think it's listed in here, but that amount in aggregate would come from contingency.
Yes, we would have to have a resolution requesting it to come from contingency.
So for clarity's sake, I did ask if we could simply reduce the revenue, because we're really not collecting it, and it turns out there's some complications with state statute in terms of our ability to do that. So we would have to designate a fund.
Okay. So Alder Johnson makes that amendment. Is there a second for that? Seconded by Alder Scannell. Discussion on the amendment? Alder Burnett?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. They're combined, so I need to abstain, but I'm not advocating for a position, but I'm just trying to clarify something that I think came up, was that the assessor, the city of Green Bay, had received or should have received the paperwork for the tax exempt change, or the paperwork. In this particular issue, are we responsible to kind of generate the tax bill? Can you elaborate that for the council? So I think that was part of the issue. It's like, do they have to file the paperwork with the technical college and the school district and the county, or do they file the exempt status with just the city assessor?
Yeah, so the exempt status is set by state law, and the Department of Revenue requires that the exemption form be completed with all the documents and sent to the city assessor's office for determination. And that's required in each year by March 1st.
Okay.
If you want to be exempt for that year.
Yeah, so my only concern, again, abstaining, not telling the council which way to vote, but, I mean, that would be my only concern, is now they'll have to go to technical college, library, county board, school district, and basically get them to reverse their taxes based on an error or a miscommunication with the city.
Yeah, so there wasn't a miscommunication with the city from the deadline, so the state requires the process, and we don't know who may want an exemption, but the process is there, it's transparent, it's on the city's website. So they missed that deadline, but there was processes in place, so Board of Review, among others, were available, but both of these entities, I think at committee, had claimed that they weren't aware of this until they received their tax bill, and those procedures that are available to them are passed at that point. So to answer your specific question, we cannot hear an appeal for the other taxing entities. We could reimburse their total tax, which is us paying their taxes, or we can do the city portion, but we cannot rescind their taxation from the other taxing entities, because that time has passed. The payment is already due for the taxes. I'm sorry, if I
It
didn't answer
does.
your
I
question.
mean, I'm on the committee, and
Yeah.
obviously I have a conflict of interest, but I thought that that would help the council kind of understand the issue. Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions? All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Abstain, please.
Noting abstention from Alder Brunette.
Motion to approve is amended.
Motion to approve is amended, made by Alder Scannell. Seconded by Alder Stoyer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Abstain, please.
The ayes have it, and Alder Brunette abstains again. On to item 5. Who wishes here? Motion to approve made by Alder Galvin, seconded by Alder Campbell, is pulled by Alder Grant.
And I apologize to do this so late at night, but these are the final dollars, and I have, I guess, some questions on some of them. And I don't know if it's appropriate to take each proposal up individually. Again, I know how late it is, so I apologize, but I do think this is important, as this is the last of the dollars.
Yeah, just run through the questions you got.
And I guess I'll start with the one easy one here. With Director Steckschulte, we had a conversation on some of the already approved facade projects. Can you just kind of update the council? I believe there's 5 approved, kind of just dollar amount, what they were for?
Yeah, I have to pull up that email, Alder. Hold on one second
Sorry.
here.
On here? Oh, sorry, I just printed off the ARPA categories. Page 8 is the increases to the existing projects. So the request is for $300,000 for the facade project.
So I have that 1 second here. This is regarding Alder, this is the facade project specifically.
Yes.
Essentially, we have 4 awarded grants. On Broadway, $500,000, Pomps Tire, $57,000, rounding these up for brevity. Pomps Tire, a second grant at $27,000, Chef Fusion at $46,000. So that's approximately leaves about $369,000 in the previously awarded fund. That was about $1 million is what we started with. There are currently 3 other grants in the works. One is for NeighborWorks for $28,500. One is gentleman Jimmy Sims at $78,900, and one for the rail yard building T at 540 North Broadway. That amount has not been determined at this point. Those are the programs that are currently being considered.
Okay. Was there any, I guess to be completely honest, I was a little surprised by the dollar amount for the public market. Was there any limitations in the beginning to make sure that we were giving other people opportunities?
Yeah, absolutely. That was certainly considered when staff created the project. Actually, at one point, I believe this started off as a separate earmark, actually, for the market. And in conversations with the mayor and with Alder Johnson, we decided to kind of roll that into the facade program as an eligible project to be considered through that one. So that was the $500,000 was an amount that was being considered right away for that amount. So it started off as an earmark, but was rolled into this grant program specifically.
Okay. All right. I don't know if there's any other questions or discussion.
Okay. On that one, anything? All right, go ahead.
And then, if I could get some more information too on the daycare licensing support. It's kind of vague. I know it talks about in-home childcare licensing fees. We talked about these ARPA funds impacting people that were affected by COVID, but these are for people who are new to license it?
Yes, we do have, and they've been waiting all night. They are still here, yeah. Motion to open the floor made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Brunette. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is yours.
We're gonna come up together if that's okay.
Absolutely. And we won't even keep you to 3 minutes.
All right.
Yes.
You wanna grab the
Right.
microphone? All right, my name is Sarah Inman. I'm from Brown County United Way. Our office is located at 1112 North Adams Street, just down the road from here.
Jamie Trampty Brassfield. I am employed with Family and Child Care Resources of Northeast Wisconsin. Our address 201 West Walnut Street, Green Bay 54303, just across the river.
Yes. So to provide a little background, the United Way has had for quite some time an advocacy council that is comprised primarily right now of nonprofit leaders in the community. And we put together a package of childcare innovations that we presented to the mayor's office, ideas to improve the state or the landscape of childcare in the city. Childcare access and childcare equity has been a longstanding issue, certainly exacerbated by the pandemic. So, for instance, I think data that you gathered, Jamie, said that we lost 583 regulated childcare slots.
In the city of Green Bay.
In the city of Green Bay.
Since January of 2020.
Yeah. So one of the innovations that was proposed to help increase quality childcare access was to take a look at the landscape of unregulated centers and set aside some dollars, in this case $100,000 as proposed, to help those unregulated centers get on the path to becoming regulated. So the dollars could be used for things like fingerprinting, background checks, if somebody is setting up or is in a group-based, home-based center and needs a fence, which is a requirement. The dollars could be used for things like that. In terms of state or federal investment, correct me if I'm wrong, Jamie, but there aren't any of those dollars available to support unregulated
Getting
centers
regulated.
to put them on the path to becoming regulated. In terms of overall availability of childcare, we know that in particular for second and third shift workers, access to childcare is difficult. We also know that in terms of our diverse cultural community in Green Bay, there are no centers really that meet
Correct.
the definition of being
It's late.
diverse.
Correct.
Sorry, we're losing our trains of thought because it's late.
So we do have several family child care providers here in the city limits that are Spanish-speaking. However, that is about it as far as our diverse child care providing options. So we are currently doing some other work with our Somali population, but again, to expand the work and help others who are already providing care in their homes down the path of regulation, so that they would qualify in the future for dollars from the state and federal government. They need to be regulated in order to do that. So this would help them increase their funding down the road.
Follow-ups? Alder Galvin?
Thank you. If I remember correctly, United Way is going to be having some of their own funds going into this project, so it's not just the city of Green Bay that's funding this.
Correct.
And the idea is to create more daycare positions so more working parents can know that their child's going to be getting adequate care, but they can get back into the working market and start picking up some of these jobs everyone's eager to fill. Is that also correct?
That is correct. So I think it's a really great example of the public-private partnerships that the city is trying to develop. So in this case, United Way has invested $50,000 so far. We have additional dollars set aside for not only this recommendation, but also that broader set of recommendations that was developed by our advocacy council. So, yeah, great example of co-investment.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks for the question.
Thanks, Alder Galvin. Additional questions? Alder Grant? No?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for sticking around.
I got one.
Alder Campbell, go ahead.
And I was at the meeting, and again, I just wanna bring up, I mean, everything you've mentioned here is sounds like a wish list. and you can kind of use it for that, all right? Sounds like a grocery list, not a wish list, all right? There definitely needs, but a lot of these ARPA funds were very structured, and they had a plan, exactly where they were gonna go and how much it was gonna cost, so I just wanna make sure that you girls do due diligence on, creating a plan so that you can do it, because I don't know how you can just grab a figure out of there when you say it'd be nice for this and nice for that, okay? Just wanna make sure that that happens for the
Yeah,
community.
Yeah, absolutely, we couldn't agree more. I would say that between our organizations in particular, there's well over 20 years of collaboration. We've worked together on many grants before. With respect to these specific dollars, it's really targeted toward removing those barriers to unregulated centers that would like to become regulated. And there are specific benchmarks in place and specific barriers that have been identified that are more common among centers that have a fiduciary impact. So that's where these dollars would be targeted.
Thank you. Entertain a motion to close the floor?
Motion to close the floor.
Motion to close the floor made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Thanks again. Really
Thank you.
appreciate all the work and for sticking around so late.
You're welcome.
Alder Grant, you still have the floor?
I guess just for clarification, are we planning to vote on all or?
Mhm.
Okay.
Alder Eck?
I know it's late, but I think we should take them one at a time. And I also want to, I'm very confused as to why there's so many new ones added when we actually had more proposals than there was money before, and now we're coming back with new ones. I don't understand that. I guess I would like a clarification on how that happened.
Yeah, I don't know if there are so many new ones. This is a new one.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 new. It says new, all the way on the right, status.
Okay. Yeah, I
If you
don't
look
have-
on the chart, it says new on the bottom 6, and I know that when we had
Yeah, I
our
don't have those,
proposals.
I don't have those in front of me, so if you wanted to read them, we could direct questions to staff.
Well, okay, I'll read each one. Well, there was one from Chief Davis, that's the first new one.
Did you have questions about that?
No, I just want, I guess, my clarification, or what I'm not understanding is the new ones added, but some of the other ones that we were referring back, I don't see on here.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened, change-wise?
Yeah, Alder Johnson, go ahead.
Just as Chair of Finance, I would speak to that. So I specifically asked staff to come forward with a recommendation of a package. So that way, staff could collaborate amongst all themselves to make sure that each of their department areas, as well as all the needs within the community, could be evaluated. And that's what's before us right now. So to Alder Grant's point, and even you alluded to it a little bit, could we separate these? That's a motion someone could make. I opted to say, let's do this as one, and then we can amend sort of the foundation. So any amendment could be offered at any time. And if somebody, just for clarity's sake, if somebody wants to make a motion to split these, that's an amendment someone could make. And that amendment would, kind of live or die by that vote. So to answer the second part of that question, which is the new ones versus others, I think staff talked about this at the Finance Committee meeting, but some of these came up afterwards, really only one, and that was the United Way daycare one. The others were to support existing programs, or some previously submitted requests were folded into grant programs, and some were just taken off the table based on conversations with alders that had submitted those, or department heads that maybe found alternative ways to fund previous requests. So that's what was explained to us at Finance. That's, I think, how we made the recommendation that we did. I'm seeing some heads nod, so I trust that's in accordance with what staff would say as well. And certainly if you want staff to say that, you can, whichever department head you want to ask, but.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other comments? Alder Campbell?
I had a feeling it was gonna happen.
You left out one thing. I like the way you said, through this whole process of ARPA, there's some things that everybody got, and there's some things that you didn't get. And you thought it was pretty square crossroad. I thought that was a pretty huge statement crossed, I think everyone can say, wish I would've got this, I got that. Can't get it all. Got spread around. I thought that was appropriate. That's all.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Weary, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question would be, and maybe I missed it, the pedestrian safety that we had put forward, the $1 million, is that still coming back in the future and we'll have that money, or is it calculated in here already?
I think that's calculated in.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect,
Yeah,
thanks.
Good question, Mo. Alder Grant.
I was gonna make a motion, so I don't know if Alder Gavin wants to, sorry, do you have your hand raised? Oh, I apologize. So I make a motion to take each item up individually.
Okay, Alder Grant makes a motion to separate the items. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Alder Brunette seconds. Discussion on that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Nays appear to have it. Board? All right. Request has been made to use the board. So this is a motion to separate the items rather than take them up with one roll call vote. And then Alder Stevens.
My answer will be no.
Okay. It's very loud. Scroll down. That's fail 7-5?
Yes.
Okay, I need new glasses. Apparently. Any other motions? Motion to approve, perhaps? Alder Johnson?
I think that motion's on the floor, isn't it?
I think there is, yeah, you're right. So a motion to approve is on the floor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that item has been approved. On to personnel.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Galvin. Any discussion?
Just wait a moment.
Yep.
Okay.
Discussion?
Yeah, well, while we wait.
Yeah, Alder Brunette, go ahead.
We're approving the ARPA funds right now?
No, that was
No,
just
that's
approved.
done. So we approved
It's-
that.
This personnel.
Right, curious if we can get a $100,000 check to the ladies right now so they can
They
bring
deserve
it back
it.
to the office. Yeah. Is that what you're waiting for?
Right. Yeah, you can depart if you want. It's done.
Although you've hung this long, I mean.
We still need to wait.
Yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes it takes a while to catch up.
Yeah. So we have a motion and a second on personnel. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved. TB&P.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Galvin. Items here to be handled separately? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Report of the Ethics Board. Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Galvin. Discussion here. Alder Weary?
Mr. Mayor, I did have 3 questions. The first one is on page 5, about de minimis value. I know in Latin that means, about a little or small things, or the law cares not for small things or whatever, but do we need to put a value on that? I mean, it's subjective.
De minimis is a value, it just means of little or no value to a reasonable person standard. So versus setting like an actual number standard, it's more recommended to say de minimis, meaning that that a reasonable person wouldn't think that a cup of coffee will likely sway your vote or influence you in any way. So it's actually a safer way than instead of setting a dollar amount, because maybe, a $5 cup of coffee right now, but maybe, that will change in 10, 20, 30, 40 years.
And that would be, yeah.
Yeah.
You'd always have to keep revising it for
Correct.
inflation and
Yep.
whatnot. Okay. The second one is on page 11. Section 330, Ethics Board Composition and Duties, A. I know the people who reviewed it, and you did a really nice job of taking pretty much everything that they recommended and compiling it. It's well done. But one part here that stood out,
But which copy are you looking at? The clean version or the red line version?
How about section 2-330?
Okay.
Easier than a page number.
2-3.
And then it's
That
subsection,
will help.
section 8, I guess, subsection 8. Ethics Board composition and
Okay.
duties. In the notes from the group that reviewed this, they stated, it is not advisable nor it is best practice to have the mayor make all the appointments. It affects the credibility of the board. Perhaps a compromise would be for an impartial group to make recommendations and have the mayor pick from those people. Was that
Sure.
discussed, or, how do we do that?
Right, so, essentially, that process kind of exists already in the sense that, suggestions are made to the mayor, and the mayor appoints, but council ultimately approves. So the mayor doesn't have any unilateral authority in approving any appointments to the board. He doesn't have any unilateral authority in approving any appointments to any boards, commissions, or any other kind of supplemental bodies. So the same process exists for ethics. So essentially, if there is somebody that's being presented, or a slate of nominees that are being presented, or appointees that are being presented that the council questions or disagrees with, the council ultimately has the authority to vote that down.
And I do understand that. I think the concern was that if an item would come up that concerns the mayor, you don't want any, feeling of, I was appointed by this person.
Correct, but again, it's a dual approval, right? So it's appointed by the mayor, and the mayor can only remove for cause. It's not, I'm gonna turn it over to Attorney Mather, because she's signaling me, so she may have some additional points that may be helpful.
Thank you. One of the things we discussed with outside counsel, and also after the second review from the person who made the recommendations in the first place, is that any body that we could, or you could create to be that neutral body that would make recommendations to the mayor for appointments would have to be composed somehow, and the only way to compose that body would be to have the mayor appoint people to an independent body. So it's kind of a chicken and egg kind of situation.
Yeah, I think I had considered that as well. No matter, at some point, there's going to be a body that's put in place that's making decisions on who's going to be there. So it's just incumbent on the council to determine when someone's putting on its body that we think they're independent.
Yes.
All right, I get that. It struck me that they made a point of saying it's not best practice, so. The other thing would be on same section, but E, jurisdictional hearing. They had also noted 6 months to file a complaint is very short. A year is really the minimum I've seen nationwide. And then also consider rejecting any complaints within 30 days of an election. Ethics complaints are often misused during election cycles. Any reason we went with the 180 days? I mean,
I was on the committee.
okay.
And
Alder
some-
Galvin?
Yeah. What happened was that at one point there was a complaint filed, and it was almost a year to the date after the incident. Everyone's memory had gone vague. The video that had existed was gone, and so it made it very hard to adjudicate the claim. And so we thought 6 months, if something really, was bad enough that a complaint should be filed, we thought 6 months would be a more fair amount of time.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm just going through some of the things I saw that were different from recommendations to actual. Pardon? Yes, the 30 days before an election. I don't think that was referenced at all. Can you talk to that?
Attorney Mather?
Obviously, because somebody could file a complaint of any kind, valid or not, just to get it.
Yes,
affect
so,
the election.
oh, sorry, Alder, I didn't mean
No,
to.
go ahead. I'm
To
just
cut you
blathering.
off.
I'm blathering.
One of the, certainly that is, one of the things that we took into consideration when we were looking at this particular recommendation. But, we don't want to be depriving anybody of the opportunity to file a complaint at whatever point in the process is best for them from a strategy point of view. And that having I don't mean anything having to do with the election. I mean, within their statute of limitations, which is the 6 months, they have those 6 months to determine at what point in that time period they want to be filing their complaint, or it's best for them to file the complaint. And if there happens to be an election within that time period, we're essentially saying, you don't really have 180 days, you have 150 days. And so just to avoid any due process concerns with shortening some people's statutes of limitations, we just declined to incorporate that recommendation into our revisions.
All right, I appreciate it. I don't know if council has any thoughts on any of those items, but those are the ones I noticed. I mean, otherwise, it was well done. I think I first put in this request back when I first got on council in 2002, so it only took 21 years. No, I'm kidding.
Any other questions on this? Alder Johnson?
Yeah, I appreciate the comments on the 30 days. I liked that recommendation when I read it, and I appreciate the confusion that perhaps it could create. Of course, while it might limit it to 150 in theory, you could also add it back on with the right language, so that in theory, you could actually give them 210 days. You just can't file it within that 30-day period, but you get the continuation of your period after. So I'm not suggesting that we should make that amendment, but I do think it's something that this body should watch, because if this policy does get used in that manner or abused really in that manner, I think this body should, act within its jurisdiction to maybe address that. I'm one of those people, like, until it's a problem, I don't necessarily think you gotta, fire off and change everything, but we should at least be cognizant of it.
Attorney Bungert?
Yep. Just a quick point of clarification to that. Certainly, the Ethics Board does have the purview of being able to hold over matters if they feel that there's some sort of, there's going to be some sort of effect on the impartiality of the proceedings, even if something is filed within that 30-day window, and it's, it's apparent to the members of the board that, it's going to have some repercussions, then the matter can be held over, so it's not being adjudicated right before an election.
But held over, but it would also be public. Which is really
well,
where the damage
filing would be
occurs.
correct.
Right.
Correct. I think the other point is, and obviously keeping note of how it's being used in practice is always important with ordinances. This is why ordinances get amended, because once they get kind of live and free, you see how they actually work in the real world. But just from a practicality standpoint, with the number of elections we have and the timing of them, it would make that needle move quite a bit and would create, I think, a lot of confusion for those who are seeking some sort of, resolution and due process.
Yeah, and I appreciate that clarity, because even if the 30 days is in there, it doesn't guarantee that it would be adjudicated in that time frame. Which means, of course, if it is a frivolous claim, it could still have the same intended effect. And that's why I say, like, I'm still okay just kind of leaving it as is and not ignoring that recommendation. Again, be cognizant of it, and until it's actually abused, I think we can probably go along with what's here.
It's 30 days and somebody wants to do something for
All right, any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, that item is approved. Sustainability. Motion to approve made by Alder Johnson.
Second.
Seconded by Alder Scannell. Any items here to be handled separately? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, that report has been approved. Committee of the Whole. Motion to
Yes, you need to
approve.
go into closed session.
Check your email.
Yes, you did.
Oh, wait, I did read that. I did read that. Okay, yeah. Motion. Yeah, motion to approve the staff recommendation.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so there's no need to go into closed session unless folks want to do it.
Yep.
Okay. So, Alder Scannell, did you make that motion?
Yeah.
Alder Scannell made the motion to approve staff recommendation. That was seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item has been approved. A couple informational items, building permit report for January 2023 and municipal court report also for January 2023. On to resolutions.
Motion to suspend the rules.
Motion to suspend the rules and take up these items with one roll call vote made by Alder Scannell. Seconded by Alder Weary. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The rules are suspended. Alder Scannell makes a motion to adopt. Seconded by Alder Galvin. And we will use the board. Alder Stevens, you still there? This is on resolution.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Alder. And those resolutions are approved unanimously. Ordinance's first reading. Motion to advance made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Campbell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Aye.
That item has been advanced to a second and final reading. Petitions and communications. Alder Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one for Parks Committee. Audio spying at City Hall. I hereby request immediate removal of all audio spying surveillance in City Hall and the creation of a broad surveillance ordinance and policy for full transparency to the public, employees, and elected officials. All requests for surveillance must be submitted by each department and approved by City Council. Request for review of unethical, illegal audio surveillance at City Hall. Why was audio surveillance installed? Where is audio surveillance installed? Who requested each location? Who approved each location? Why was City Council not advised? Do city employees know they are being spied on? If so, provide all notifications. Why is surveillance signage not posted? Why did the City of Green Bay break their own audio surveillance policy, and what penalties should be enacted for breaking it for anyone involved in the approval process? How long are audio recordings stored? Who has access? Are recordings subject to open records requests? Provide any and all notifications, text messages, emails provided to anyone regarding audio surveillance respectfully submitted.
That's a doozy. Any other
It is.
communications? All right, hearing none, entertain a motion. I would entertain that one, too.
I'm skipping.
Motion to refer has been made by Alder Johnson. Seconded by Alder Campbell. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Made from Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder Scannell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. We're adjourned.